Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning. Good morning. Am I muted? Let me make sure. No, I'm not muted. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being patient this morning as I got my ass together to start reading you guys the James Patterson book. I'm glad you guys joined me this morning. I appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you have your coffee. Hello, hello. So I figure we'll start reading and we'll get through as much as we can. You know, we're going to be discussing it as we go. Let me get y'all's chat box up here. Let's see. There we go. Hey, Big Bo. Hey, Cheryl T. Hey, guys. You guys got the book? This is the book here. Heard a lot about it. You know, there's a lot of podcasts that are covering it. So, The Idaho 4, An American Tragedy by James Patterson and Vicky Ward. Good morning. Good morning. So, let's begin, shall we? All right, we're going to start with the author's note. Hey, Ange. I hope you guys enjoy. The author's note. This book reads like fiction, but none of it is made up. Every detail in these pages has been meticulously sourced through interviews or has been factually documented. Brian Koberger has been charged with murdering Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Gonsalves, who became known as the Idaho 4 on November 13th of 2022. His criminal trial is set to begin in August of 2025. Not anymore, right? Of course, he is innocent until proven guilty. This book does not offer a view on what the verdict will be. Rather, it is the story of 4 tragic murders and the impact of the crimes on a small American town. This book could not have been written without the help and support of hundreds of people, including the 320 individually interviewed, some many times by Vicky Ward. We'd especially like to thank the victims' friends and family for giving us so much precious time, hospitality, and insight. The Chapin family, Hunter Johnson for sharing about Ethan, the Gonsalves family for sharing about Kaylee, Ben Mogen and Kim Cheeley, a.k.a. Deedle, for sharing about Maddie, and the Alant family, Karen, Matt, and Emily, Xana's best friend, for sharing so much about Xana. Moscow, Idaho Police Chief James Fry, now retired, generously gave his time and shared his insights on dealing with the most horrific crime of his career amid worldwide media scrutiny. So James Fry is also interviewed in this book. Importantly, he did this without discussion of any of the specifics of this case and investigation, per the gag order put in place by a local judge. The supporting details are drawn from public documents, including court records and elsewhere. Thanks also to Kathy Mabut, the Moscow coroner, and retired police officers Paul Kowalski and Brannon Jordan. At the University of Idaho, thank you to the Dean of Students, Blaine Eccles. He was in the docuseries as well. And as well as Kelly Quinnett and Bruce Pittman. Thank you to all of the University of Idaho Vandals, Ava Wood, Josie Latirin, Lyndon Beck, Emma Tiger, David Barachoka, I don't know if I'm saying their names right, Alejandro Salvador, Ben DeWitt, Claire Qualls, Lexi Pattinson, Hadia Tariq, and Daniel Ramirez. And thanks to the guys at Sigma Chi fraternity, especially Gus Elwell, Tim DeWolf, and Kyle Fry. Above all, for introductions to Moscow, Idaho residents and culture, thanks go to psychologist Dr. Rand Walker. Without him, none of this would have been possible. Much appreciation to those who opened the doors of the city of Moscow. Mayor Art Betke, Pat Greenfield, the owner of Booster's Coffee House, Christ Church pastor Doug Wilson, and his son Nate, Mark Trivelpiece, owner of the Corner Club, and attorneys Mike Pattinson and Wendy Olson. Those are the media lawyers that are fighting for the gag order to be lifted before sentencing. For invaluable insight into the Pullman, Washington perspective, thank you to Washington State University Police Chief Gary Jenkins, former Pullman Mayor Glenn Johnson, Pullman radio host Evan Ellis, and WSU alumni Ben Roberts, Cassie Hanzak, and Diola Atunji. For a sense of Koberger's life in the Poconos, thanks to Mark and Jack Bayless, Connie Saba, Josh Ferrero, Chad Petiprin, Brittany Slavin, Jesse Harris, John Gress, Bob Himes, and Casey Arntz. They talked to a lot of people in PA. And for taking us into the online community of the University of Idaho, case discussion Facebook group page, thanks to Christine, Cameron, and Alina Smith. Here is the story of the Idaho Four. Their young lives cut short by unspeakable violence. It is an exploration of a complex criminal investigation and a timeless portrait of the worst and best in us. All right, here we go. 1. Wenatchee, Washington, November 13th, 2022. Chief, we got a bad situation. James Fry, the God-fearing chief of Moscow, Idaho Police Department, picks up the phone from Captain Tyson Barrett, informing him of a mass homicide. 4 murders at 1122 King Road. Barrett has the inside track. Ava and Emily, 2 of the kids in the group sitting outside the rental house, work at the football stadium. The Kibbe Dome is under Barrett's purview, so he knows them well. It's Sunday, and Fry is about an hour into a 4-hour drive back from an overnight visit with a friend in Wenatchee, Washington, 150 miles east of Seattle. Whatever has happened, whoever the victims are, it already feels too close for comfort. In the passenger seat listening is Julie Fry. The chief's whip-smart wife of 30-odd years also happens to be the newly elected Latah County clerk. Chief Fry will later say that he should have let Julie drive, but now it's all he can do to absorb what Barrett tells him. 4 young people, likely UI students, stabbed in their bedrooms, in their beds, in a residence that's part of a large cluster of student housing right on the campus line, and no one heard a thing? Wenatchee, gotcha. Fry's put in 30 years on the force. The common assumption about small-time police chiefs is that they have no experience with murder. But this is not Fry's first brush with homicides on campus. In 2007, when he was still a sergeant, he worked on 3 homicides in just 1 year. One involved a University of Idaho student, David Boss, who was shot by a former classmate. In 2011, as a lieutenant, Fry oversaw the investigation into another university tragedy. That summer, psychology professor Ernesto Bustamante, who had a history of mental illness, fatally shot Katie Benoit, a 22-year-old grad student he'd previously dated, outside her home, and then later turned the gun on himself. Even so, Fry already knows that this one is different. He knows this is going to test the department in an unprecedented way. He also knows that this is too big for Moscow to handle without help. In a rural area like this, there's a general view that it's all hands on deck. He's going to need support from the state, probably the FBI. But things first. It's not his job to run point at the scene of the crime. When he was a detective, which was not so long ago, he headed up investigations, but now he's chief. And chiefs who get in the way of their teams can really screw things up. His role today is to stay in close touch with his officers and provide whatever support is needed. Am I loud enough, you guys? I just want to make sure. Do I need to turn my mic up? Because I'm a little further away from it than normal. What you say, what you say. Am I low? Maybe that'll be a little bit better. Part of leading, Fry believes, is trusting and delegating, but Fry knows that when adrenaline is running high, anyone can forget things. So he rattles off a punch list to Tyson Barrett, realizing from experience that his captain is out in front of him. Have you reached Bill? He asks, referring to the veteran county prosecutor Bill Thompson, who has never lost a case. In their parallel careers, the chief and the prosecutor have worked every crime scene together. They meet every single day at 8 a.m. Fry's belief in Thompson, the only prosecutor in Idaho who has ever won a murder conviction in the absence of a dead body, is unwavering. On his way, Barrett says. Forensics? The two forensics officers, Lawrence Mowry and Andrew Fox, are Fry's appointments. State? A scene as big as this needs help from the ISP forensics team based in Lewiston, about 30 miles south of Moscow. On their way. Who have you got there? Barrett tells him that Mitch Nunez was the first officer on scene. Now, Mitch Nunez, the one on the Brady list? Thumbs up on the audio. Thank you. And at this, Fry blanches. My heart broke. He said later, his 37-man department runs like a family. 22-year-old Nunez is like a son to Fry, a baby. I didn't realize that Nunez was only 22 years old. And he was the first on the scene, walked in and saw all that crap. He knows his youngest officer will never be able to erase from his mind the horrific crime scene that he just witnessed. That he will forever be altered. And Fry will need to find Nunez and his wife the resources to cope with the trauma. Mental health is not something that was discussed when Fry was a rookie, and he believes that was a mistake. PTSD, according to Fry's longtime ride-along partner and best friend, Paul Kwiatkowski, lingers as he sorts through memories that won't dim. Fry is going to take care of his young officers and their families, make sure they feel supported. Speaking of, has the university been notified? Affirmative. Where's Brett Payne? For 2 months prior, Fry promoted Brett Payne, a 32-year-old cop and military veteran whom he hired in 2020, to detective corporal, a new position in the department that Fry created for a reason. So he created this position and put Brent in it. Or Brett. Sorry, Brett. Ordinarily, detectives are the highest rank of sergeant, but Fry had been faced with a specific set of challenges. He had to run a small department at a time when applications for jobs in LE, law enforcement, were dwindling. This was shortly after an officer in Minnesota had been convicted in the death of George Floyd. The chief decided to free up some of the sergeants to learn the administrative part of police work, how to actually run the department, pay bills, budget, and so forth. Which means today Fry realizes Payne will be the one to lead this investigation. Organize the department into teams. Talk about diving into the deep end. Tyson responds that yes, Payne is on his way to the crime scene. He'll get there around 4 p.m., which will be ahead of Fry. He presses harder on the gas and dials the number. Rand, he says into the phone to Dr. Rand Walker, a local therapist who has counseled his officers before, I need you to be on standby. The rest of the drive is a blur of staccato calls. Chief Gary Jenkins, the head of the Washington State University Police over in Pullman, and former chief of the Pullman PD phones. Do you need backup from us? Jenkins asks. The two departments often tag team. Moscow's last convicted murderer, John Lee, had in fact been caught on the run by officers in Pullman. But Fry is cautious. In 2015, they knew who the murderer was. This time, they have no idea. Fry is aware of the importance of locking down an investigation, keeping information on a need-to-know basis to stop leaks that could jeopardize it. He and Bill Thompson are completely in sync on this. Thompson never speaks to anyone about an investigation until he gets to sentencing, and even then he keeps it short. And there are too many unanswered questions right now. It's not safe or prudent for Fry to involve another team. Not yet, Fry tells Jenkins. I'll keep you posted. Barrett's shared with Fry that a knife sheath was found in one of the rooms. It's imperative that this doesn't get out. Somewhere, there's a maniacal murderer on the loose who is almost certainly watching their every move. Who in God's name could have done this? Fry wonders. And again, he presses harder on the gas. One good thing about being the police chief is that no one is likely to arrest him for speeding. Two. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Get your coffees. Okay. One hour later, the notifications about death are the thing Chief Fry dreads most in this job. It takes seconds to give or receive the news. Yet the needlessly lost lives haunt his dreams. He can recall each and every one as he hurtles towards Moscow. Take January 22nd, 2013. Nearly a decade ago. He'd been a lieutenant. A couple had shown up at the station, wondering anxiously where their son was. A Latah County Sheriff's deputy had found a body the next day and called it in. The corpse had been on the ground for 2 days. It looked like the kid, a college student named Joseph Witerick, had frozen to death. He'd been intoxicated. The department spread out, trying to piece together what had happened, and Fry became the point person for the kid's parents. Notifying parents of the loss of their children is something you never get better at. And tragically, student deaths are not that unusual. There's one practically every semester. Typically, it's the result of a car accident that occurs during the long drive most kids take to cross the state in treacherous conditions in winter. One year, Fry taught a class at the university. Right before Thanksgiving break, he told the students, remember, drive extra slow. Your parents don't care what time you get there. They just want you there. Fry may be a cop, but he's also a husband and the father of 4 kids, 3 daughters, and a son. I understand what that's like as a parent to drop a child off, he'll say. He knows that parents expect their kids to be safe in college. And he also knows that sometimes they aren't. The tragedy with young Joseph Witerick was a double whammy for Fry, because it seemed like no one in the community helped the kid out by notifying law enforcement that he was in trouble on the night he ended up dying. His body was found 2 miles from town. 2 miles. Fry knew someone must have spotted the drunk kid while he was walking. Sure enough, when all the details about Weiderich final night were in, and when Fry put together a map for Joseph's mom, Michelle, it emerged that Joseph walked 8 miles before laying down to rest one last time. Various people in the town did see the kid. They could have helped him by calling MPD when he stumbled into their backyards, or in a few cases, into their homes. Instead, they just watched him or sent him on his way. One lady later said, "I just didn't want him to get in trouble." Joseph would have been in trouble. He would have been locked up and most likely given a criminal citation, but nothing more. Fry tells everyone he works with that the key to serving the community is respect, respect, respect. You ever see the movie Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze? He'll ask people. If they haven't, he tells them to watch it. The movie's message is his message. The one that he instills in his officers. Be nice, be nice, be nice until it's time not to be nice. If you treat people with respect, even when you arrest them, they'll thank you. But in 2013, the town's residents seemed unaware of the chief's message of police compassion. The tragic story of Joseph Weiderich that he put together went something like this. On January 20th at 2 a.m., a Moscow woman hears a noise downstairs. She goes to take a look. Is it an animal? It's a human, a drunk human. An 18-year-old man, clearly disoriented, smelling of alcohol, his blonde hair disheveled, is stumbling around in her basement. She didn't know how he got in. He's lost. Safe, safe, he mumbles to her. It's clear he wants to stay, sleep it off. But she asks him to leave. He'll figure it out. No need to call the police. It's black outside. Snowdrifts piled high. But students often wander drunk. A nuisance with their noise and their parties. Joseph shuffles down Highland Drive. 3 a.m. Bang, bang. He's banging on another door, this one on Mountain View Road. The owner looks through the window. Go home, he says to the kid. Again, there's no call to the police. The townsfolk think that they're protecting him. It's a mistake. 4 a.m. Bang, bang. A third homeowner looks out the window, shrugs, and goes back to bed. Joseph wanders away. He's trying to get back to his dorm, but has no idea where he's headed. Somehow, he ends up near Paradise Creek, 2 miles north of the city. Joseph trips and falls. He hits the frozen creek. His body sinks like a dead weight through the ice into the frigid water. He fights. He climbs out. He crawls under a nearby bridge and rests. And rests. His body is discovered by police 2 days later. It emerges that Joseph Weiderich had drunk too much at a Saturday night party given by the Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity. That is terrible. That is terrible. What a horrible story. Gosh, call the police if someone comes to your door, you know. Sarah, I think law enforcement did a remarkable job considering everything that happened. Oh, there's a lot. It's a really sad story. I mean, ugh. At least call the police and have them deal with them. You know what I mean? Poor parents. Fry doesn't like to toot his own horn, but he reckons that since he became chief in 2016, attitudes in town have changed about a lot of things, including over-the-top college drinking. He isn't stupid enough to think you can stop college kids from drinking, but he believes you can take steps to keep it in check. You can, for example, go, as he does, to Resauers. Look at the keg list and figure out where each keg is. If a keg is somewhere it isn't supposed to be, If, say, it's with a group of underage kids, you take it away. Nicely, but that's what you do. One time, Fry and the guys took 42 cases of Keystone Light away from a frat party because they saw a 19-year-old pushing the cart. So, yes, you've got to teach them that the law is the law. If Fry and his ride-along partner, Captain Paul K., I'm just going to call him Paul K., had been called to deal with drunk Joseph Weiderich, sure, they might have locked him up, but he still had his life ahead of him. Fry is upset that people in Moscow don't get that. What else can we do? He asked Paul one time. Keep going and don't give up. The two guys had looked at the framed quotations on Fry's wall. The chief knows them by heart, but he still reads them every day. The first is Philippians 4:7, and the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, will guard your heart and your minds. The second is from a Theodore Roosevelt speech on citizenship. In April 1910, after finishing his second term as president, Roosevelt delivered the Man in the Arena speech. He was on his way to Oslo, Norway, to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be those cold and timid souls, who neither know victory nor defeat. Fry thinks about those words. Who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So as the chief reaches the city's outskirts, he takes a deep breath. He knows that with this startlingly awful and strange case, now more than ever, he needs to get a critical message through. The Moscow police, on his watch, are to be trusted, not feared. So that finishes chapter 2. And there are, let me see, how many chapters? 138. But they're short chapters. Are you guys enjoying this so far? If you haven't, hit the thumbs up, please. You think, really, Cheryl? It is sad about, yeah. Nunez. Nunez was the first one on the scene. 22-year-old guy. Okay, chapter 3. 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. 2 hours earlier. Officer Nunez radios the police station and reaches Sergeant Shane Gunderson, who's been taking advantage of his quiet Sunday morning shift to plan a hiking trip to Mount Bora on the other side of the state. This is serious, Nunez tells him. Gunderson slaps out of the boredom, leaps into his car, and heads for King Road. Now, I think Gunderson might be the one that's on the Brady list. Gunderson snaps out of his boredom, leaps in his car, and heads for King Road. As he rides, he phones Tyson Barrett, his boss. The commander of the campus police is on call for that day. Barrett said he's already sent patrol officers Smith and Warner to join Nunez, who's taping off the area around the house. I think Nunez is the guy with the handlebar mustache. Remember him? I think that's Nunez. I think. Barrett knows what to do, and not just because he's an experienced cop. He was the sergeant assigned to Moscow's previous famous homicide, the case of John Lee, a mentally ill man who went on a shooting spree in January 2015, killing 3 people, including his adoptive mother. But Barrett has another advantage here. He's a vandal. The name of the school's athletic teams, a nickname that comes from a long ago U of I basketball team said to have vandalized its opponents. He knows the school, the students, the faculty, the administration, the culture. He's been attached to the university on and off for years. He worked it years ago as a sergeant. His daughter is a student. When Barrett arrives, he recognizes Ava Wood, a neighbor who rushed out with blankets for the group of students sitting in front of the house at 1122 King Road. "Do you know the people inside, Ava?" Barrett asks. She nods, and Barrett looks at her, eyes filled with sympathy. And then he turns to the front door. All those years of training and experience kick in. He runs through his checklist. One, clear the residence and run tape around the perimeter. Check. 2, call for medical assistance if needed. There is no need. Secure the scene. 3, check. Nunez has put up the tape. Barrett assigns 1 cop to watch the front of the house, another the back. 4, call in the detectives who will lead the investigation. There will be 5 detectives. John Lawrence, who is about to retire, Danny Vargas, Brett Payne, Detective Corporal, and forensics detectives Lawrence Mowry and Andrew Fox. Barrett knows it's important to call only these cops, who will play essential roles. With each body comes the risk of contaminating evidence. 5, notify the police chief. 6, notify the county prosecutor, Bill Thompson. 7, notify the other Moscow PD captains, Anthony Dollinger and Roger Lanier. 8, call the sergeant running the Idaho State Police detectives. Moscow is going to need the state police's forensic team, at a bare minimum. This is too big for the MPD to handle alone. State has forensic lab. Moscow does not. 9, call the university president, provost, and dean of students. 10, call the coroner, but not until all the evidence is collected. Someone might accidentally move something and contaminate the scene. 11, notify the public if there's a threat. Barrett knows, not just from his years of experience, but from common sense, that the probability of some random stranger knifing 4 people to death in their bedrooms is almost nil. There's a connection somewhere between whoever did this and at least one of the victims. There always is. But that's what the police are going to have to find. The patrol officers correctly begin with the people in front of them. Why is this young student, Hunter Johnson, holding a kitchen knife? What happened here? Hunter sits with the patrol officers and tells them what happened, as he best knows. They let him go. Sirens start to wail. But the first emergency vehicle that arrives is unnecessary. It's the volunteer ambulance. The medical responders to the 911 call. It stays a couple minutes. Then, at the cop's request, leaves. It's much too late for anyone to need medical attention. Part 1, The Innocents. So this is actually chapter 1. We must have been reading like the prelude. I'm actually going to take this off. Okay. So this is officially chapter 1. Can you see that? Moscow, Idaho, August 18th, 2019. It's bid day at the University of Idaho. Kaylee Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan chose the University of Idaho precisely because of its strong Greek life. Nearly 1/4 of the UI students take part. The two look alike. Blonde. Maddie's hair is natural. Kaylee's is dyed. Best friends, both freshmen, take their seats in the auditorium. They glance nervously at the throng of women packed around them like canned sardines, all clutching envelopes. Inside each is the name of the sorority the student has gotten into. Kaylee and Maddie's top choice is Alpha Phi, or A Phi as it's known. Oh, A Phi. Alpha Phi, sorry. Or A Phi. As one of its members described in the sorority, it's a place for blondes, for homecoming queens, for popular girls, leaders, girls who like to party, and to get ready to party. Last night, to help the newcomers make up their minds, the sorority invited the women to so-called preference ceremonies at their top choices. At A Phi, one of the sisters told a sad but moving story. Her boyfriend, a football star, had tragically lost his battle with cancer, and the support of the house was what has got her through. Both girls know that Greek life isn't just about parties. The friendships and networks and bonds formed in each house are an important factor in most students' social and later professional lives. Maddie wants a career in marketing. Kaylee in IT. Kaylee and Maddie drove to campus together and spent the last few days rushing together. In the past 6 years doing everything together. Maddie has been entering Kaylee's house without knocking, just like she's part of Kaylee's noisy, happy, hectic, vast family since they were both 12 years old. Maddie is more of a girly girl than Kaylee, who used to be a bit of a tomboy. Kaylee is more of an extrovert than Maddie, and maybe more of a hustler. She had to be to get what she wants, given the size of the Gonsalves household. Kaylee has 4 siblings. Maddie is an only child, and her home, by contrast, is quiet. Since their early teens, these two shared summer boat rides on the lake in Coeur d'Alene, winter bathing in the nearby hot springs, trips to Seattle, beach vacations in Puerto Rico, in Grand Cayman, in Hawaii. They've never spent more than a few days apart. Maddie recently heard that UI sororities like to separate girls who know each other well. Apparently, the point in Greek life is to make new friends, not cling to old ones. Here in the auditorium, Maddie wants to learn if A Phi will choose Kaylee over her. It's a daunting moment as the clock ticks on. 20 seconds to go. The hundreds of freshman girls in the auditorium count down together. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2. Maddie and Kaylee tear open their envelopes. There are screams all around, women sobbing, running. Maddie's eyes blur with tears. She didn't make A Phi, and Kaylee did. The slip of paper in Maddie's envelope tells her she's been picked by Pi Beta Pi, known as Pi Phi, a perfectly respectable sorority, but not generally considered a top house on campus. Within seconds, there's a stampede for the exit as the women race out to the lawn to find their new sorority sisters, standing out there under the signs. Here now isn't the time to say goodbye, but for Maddie and Kaylee, it's an ending and a beginning. Chapter 2. Moscow, Idaho, August 20th, 2019. Maddie's a talented photographer, and she's done some modeling, so she knows how to make her Instagram seductive. The Pi Phi sisters want to build up their house's reputation, so they can be more competitive with the top ones like A Phi. Maddie does her part, creating a scene befitting a Disney movie. 7 beaming, modern-day Cinderellas, Maddie among them, pose on the steps of the Pi Phi sorority house in matching white tank tops. The 4 older sisters have on matching pink miniskirts, and the 3 younger have on matching denim shorts. The archway behind them is covered with pink balloons. Maddie captions it, "I ran home. Hashtag Pi Beta Pi UI. Kaylee comments, "That's my best friend. I love you so much. For life, baby." Of course, Kaylee knows how disappointed Maddie is, and she hurts because Maddie's hurting. Showing wisdom beyond their years, the friends accept the idea that widening their respective social circles will be good for both of them. In other words, they'll play the game of Greek life. Kaylee can't fail to express her own unmitigated joy about her acceptance into AFI, which is why she posts a lot of photos of herself smiling with two new sorority sisters in front of the Alpha Phi house with the caption, "What Florida said, hashtag welcome to my house." Maddie comments, "So happy for you, bestie." Their public Instagrams, TikToks, and Snapchats tell the story of their growing closeness with their new sisters and new best friends. Privately, Kaylee and Maddie remain as tight as ever, quietly maintaining their long bond in real life. IRL, as the expression goes. Maddie's posts reflect her new friendship with sorority sisters Sophia Whitehead, who is the year above her, and Ashlyn Couch, who, like her, is from Coeur d'Alene. Kaylee posts show weekend activities, attending U of I football games, traveling to Seattle with her AFI sisters, and nuzzling her boyfriend, Jack DeCoeur. What they don't post is pictures with each other. The two keep up with this illusion of separateness well into the next semester, when the balloon of unreality surrounding them is abruptly pierced. In March 2020, COVID strikes. Chapter 3. Rathdrum, Idaho, March 2020. At the end of spring break, Kaylee and Maddie both receive emails containing the same instructions. Don't come back to the sorority house. School is going remote. The girls are home in Rathdrum and the neighboring town of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and it's for them. It's like old time. And for them, it's like old times. They have each other. And given the stress of the surrounding virus, they decide that pretense, even on social media, is no longer important. Where was I? Okay. The day after Maddie's birthday, May 25th, Maddie May Day, Kaylee posts the first Instagram photo of the two best friends together since their arrival at UI. The two of them are hugging, wearing pretty summer dresses and standing by the lake. The easiest person to celebrate, Kaylee writes. Here's to you, sweet Maddie May. Later that summer, Kaylee gives Maddie a shout out. At Maddie Mogan. Thanks for always being my personal photographer. It's a source of pride to Kaylee that Maddie has been asked to run the official Instagram for the Pi Fees. It's a huge honor. It's also an irony. Maddie, initially disappointed to be joining Pi Beta Phi, is now responsible for attracting recruits and making the house look appealing as Alpha Phi. She's good at this. Thanks to her pretty pictures, despite the isolation of COVID, the number of freshman women interested in joining is climbing. Few people in the Gonsalves family think that COVID is the big deal that UI administrators believe it is. The Gonsalves children have been raised not to trust the government or institutions. They are libertarians. They live to be on themselves, to bet on themselves. Kaylee's dad, Steve, works in IT at the hospital in Coeur d'Alene, an hour and a half north of Moscow. Over dinners at home, he tells the family that the only people who are dying in the hospital are those that have pre-existing conditions. Mostly they're obese. He thinks the university is making a mistake not letting the kids back. So does Kaylee. As the weeks stretch on, the frustration grows. Paying to take college classes over Zoom is bad enough, but bills keep coming from AFI. She's livid that her and her AFI sisters are paying live-in dues for the houses they're not allowed to occupy. Following orders unquestioningly is not a Gonsalves thing to do. So Kaylee queries the chapter president. Why are they paying for nothing? If they can't get some kind of that money returned, Kaylee says she doesn't want to go back to the house in the fall. The rules are the rules, the president tells Kaylee. The house won't negotiate, especially with a new sister. None of the sisters can move out of the house until they're juniors and have accumulated a certain number of service points. Even then, the AFI admins add another hurdle. Sisters need to pay for both living in and living out. So in late August, Kaylee's stuck returning to the AFE house and its litany of COVID health and safety protocols. Kaylee doesn't want to do the physical distancing or the regular testing or the mandatory quarantine procedures. Not any of it. But she's Kaylee, so she faces the reset head on. Posting. Now let's get back to it. This year, the girls who are rushing sororities have their smiles hidden behind masks. Coffee meetings are held on Zoom. Hugging is not allowed. Still, Kaylee takes a liking to two of the freshmen, Emma Tiger and a beautiful brunette from Vancouver, Washington, whose soccer career was sidelined by an injury, and Jaden Anderson, a blonde from Spokane. One of the most important rituals among sorority sisters is choosing bigs and littles. A big mentors her little through college, academically and socially. Emma and Jaden are eager to become Kaylee's littles, partly because of her extraordinary enthusiasm and can-do attitude. When Kaylee hears there might be an in-house quarantine one weekend, she whisks Emma and Jaden off home with her to Coeur d'Alene. She takes them shopping, to concerts, for drinks, to coffee. She makes them baskets of goodies. She was also a girl you don't mess with, Emma recalled. Nobody would ever say a bad word about me in front of her because she was not okay with it. If there was some guy that was being rude to me at a party, Kaylee was the first one to say something to him. On Big Little Night in October, Kaylee surprises the two by waiting for them, shrouded in pink wrapping paper, in the parking lot by a large off-campus apartment known as the Whites. When the two freshmen find Kaylee and unwrap her, the screams of delight echo several blocks away. At this point, the two younger girls are still caught up in the excitement and honor of being accepted into AFE. They don't know yet that the pressure that comes with being in the pretty girl's house. Darker times are just around the corner. Chapter 4. Greek Row, Moscow, Idaho, September 2020. I'm Xana, pronounced Xanax without the X, is how the petite brunette introduced herself to the pie fees on the first day, and everyone laughed. Her name is Xana Kernodle, and she's as irresponsible as Tigger in the Winnie the Pooh books. Always smiling when I'm with my Xan. Maddie captions a pair of Instagram posts of the two of them together on September 11th. Maddie tells Kaylee she's impressed with Xana because despite her freshman status, she's not afraid of anyone or anything. Xana isn't much used to rules. She grew up in Post Falls, Idaho, pretty much without her mother, Kara, who had been battling drug addiction much of her life and gave up custody of Xana and her sister Jasmine in 2006. Xana adores her dad, Jeff, but he traveled frequently for work, so Xana and Jazzy were often left on their own. Along with her best friend, Emily Alant, a pretty, feisty blonde from Boise, and a fellow new pie fee, Xana regularly busts out of the house at night and on the weekends, even though they've both been told to stay inside and stay sober. One evening, Maddie introduces Xana to Emily, and Emily to a group of Sigma Chi brothers, and she's surprised and amused to discover the two girls had already met them on an illicit night out. That was pretty cool, actually, Maddie says to Kaylee the next morning. The two are tiring from the enforced restrictions in this life they had wanted so badly. At AFE, I have a worse deal than you do, Kaylee tells Maddie, who is sympathetic. Under the stress of COVID restrictions, Kaylee explained, the bitchiness, for which the house is infamous, is coming to the fore. AFI is turning into a nightmare version of Mean Girls. I hear you, says Maddie. We didn't sign up for this. They began to discuss their options for living off campus. Kaylee finds an apartment in the Whites. Maddie's got her eye on a house right next to it, 1122 King Road. where some older Pythes, like Sophia, her big, and Ashlyn, her best friend in the house, are planning to move. The house sticks up on the hill like a finger. It's got a deck in the back, so it will make a fantastic party place. Even better, Maddie tells Kaylee, it signifies freedom. It's going to be great, she says. Chapter 5. Moscow, Idaho, Valentine's Day, 2021. You forgot your wallet? Maddie asked Jake Schreiger. Maddie is all dressed up, even though it's just breakfast. She's wearing jeans with an oversized beige sweater that falls artfully off her shoulders. It should be obvious to Jake that she's taking this seriously. It's Valentine's Day, she told Kaylee it was a date. She told Xana and Emily it was a date. They're all eager to hear how it goes. And Jake has forgotten his wallet. The guy sits opposite her in this cute downtown Moscow cafe called the Breakfast Club. Is a junior to the Delta Tau Delta fraternity, who's been hotly pursuing her. Pining for her is how some of her friends put it, for over a year. Maddie always has a lot of admirers, though Jake is handsome, nice, fun, and a great water skier. For some reason, she's always kept him at bay. Maddie has to give the guy credit, though. He's never given up. He's stuck around. He's grown on her, and she's thinking of relenting. Now he's stuck her with the bill. Maddie could already hear the girls shrieking with laughter. She knows they'll make fun of her. Sure enough, when she tells them, they'll think it's hilarious. That night, Emily posts a picture of Maddie, all made up. False lashes on and clearly ready to go out on Snapchat. It's cheekily captioned. Didn't even pay for the date. Still, the handsome underclassman succeeds in winning Maddie's affections. Soon after Valentine's Day, Maddie commits to Jake. She stops seeing other guys, and from then on, they're a thing. Just over a year later, on April 27th, she'll post a throwback on Instagram of some of the couple's best times together. Boating in Coeur d'Alene, at the Watershed Music Festival, hanging out in school. Maddie captions the post. 1 year with my best friend. Life is so much sweeter with you in it. I love you lots and lots. Jake will soon be graduating and moving to Boise for a job. Maddie wants to move there too. Get a summer job and be with him. Why? Because Jake, she has decided, is her future. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Moscow, Idaho, Fall 2021. Family breakfast is Kaylee's conscious effort to maintain her bonds with her 4 best friends from AFI: Ava, Zoe, Katie, and Phoebe. Kaylee is cooking in the little kitchen in her off-campus apartment at the Whites. The pan is sizzling as the pancakes she's making turn golden brown. They look and smell delicious. She whips out her phone so she can document the moment with an Instagram post. Helping Kaylee out in the kitchen is her boyfriend since middle school, Jack DeCoeur. Like Maddie, he came to UI mostly because he wanted to be with Kaylee. Jack is living off campus in a house close to Kaylee. With a bunch of his Beta Theta Phi fraternity brothers, he and Kaylee go to games together. They share custody of a golden doodle, Murphy. She even includes Jack in her AFI Instagram posts. He's family. Everyone loves Jack. An Idaho all-state tennis player, he has strawberry blonde hair and freckles. In photos, he bears more than a passing resemblance to the Harry Potter character Ron Weasley, but in real life, he is considerably more handsome. Jack is as quiet and calm as Kaylee is effervescent. He's a rock for Kaylee as long as she wants one. And to be sure, her family and friends have always had the impression that Kaylee decides the tempo and terms of the relationship. Recently, though, there have been some signs of trouble in paradise. Kaylee's been feeling an itch to do things on her own. Not because she wants to part from Jack, but because she likes being independent. Jack, I need 5 hours to get ready, Kaylee will tell him as she sits down at her vanity. That means he needs to go away, and he does. Kaylee has a lot on her mind now, and she's finally won her freedom and is living off campus. She wants to travel, to experience the world, to learn what's out there beyond Coeur d'Alene. And she wants to make money. COVID helped expand her professional network online, and she's made connections at Extreme Networks, an IT firm in Austin, Texas, doing work she's interested in pursuing full time. Her dad and her brother are in IT, so it's in the blood. The job would require a big move, and probably leaving Jack behind. If Jack is serious about her, he might have to play the long game and wait, which is what he's doing now as she flips pancake after pancake and piles them in a stack. Almost ready? Jack asks her. Kaylee pours more batter into the sizzling pan. It'll be a little while. Chapter 7, Moscow, Idaho, August 2021. Tomorrow is bid day, and Ethan Chapin and his brother Hunter have options. In the freshman dorms, Ethan, all 6'4" of him, turns on the shower, stands under the torrent of hot water, and closes the stall door. He wants a moment of privacy. He wants a moment to mull over the choice he's facing. The Chapin triplets grew up in Mount Vernon, Washington, 2 hours north of Seattle, and they seem to have it all. Looks, height, smarts, athletic ability, likability. Ethan is a superb athlete. He played varsity basketball. Hunter was right there with him, but always one step behind, sometimes on the bench. Their blonde sister Maisie played varsity soccer. All 3 of them are first-rate golfers, and all 3 of them are as tight as can be. They've shared rooms and meals since they were born. Before, even. During her pregnancy, Stacy Chapin, their mom, used to joke that Hunter, who was born last, was on top in the penthouse. It's unsaid but understood that whatever choice Ethan makes, Hunter will follow. That's the dynamic of their relationship. Always has been. So Ethan is thinking pretty hard about what his decision will be, knowing it affects them both. The obvious choice is Sigma Chi. Is it Chi or Chi? Sigma Chi? It's the fraternity for athletes who have smarts, and yet he's leaning towards Pi Delta Theta, which is by reputation a dry house, but is also known as the stoner gamer house. Not Ethan's thing, but an older Delt has been persuasive. Over several meetings during Rush, Hunter Johnson, who is doing a master's in athletic training, has made an understated yet confident case for the Pi Delta Theta by demonstrating qualities that Ethan admires in a brother. Wow. Hunter Johnson has his master's. Go Hunter. Ethan gets out of the shower, still lost in a thought. A door bangs open. He looks up. Emerging from the next shower stall is another freshman, Tim DeWolf, a blonde hunk of varsity basketball and soccer player from Odessa, Washington, a small farming community. DeWolf, who is also 6'4", excludes masculinity. "Hey, Tim," Ethan says. "What house you going into?" Tim looks at Ethan like he's stupid. "Duh, Sigma Chi," he says. "It's the natural fit for athletic dudes like him." "Oh," says Ethan. "Well, I was thinking Pi Delta Theta because of Hunter Johnson." Hunter Johnson, Ethan feels, has a unique sort of soulful charm. He's a talented guitar player. He's slender yet athletic, but also goofy. But Tim DeWolf is it. Ethan pauses, then says, "But if you're going to Sigma Chi, then I'm going to Sigma Chi." And with that, the angst is over. The decision is made. Chapter 8, Moscow, Idaho, October 3rd, 2021. The doorbell rings at 1118 King Road. The rectangular house with huge windows, a design that inspired the building's nickname, Shark Tank, sits just off campus. The place might as well be called Party Central, because just a few weeks into the fall semester, its 5 occupants, especially Xana and Emily, have become known for hosting the best and most frequent parties at UI. That Sunday morning, a bunch of freshmen, Sigma Chi brothers, are standing there. summoned to get to know the Shark Tank women by playing a game called Champagne Shackles. "Come on in," says Xana. Her and Emily grin. They got the bottles of bubbly ready. And the zip ties. The rules of the game are simple. The ties go around the wrists of a pair, a man and a woman, who have to stay tied together until their bottle of champagne is finished, even when they go to the restroom. The tall, dark Chapin brothers, Ethan and Hunter, are easy to spot among the crowd of Sig Chi freshmen. One of Xana and Emily's housemates, Josie, a pretty brunette from Boise, immediately called dibs on both of them. Xana cracks up. "Josie, can you even tell them apart?" she asks. Excitement builds as they all whip out their phones to take the most embarrassing photos possible for social media. That's part of the fun of this. It's almost the point. Xana has on an eclectic outfit, a psychedelic sun hat that is a mix of bright pinks, purples, and yellows, a yellow bustier, and black jeans. She's in her element, giggling as Emily photographs her sitting on the toilet, while the guy she's shackled to, Peter, is stuck on the floor by her side. Sitting in the living room, practically immobilized by the ties for hours, Ethan can't help but notice Xana's effortless magnetism. Xana is the one running the music. "DJ Xan," her housemates yell as she changes songs. She's the one in charge of the shambolic wee dancing and making sure everyone has drinks. Xana is the focal point of the party, though she doesn't seem to notice the attention. When the game's over and the day is finally winding down, Ethan asks Xana about herself. He discovers that Xana is just Xana. She has no big plans, no idea what her future is. She's in the present. She makes no apologies for this. She's the most real person he's ever met. He's hooked. In the next few days and weeks, he often finds himself making the few 100-yard trek from Sigma Chi to the Shark Tank. He and Hunter regularly hoist their massive stereo on their broad shoulders and carry it over the lower 40, as the field is called, so DJ Xan can play whatever she wants. In the midst of all the music, the dancing, the talking, he notices that Xana gets some work done by passing her assignment book around and insisting each person take a stab at writing a paragraph. Her spirit is infectious. He's so smitten, he asks Xana to become his big. According to the Esteric fraternity rules, there can be brothers and sisters in different houses, though dating your Greek sibling is considered sort of incestuous. But Xana has never cared about the rules. In early 2022, it becomes unclear as to when Ethan arrives and when Ethan leaves 1118 King Road. Does he actually go home at night? Or does he sleep over in Xana's room? "Anything going on I should know about?" Emily asks Xan one morning. Xana shakes her head. She'll speak only when she's 100% sure what she wants to say. Is Streamlabs going nuts? I'm sorry, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying this. Chapter 9, Boise, Idaho, April 2022. It's nearly midnight when Karen Allant wakes to her ringing phone. The caller ID says it's Xana. Karen's blood runs cold, as any mother's would. Is Xana okay? Is her daughter Emily okay? She picks up panicked. "Mama Karen, guess what?" Xana says casually, as if the late hour were completely irrelevant. "Xana, you scared me to death. Do you know what time it is?" Xana just laughs. Karen relaxes in spite of herself. How distinct and rich and simply full of joy Xana's laugh is. "I want you to be the first to know. I've got a boyfriend." Karen giggles at the needlessness of this conversation. It's been obvious to everyone that Xana and Ethan are on the cusp of something, but she plays the game. How did the talk go? Did you guys sit down and discuss it seriously? Xana spills the details. No, it was easy. We didn't need a big talk. It just happened naturally. Xana is a free spirit. Karen sees the relationship as a sign she's growing up. In fact, all the Shark Tank girls are growing up, forming committed attachments. Emily has begun to date Hunter Johnson. Josie is seeing another Delt, Lyndon Beck. Karen is thrilled that Xana feels able to share this moment with her. She has developed a strong maternal feeling towards this exuberant, effervescent young woman who is so passionate, so resilient, and so unself-pitying, despite a difficult upbringing. Xana doesn't talk much about being grown up without a mother, but the signs of loneliness are there for all to see. Emily could sense that Xana's home life wasn't exactly the most orderly. Sometimes Xana drives over to Pullman, where her older sister Jasmine, Jazzy, is studying marketing at Washington State. Jazzy, petite and pretty, is the sensible one. Xana idolizes her big sister and wants to follow in her footsteps. Jazzy also has nice stuff, so when Xana and Emily visit her in her dorm room, Emily knows she's supposed to chat with Jazzy to distract her, while Xana fetches a shirt or whatever she needs from her sister's closet. In the Pie Fee house, Xana has mismatched bedding, few clothes. Emily teaches Xana how to do her makeup, how to use a curling iron, skills that the other girls learned years ago, but that no one has ever taught Xana. Before their first Christmas break, Emily noticed that Xana was the only one not packing. Xana, she said, where are you going for winter break? Xana shrugged and said she didn't know. Her dad, Jeff, might not be home. She didn't know his new girlfriend. And she didn't much like her room in the basement. That first Christmas, Emily invited her home to Boise to hang with her parents. Matt, an Army veteran, and Karen, a pretty blonde who was a dead ringer for her daughter. At first, the Allants didn't know what to make of this free-spirited young woman their daughter had brought home. But Xana, with her expressive hand movements and her open personality, had a talent for winning people over, making everyone laugh. Now Xana regularly stays with the Allants during breaks. Karen looks forward to their 11 p.m. phone calls. She comes to visit the girls in the Shark Tank and goes out with them sometimes. Karen starts to consider Xana a second daughter. After Xana hangs up with Karen, she finds Emily and gives her the news. You told my mom first, you bitch, Emily says with a laugh, then gives Xana a hug. That's pretty sweet. I didn't realize that Xana had, spent holidays with Emily's family, and that's definitely something new. Chapter 10, Priest Lake, Idaho, summer 2022. It's 4 p.m. and Ethan Chapin is finishing up his shift as a server at the Hills Resort Restaurant, nestled on beautiful Priest Lake up in the Idaho mountains. The sparkling water with its snow-crested surroundings got its name from the Jesuit missionaries who once lived near there. The Chapins have two homes, one in Mount Vernon near Seattle, and a summer house on Priest Lake. His mom came here as a little girl, and he and his family have been coming here all his life. There's nowhere Ethan would rather be. He yells to Hunter, and the two head to his favorite place within his favorite place, the resort's sand volleyball court right on the shore, in front of the resort's bar and restaurant. The community is tight. No one locks their doors. People call one another by their first names. Ethan knocks on the door of Cabin 101, which belongs to the Zlak family. It's a running joke that the Zlaks are uber competitive. Ethan's ideal matchup is the 6 Zlak kids versus everyone else. Whatever the numbers, he finds a way to make a game of it. Once on the volleyball court, he strips off his shirt and takes his position. He and Hunter hit the ball back and forth over the net, while a little crowd, including their parents Jim and Stacy, and this summer, Xana, gathers to watch the magnificent sight of Ethan in full athlete mode. He jumps, he sets, he dives, he spikes. A mythic Greek god in action. Ethan made varsity basketball as a high school freshman, but COVID restrictions deprived him of crucial competitive seasons that would have prepped him to play at the college level. Over the summer, the Chapin triplets worked at Hills Resort, which was full to bursting with people wanting a rural escape. This time together made the trio realize they wanted to attend the same college, and they needed it to be east of the mountains. And they wanted to be involved in Greek life to keep the small family feeling they were used to at home. UI was an easy decision. WSU felt vast when they visited. By comparison, Greek Row at UI felt small. It was like a private school. Their mom, Stacy, a former school principal and a Greek life alum at the University of Puget Sound, was relieved that her children would experience the safety net and type of community that had been such a welcome part of her own college years. Now, as Stacy watches her son leap around the volleyball court, she's filled with pride. UI has been exactly the nurturing place she wanted for them. They're thriving. Her husband, Jim, who believes Stacy's judgment is consistently rock solid, agrees. After the game, Jim, Stacy, Hunter, Maisie, Ethan, and Xana sprint to the boat Jim recently bought to satisfy his kids' love of the water. They turn the music up high, blasting out Morgan Wallen's latest album, and Jim drives the boat while the kids take turn wakeboarding and sipping drinks from the cooler. Ethan and Hunter love boarding so much that early every morning they stuff their work clothes in their backpacks and go out on the water. Coming back with only 5 minutes to spare before their shifts, Jim drops them at the dock and they sprint barefoot to their posts. This summer, Ethan has been inseparable from Xana, who started staying with the Chapins most of the time. Stacy can immediately see that her son is serious about this carefree young woman. The Chapins happily welcome her as one of their own. Changes are ahead for the upcoming fall semester. Xana is moving from the Shark Tank into a rental house on King Road. Stacy and Jim have rented Ethan an apartment in Moscow. The Sigma Chi president told Ethan that frat brothers who are double deficient, that is, with a GPA below 2.75, for 2 consecutive semesters have to live outside the house. Stacy's only concern about her oldest triplet is how far his grades have slipped. Though she suspects Ethan will stay most nights with Xana. She knows that the forced separation from the fraternity brothers will motivate him to raise his grades high enough to return to Sigma Chi House. In the boat, the wind whips up and the sun slowly starts to redden and sink low into the horizon. Jim turns the boat towards the shore. Ethan turns the volume 1 notch higher and they head home, listening to Morgan Wallen's Heartless. If this isn't paradise, Stacy thinks, then what is? Chapter 11. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, July 31st, 2022. The room is spinning, like it often does when Xana has had one too many White Claws, which she had out today on the lake. She falls flat on her face, feels the pain immediately. She looks in the mirror. She's chipped her front tooth. Damn. She turns to Emily. She's upset. And not because it's going to cost money to fix the tooth. I don't want to be this person anymore, she tells her understanding friend. Xana is well aware of her reputation as the free-spirited girl in their core friend group. Xana and Ethan, Emily, Hunter Johnson, Josie, Lyndon, Peter, and Ethan's triplet siblings, Hunter and Maisie. She wants to change that. Xana wants to grow up. She wants to be someone who fits in the world of Ethan and his parents. The Chapin family is fun, easygoing, but as Xana has seen, their life is different from her hard-scrabble existence in her dad's basement. At Priest Lake, the Chapins all play golf on the local course. Xana has never played golf, but the Chapin triplets are really good. They love it. They love all sports. When Xana first joined them on the course, she found that hitting a golf ball was harder than it looked. Out of mockery for their passion, she threw a club, then took a swig of her drink. Everyone laughed. As Karen Allant, Mama Karen, has noticed, Xana is someone who's prepared to make a total fool of herself in public if it will put someone else at ease. But Xana doesn't want to be the butt of everybody's jokes forever. She never thought about the future before, but now she does. She wants to become a person who's taken more seriously. And she wants to grow old with Ethan. Chapter 12, Moscow, Idaho, June 2022. Maddie can hardly believe it when Kaylee walks through the front door of 1122 King Road. She pulled it off. Their freshman bid day, when the friends were first accepted by different sororities, felt like a distant dream. Here they are, in their senior year, finally getting to live together. The timing couldn't be more perfect. Maddie walks to the car and starts helping Kaylee unload boxes and boxes of her stuff. Everyone knows that Kaylee doesn't travel light. She hauls a big bag through the sliding glass doors at the back and into her new room. Everyone also knows which room is Maddie's. She's put the letters of her name in the window, and her signature pink cowboy boots sit on the sill. Maddie's vanity is just behind. When it's dark and her lights are on, anyone walking by can see her putting on her mascara. Maddie took over the King Road lease from the graduating Pi Fees, and she's pulled together a great group. Her family away from family. A perfect year for a transition, which is what it's going to be. Jake graduated and is back home in Boise, but their plan is to make it through this year together, long distance. They speak every night at 8. Maddie has been meticulous about keeping the appointment a source of amusement for her new roommates who are all now moved in. Xana has taken a room on the main level. Of course, Maddie invited Emily too, because Xana and Emily are almost inseparable, as Xana and Ethan. But Emily had already made plans to room with Josie, her childhood friend from Boise, next door to the Whites, the building where her boyfriend Hunter Johnson also rented an apartment. So 1122 King Road. Other two rooms went to two blonde Pi Phi sophomores who finagled away to move out of the sorority house. Dylan Mortensen, who is Emily's little, and Bethany Funk, Maddie's little. Maddie bangs on each of their doors. Xana, Dylan, Bethany, she yells, photo time. They groan, but accept their fate, and the 5 women in their skimpy, summery dresses gather on the King Road deck. Maddie hands Ethan the camera. They pose, squinting in the afternoon sun. Dylan, Xana, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie. Meet the roommates. Maddie captions the photo as she makes the post public, as she always does. She doesn't think of any risks associated with that. Why would you? The more followers you have, the better for your career in marketing. Maddie's life in this moment, here and now, is pretty much perfect and going exactly where she wants it to. Chapter 13. Moscow, Idaho. Emily's dream. The following scene, a reoccurring nightmare, is what Emily later says. After she's lost her friends, before justice has brought closure, she imagines what could have happened that summer. The details of the surroundings change from dream to dream, but the gist of what happens stays the same. It's the only explanation she can come up with, the only one that makes any sense. It haunts her day and night, because the uncertainty of whether it's real or not real will never go away. Maddie wipes down the table and turns to get fresh cutlery to seat the new customers. As jobs go, waitressing at the Mad Greek is a pretty good gig. The 40-seat restaurant with a vegan-friendly menu isn't one of the more popular ones in Moscow. So servers, all college kids, friends, don't get run off their feet. Maddie's grateful for the pay. She can make as much as $80 per shift, which covers her gas and her Ulta card and the trendy clothes she likes so much. And there's the added bonus that the manager asked her to redo the restaurant's website. Maddie continues laying the table. Then she turns and notices him. Unusual looking. Intense, bulging eyes. Thin, almost emaciated. and pale, almost ghost white. He's raising his hand. He wants her attention. She smooths her skirt and walks over with a smile. He orders a vegan pizza to go. He's staring at her intently. Maddie is used to male attention, but this time it feels uncomfortable. I'm Brian, he says. What's your name? Maddie hesitates, then tells him, why wouldn't she? Everyone here knows it. She hands him the check, and as he pays, he asks, would you like to go out sometime? This is an easy one, Maddie thinks. The idea of going out with this strange-looking guy is surreal. He doesn't even know it took Jake, her boyfriend, 2 whole years to become her boyfriend. Maddie is anything but easy, even for the guys she likes. And she doesn't know or like this one. She flicks her hair. No, she says. She smiles, laughs a bit. It's a nervous habit she has, especially with guys she turns down. She doesn't mean anything rude by it. But this guy looks at her strangely, like he doesn't believe what he's hearing. He gets up, slowly staring at her, and walks out. Maddie shakes her head and goes about her business. She doesn't give the guy another thought. She doesn't see him walk to his car, a white Hyundai Elantra, sit in the driver's seat, and type her name into his phone. Her Instagram, with the photos of her past and present, is there for all to see. Maddie in a bikini, Maddie with her roommates, Maddie and her friends posing in skimpy clothes for a fit check before a night out. Maddie, Maddie, Maddie. He looks, he presses like once, twice, 3 times, and he looks and likes some more. So let's talk about that for a minute. You got to remember that everybody's under a gag order. So whether or not this was actually a dream will it'll be yet to be told. I think that's the only way that they can tell the story because of the gag order. And yes, I do think it happened. I absolutely do think something similar at least happened. But for now, we'll go with a dream. Because that's what the book says. Chapter 14, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, September 2022. Kaylee stares at the guy on the couch incredulously. Oh, this is about the date. This is about Kaylee's date where she got called a bitch. So we go from the encounter at the Mad Greek. And now we're going to the date that Kaylee went on. Here we go. Kaylee stares at the guy on the couch incredulously. Did he really just say that? Bitch, go make me a quesadilla. Wow. She wishes she weren't at his house on this awful date. She wishes that she hadn't broke up with Sweet Jack. Maybe she'd been too hasty. Kaylee has erased him from nearly all her social media posts. Normal protocol when couples break up. But now she's wondering if Jack might be the nicest guy on the planet. And if most other guys are assholes like this, one in front of her. Jack would have never used the B word. She'll later tell her older sister Olivia, never. He couldn't even be mean or distant after she broke up with him. If he felt any pain or animosity, he didn't show it. He's just kind, sweet, gentle. He still swings by the King Roadhouse every few days to pick up Murphy, their golden doodle. She texts him about Murphy, telling him she's coming over with the dog. Or she needs him to come get their pet. But she's never sure if she's reaching out for Murphy or for herself. The truth of it is, Kaylee still loves Jack. She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't even want to part from him. She just wanted a chance to discover herself, to break ties before leaving for a new town in a new state. Kaylee's internship with Extreme Networks, the IT company in Austin, has turned into a full-time job that she now squeezes around her classes. In January, she's headed to Texas to work there on site. She's rightfully proud of her role as a channel manager, which means she comes in after the IT equipment has been sold to a business and explains to the customer how best to use it. She's particularly proud of a winning pitch she made to Coffee Box about where to install Wi-Fi in their stores so customers can easily order on their phones while standing in line. She made a 10-minute video, and despite her lack of experience, the video was singled out by her bosses and sent company-wide. Kaylee keeps impressing me, Paul Seamack, the head of sales for Americas, emailed his executive team, and he included a link to the video presentation Kaylee had made and worked her ass off to get right. Good for her. Every morning this summer, she had a preparatory remote session with Olivia, a project manager who lives in LA and buys real estate with an eye to renting properties out on Airbnb. Olivia is wicked smart, and she's talented with tech. And after Kaylee goes back and forth with Olivia, she checks the lingo with her dad, Steve, whose entire career has been in IT support. So now she looks at the jerk in front of her, who just called her a bitch and told her to make him a quesadilla. No one pushes Kaylee around like that, especially not a guy in a state she's leaving. Kaylee is an independent woman. She makes good money from Extreme and from her tips at La Casa Lopez, a Mexican joint in Moscow. And she spends her own money, $300 a week, on the gym and meal plans. She knows she's looking her best right now. Kaylee doesn't like this guy. She doesn't need any guy, except maybe Jack. Who's she going to phone when she gets home? She's going to phone Olivia, too, and tell her that. She looks at this dude one more time. What a prick. You can make your own quesadillas. She gets up, she grabs her purse, and she walks out. On the drive home, she looks forward to the weekend back on campus and reenacting this scene for her new roommates. She can already see Xana roaring with laughter and Maddie, Riley, throwing her hands up in the air. Yes, she thinks they will have plenty to say about it when she tells them. Kaylee, they'll cry, pretending to be exasperated. Why is there always so much drama around you? Chapter 15, Moscow, Idaho, September 1st, 2022. Xana is waiting in her dark blue Honda for Karen, Emily's mom, at the little airstrip that is the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. She's excited. She wants to show off her progress to the woman she considers the mom she never had. It's just a 10-minute trip to Xana's new place. Xana shows Karen her room on the main level of 1122 King Road. Karen admires the bedding, which now matches. Xana said she saved money this summer and opened a bank account, something Emily joked she'd never do. At Maddie's suggestion, she joined the staff at the Mad Greek and makes $80 or so a shift. She shows Karen the wall mirror she bought with some of her earnings. Karen is proud of Xana, who is beaming. She tells Karen she loves their new roomies. But it's a bittersweet moment because for the first time in 3 years, Emily is living separately from Xana. Albeit not too far away, just across the street from where Emily is rooming with Josie at the Whites. Xana still sees Emily every day, and Karen heads over there now. Later that evening, Xana and Ethan drop by Emily's apartment, as they always do after a long day, to decompress and gossip. Karen is in her PJs. She recalled, Ethan sits down on the corner of Emily's sectional couch, and instead of sitting on the couch, Xana sits on top of him. She snuggles. She's happy. And she's telling us all about her day and what they did. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and who said this, everything. Karen couldn't look away from the comic visual of the effervescent, Woman sitting on top of her patient boyfriend. It was like a sketch out of Saturday Night Live. Karen said, finally, he says, geez, woman, stop wiggling. And she just throws her head back and laughs like she normally does. And just goes on. Doesn't even miss the beat. It doesn't faze her at all. She just keeps wiggling and talking. She laughs at him, and he laughs back. And he just continues to let her sit there, wiggle all over him, even though he's so uncomfortable, obviously. But he's so patient with her, and he adores her. The bottom line was clear. Not just to Karen, but to Emily, Hunter Johnson, Josie, and Lyndon, all of whom were assembled in the room that night. Ethan would rather have Xana wiggling on his lap than be sitting anywhere else. Chapter 16, Moscow, Idaho, October 27, 2022. After the roommates have a rare dinner at home together, Kaylee brings them into the living room. It's time, says Kaylee, to memorialize our group and our house on TikTok. Their house on 1122 King Road has become, on their watch, a UI fixture. It might not surpass the Sharp Tank's legendary reputation as a party house, but it's still a place where people want to come, relax, have a drink, usually a shot offered by Xana and Ethan, and kick back. The view through the sliding doors is perfect for stargazing. You can stare at the trees and down the winding road for an ever-present reminder that there's another world, called reality, beyond their college bubble. In just a few weeks, Kaylee will graduate and leave to begin her new journey in the real world. In anticipation of Thanksgiving, when Olivia will be back, she's spending most of her time in Rathdrum and taking many of her classes remotely. They come up with a commemorative screenplay, their roommates pretending to be each other. It's like charades, with clues drawn from inventing scenes that highlight each friend's character. Ready? Go, says Kaylee. First up is Maddie, pretending to be Kaylee. She stops up the stairs and complains of a dank smell. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. She pretends to chastise the dog for pooping indoors. Next is Xana, pretending to be Dylan. She comes out of her room, backpack on, flustered. Fuck! It's 9:10. Guys, can anyone drive me to class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I was supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. Next, Kaylee pretends to be Xana. She obviously grabs a broom and starts to sweep frantically. Did anyone do the chores today? She doesn't wait to get an answer. Ugh, I'm just going to do it. Next up is Bethany, pretending to be Maddie. Shit, you guys, it's 8. Gotta go, Jake's calling. She stands up from the couch where they're all sitting and heads for the door, repeating, Jake's calling. Next up is Josie, standing in for Dylan, pretending to be Bethany. She looks at a photo of herself and grimaces. Oh my God, you look horrid. Xana is now Dylan, and she cuddles up to Murphy before realizing the dog smells rank. Oh my God, Murphy, you are so cute. And then putting the dog down, she explains, oh my God, you've got to get out of here. You've seriously got to get out of here. Now Bethany is Kaylee. She reads a text in front of the group. Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but seriously, what would you do in my situation? Now Maddie is Xana, headed downstairs. I've got to go do a test, she says. I've failed 2 of them already. And now Maddie is Bethany. Is anyone doing a wine night? Let's just do a wine night. Dylan being Xana. Dude, is it okay if I throw a party? Just 3 or 4 people, at most. They do several takes and several edits before declaring themselves happy with the video that Kaylee then posts. Whatever happens in the future, she'll always have this to hold on to. This picture of this house and the 5 of them in it. Chapter 17, Moscow, Idaho, November 5th, 2022. The week after the Chapin triplets celebrate their 20th birthdays, it's family weekend at the University of Idaho. Stacy and Jim Chapin are in Moscow buying their kids mimosas for breakfast. The 3 are still as close as they were growing up. Xana is excited for them to meet her dad, Jeff, who lives in Arizona, but is putting in an appearance. Stacy can see how happy Ethan is with Xana. Stacy can also see the signs that their kids are becoming independent adults. When the weekend is over, as Stacy and Jim drive away from campus, Stacy shares a realization with her husband. The Chapin triplets are maturing into giving, thoughtful people, and it's clear that they're almost ready to lead their own lives. For parents, this is a milestone, a bittersweet turning point that all parents hope and dread they'll face. Our job is done, Stacy exclaims. Then she says it out loud. Our job is done. She and Jim look at each other. They grin. They high-five in the car. Our job is done. Chapter 18. Moscow, Idaho, Friday, November 11th, 2022. The residents of 1122 King Road start pre-gaming at around noon for the Pi Phi formal. Hold on. Thank you guys for being here. If you guys haven't hit the like button, please do. We are reading The Idaho 4, An American Tragedy by James Patterson and Vicki Ward. And I hope you guys are enjoying it. The residents of 1122 King Road start pre-gaming at around noon for the Pi Phi formal. They have no intention of going to the official formal. That would entail a bus ride and staying sober beforehand in the sorority house. The older girls who officially left Pi Phi the year before wouldn't even be allowed in. The youngest two, Dylan and Bethany, prematurely left the house to live off campus and are loyal to Maddie, Xana, and Emily, so they won't receive a warm welcome. It's picture time. They use a white shower curtain as a high-contrast backdrop for their LBDs, little black dresses. Though Xana, who likes to be different, has donned a little red dress. Maddie poses for a photo with Dylan. Then Kaylee poses with Dylan. They post both photos on Instagram. The usual gang comes over. Emily, Josie, the Chapin brothers, Peter Linden, Maisie pops in, but not Hunter Johnson. He's working over at the high school. Drinks are poured. More pictures are taken. 6:00 p.m. They're all feeling particularly festive because tomorrow is game day. The UI football team is playing UC Davis. Out on the back deck, Maddie films a video of the Chapin brothers, Emily and Xana, shotgunning their drinks. She closes with a cameo of herself pretending to look ladylike and shocked. It's funny. The group is well on their way to getting drunk. Though the Vandals hardly ever win, game days in Moscow are local celebrations regardless of the score. Everyone flocks to the Kibbe Dome. Everyone. Chief Fry is always there. So is the mayor, Art Betke. Parents with camper trailers host tailgating parties for the kids in the stadium parking lot. Tomorrow's weather forecast is bad, and the group has no access to a trailer tailgate. So the 1122 King Road roommates plan to party on campus instead of outside the stadium. Nonetheless, it's going to be fun. They take another swig of their drinks. Cheers to that. Saturday, November 12th, 2022, 8:00 a.m. Emily wakes up early and gets to the Dome by 8:30. She works part-time assisting UI football recruiting, which means she helps set up the stadium so that coaches can meet with visiting parents and official and unofficial recruits. She's annoyed to be separated from her friends. She keeps getting updates on their activities and group chats. Xana is rallying the troops on campus. 11:30 a.m. Xana summons people urgently to King Road. Get over here, she texts Josie a dozen times. Xana puts her hair in 2 braids because Emily's not there to help her style it, and her roommates are busy getting ready. Everyone at UI know it's essential to look good on game day. The 1122 King Road roommates take their time getting ready. They stick to tradition and drink champagne while they apply their makeup. Sexy casual is the unwritten dress code. By noon, everyone's gathered in the King Road house. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, Hunter, Hunter Chapin, Josie, Lyndon, Peter. 1 p.m., they move the party over to the Whites, where Emily and Josie's rooms are, and where the Afees have an apartment. 2 o'clock. Xana tugs on Ethan's hand and tells him to come outside. Obviously, the residents of 1122 want a roommate photo. They ask Hunter Johnson to take it. First, they arrange themselves for an all-girl photograph. Kaylee removes her Idaho sweatshirt for a sexier bare midriff look. Coquettishly, she kicks her left foot behind her. The members of the group look at her. Dylan, who has her back towards the wall of the Whites, is on the other side. The others, Bethany, Maddie, Xana, hug sideways, lined up tightly. Hunter clicks away 15 times. Higher? Lower? He asks. Kaylee checks, finds the decent one, and posts it to her Instagram. Now they need Hunter to take a photo with Ethan in it. The girls joke that the picture is incomplete without their honorary roommate. Landscape or vertical? Hunter Johnson asks. The answer is easy. Vertical. Kaylee, now in her sweatshirt, squats down so Maddie can climb on her shoulders. They can fit better in the frame this way, next to gentle giant Ethan. Dylan is on the left, Bethany on the right, between them. Kaylee with Maddie raised high, and Ethan, who as usual has his arm around Xana. Hunter takes 15 shots on Kaylee's phone, hands it back to her. She texts her favorite to the group. Emily smiles when she sees it. She misses her friends already. She and Xana have hardly spent a day apart in 2 years. Kaylee forwards the photo to her mom, Christy, and to Karen Laramie, Maddie's mom. 3 p.m., the group returns to the Afee apartment, where Hunter Johnson, Ethan, and Xana are watching Auburn versus Alabama. Hunter Johnson tells Xana and Ethan his sad news. He'll be leaving them at the end of the semester. As a part of his graduate degree, he needs to intern in either Boise or Post Falls. But you'll come visit? Xana asks. Bummer, says Ethan. He tells Hunter to not think of it as a goodbye, but as a temporary separation. 4 p.m. Maybe because he's distracted, Hunter Johnson puts his phone down and forgets about it. Maddie and Dylan eye it and decide to have some fun. They pose up a storm and take dozens of selfies, imagining Hunter's surprise when he discovers them an hour or two later. 4:30. You want to come with me to the game? Hunter Johnson asks Ethan and Xana. He's going to meet Emily and bring her home when the game is over. Ethan pretends to be distressed. No one cares about the game, only the tailgating. I can't, he says, fake crying. I've got my sister's formal in a couple hours. Asshole, says Hunter Johnson good-naturedly. He walks out of the room, having no clue it's the last time he'll see Ethan alive. 7 p.m. It's Theta's formal at the local brewery. Maisie is taking Ethan. Hunter Chapin is going with Maisie's roommate. Stacy, their mom, is so happy the triplets are all together for Maisie's formal. She asks them to send lots of photos. She wants a full recounting of the evening. 9 p.m. Once the formal is over, Maisie's brothers try to persuade her to keep partying with them. But Maisie's tired. She asks her brothers to drop her off at the sorority house. Jim Chapin has told his sons they always need to see Maisie home safely. The job comes with a perk. The Theta fridge normally has some pretty good sandwiches in it, and the boys get to help themselves before continuing their Saturday night. 9:30 p.m. The Chapin brothers go to the Sigma Chi fraternity house on Nez Pierce Drive, across a field from 1122 King Road. Xana is there already. So now we're going to start getting a recount of that night. We've got Xana already at the house partying while they're at the formal, probably waiting for them to get back. You know, guys, give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. Sorry about that. I just had to do something really quick. Okay. Where were we? 10 o'clock p.m. The fraternity party is in full swing. Ethan wants his friends to enjoy it with him. Where are you? Ethan texts Hunter Johnson and Emily. Emily's in bed asleep. Comfortable leaving her. Most unusually for a Saturday night, Josie and Lyndon are also home, asleep, at the Whites, in Josie's bedroom next to Emily's. It's been a hard 24 hours of partying. 11 p.m., Ethan thinks about who else of his group is missing from the Sigma Chi party. His sister. You are so lame, he texts her. He hates being separated from her. Maisie doesn't see the text till the next day, when it's too late. Sunday, November 13th, 2022. 12 o'clock a.m. In downtown Moscow, Kaylee and Maddie are together, jammed inside the Corner Club, a popular bar the size of a 3-car garage. The Corner Club is always packed, but on a game day, it's heaving. It might be a windowless box, but it's Moscow's windowless box. This is a small college town where people look out for one another. Mark Trivelpiece, the club's owner, keeps a careful eye on the customers. He's been in business too long to make rookie mistakes. Underage students like Dylan and Bethany won't pass the Moscow cops' strict protocols about IDs. Team of kids from Greek life work the bar, discreetly watching for anyone who's getting sloppy or might need help getting home. One of them is Adam Lauda, friend, fraternity brother, and roommate of Kaylee's ex, Jack. 1:20 a.m. The best friends have had enough. They're tired and hungry, and more than a little inebriated. I told Adam everything, Maddie says of Kaylee's quandary with Jack. Kaylee throws up her hands, concerned that Maddie had overshared with Adam, the guy behind the bar. The friends swerve as they make the 8-minute walk to Main Street, where the grub truck is always parked. Food. They need food. 1:30 a.m. At the grub truck, Kaylee orders a carbonara mac and cheese for her and Maddie to share. They know the guy in the hoodie who's standing behind them, Jack Showalter. He's an occasional visitor to King Road. He's a good guy, they think. The girls flirt a little with him. Kaylee asks if he's interested in going to another party somewhere, but he's tired. Speaking of, so are they. It's been a long day. They need a ride home. Kaylee texts a designated sober driver. 1:50 a.m. Hunter Johnson texts Ethan to see if he's still at the Sigma Chi party. Emily is still asleep. 1:56 a.m. Kaylee and Maddie head back home to King Road. They chat in the living room. Dylan is in her room, wasted. Bethany is in her room, asleep. 2 o'clock a.m. Ethan responds to Hunter Johnson that he and Xana are still at Sig Chi. Approximately 2:15, Xana and Ethan return home. 2:15 a.m. Kaylee and Maddie chat on the couch a little longer and then go upstairs and collapse on Maddie's bed. Murphy, Kaylee's golden doodle, is in Kaylee's room. Kaylee often leaves him there when she's out. For the umpteenth time, Kaylee tells her friend she's unsure what to do about her ex, Jack. They start texting him. He lives only 3 doors down. Kaylee misses him. She wants him to come over. 2:26 a.m. Kaylee phones Jack. He's asleep and doesn't hear her call. She calls a second time. a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. 2:44 a.m., Kaylee calls Jack a sixth time. Then Maddie phones him 3 more times. He slept through all of them, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. God, can you imagine if he actually would have came over? What would have happened if Jack DeCour came over and was sleeping in Kaylee's room with her? Maddie would have been alone. 2:52 a.m. Kaylee tries Jack one last time. 3 o'clock a.m. Emily wakes up at the Whites. So too do Josie and Lyndon. Josie realizes she left her phone in the car. Wow. So at 3 o'clock a.m., Josie goes outside to get her phone out of the car. And what was the first round that Brian Koberger took driving through? What time was that? She goes out to get it. It's foggy out, she thinks. It's dark and quiet. When she comes back, Hunter Johnson gets up and locks the door to the apartment. He doesn't know why. He's never done that before. He and Emily go to sleep. No one thinks to text Ethan or Xana. They assume everyone is asleep. In fact, Xana is awake and scrolling on TikTok. She orders DoorDash from the Jack in the Box in Pullman, the only place open at that hour. 4 o'clock a.m., Xana's food arrives. It ought to be the extraordinary end of an extraordinary game day. Except for Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, it isn't. 4:17 a.m., Dylan is in her bed, drifting in and out of a fitful post-game day sleep. The walls of her bedroom are so paper thin that earlier Dylan could hear almost everything Maddie and Kaylee and Ethan and Xana were saying as they chatted on the couch in the living room. Next thing she hears is the familiar stomping as they go up the stairs. She can dimly hear music from one of their bedrooms. But then everything turns surreal. Not sure whether she's dreaming or awake. She thinks she hears someone frantically say, "There's someone here." Huh? That doesn't seem right. And yet it also does, because so many people come in and out of 1122 King Road. She gets up and opens her door a crack. Nothing. Dylan goes back to bed, but then she hears someone crying. Is it Xana? She gets up again and hears her door opens her door a fraction of an inch. She hears a male voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." There's a thud, and Murphy starts to bark. Dylan shuts her door again. Is she going crazy? Now there's silence again. She opens the door a third time. That's when she sees the firefighter, or at least bleary-eyed, that's what she thinks she's seeing. He's got bushy eyebrows. He's wearing a mask. He's holding a firefighting object. A bit like a vacuum. They make eye contact for a split second. What would he have that's like a vacuum? What would he be carrying around? She shuts her door and looks around for her taser. The battery is dead. Bethany? She tries calling her friend downstairs. Nothing. But then, thank God, Bethany phones her back. Dylan tells her she thinks she saw someone in black, masked. Their call lasts less than a minute. Dylan then calls Xana. No reply. She calls Kaylee. Nothing. She calls Bethany again. They speak for 41 seconds. Dylan is breathing heavily. She's terrified, Has she gone crazy? Is she hallucinating? Then Bethany phones Xana. She also gets no answer. Dylan tries Maddie. Nothing. Bethany phones Ethan. Nothing. At 4:22, Dylan texts Bethany the tragic obvious. No one is answering. And then, I'm really confused right now. She texts Kaylee again. Kaylee, what's going on? There is still no reply. On the lower level, Bethany switches to Snap. And then back again to text. She texts Dylan, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Then, Xana was wearing all black. It's a question, not a statement. Dylan replies to Bethany's text to the former. I'm freaking out right now. And the latter. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Bethany writes back, shut the fuck up, actually. Dylan's fingers trip on the keys as she types. Like he had something over his forehead and little in mouth. There's no time to fix typos. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany, so am I. Dylan, phone is gonna die. Fuck. Bethany tells her, come to my room. Run, down here. It's 4:24 a.m. Can Dylan run? Is it safe? Dylan tries Ethan's cell once more. She and Bethany have another quick exchange. At 4:27 a.m., she tries Kaylee again. Then Xana. Still nothing. Dylan makes the decision to run. She sprints to Bethany's room. The two friends cling to each other. They keep trying to reach the roommates. Bethany tries Maddie twice. Then Kaylee twice. Dylan texts Kaylee. Bethany goes on Snap and Instagram looking for clues. Nothing, nothing, nothing. It's 4:37 a.m., exhausted and terrified. The two girls pass out. Neither of them falls into a deep slumber. Bethany wakes at 7:30 and calls her parents, telling them both of the strange events the night before. Maybe, she tells herself, Dylan just had a very bad dream. Dylan comes to around 8 a.m. and also tells herself she had a very bad dream after drinking too much. She immerses herself on Instagram for a couple hours. The house seems quiet, calm. She agrees with Bethany. She must have hallucinated the whole thing. Around 10:23 a.m., when it should be time for others to start waking, Dylan texts Maddie, are you up? There's no reply, but that's not abnormal. Dylan dozes off again. Over an hour later, she rouses and also texts Kaylee, are you up? Nothing. Now she's starting to panic again. Was it all not a dream? At 11:49 a.m., Dylan calls her classmate and Pi Phi sister Jenna McClure and asks her to come over. Then she phones her big, Emily, who is at her apartment having breakfast with Josie, Hunter Johnson, and Lyndon. Can you come over? Dylan asks. Something weird happened last night. I don't really know if I was dreaming it or not, but I think there was a man here and I'm really scared. Can you come check out the house? I texted Xana and the others, but no one's answering. I'm in the basement with Bethany. Emily laughs. Dylan can get really, really drunk. This is not the first time she's heard a story like this from her little. Ha ha, should I bring my pepper spray? She asks. Emily laughs. Emily gets up and goes looking for a sweatshirt. And when she comes back, she sees Hunter has already left for the apartment. So Hunter left first, and then Emily was behind. Where was I? Dang it. Okay, Emily gets up and goes looking for a sweatshirt. Hunter's already left. Hunter makes his way up the steps into the house. He heads up the stairs and sees Xana's bedroom door slightly ajar. Unusual. He opens it. Oh, God. He sees her lying inert, as if she's fallen backward on the floor, face up. Wow. So she literally just fell backwards and was face up when he went in there. There is blood everywhere. He takes in Ethan on the bed behind her, facing towards the wall. So Ethan was facing the wall in the bed. Hunter's heart is about to explode. He doesn't go any further in the house. He turns around, goes downstairs, and says calmly as he can to Dylan and Bethany, call 911 and stay outside. Wow, so he went in, came out, and then he's going back in now. He takes a breath, goes back up the stairs, and heads to the kitchen. I bet you that was his van's shoe print, you think? In front of Dylan's door. He goes back up the stairs and heads to the kitchen across the hall from Xana's room. He opens a drawer and takes out a kitchen knife. He's terrified. He's about to re-enter Xana's room when he hears someone coming up the stairs. It's Emily. He stops her. Emily, I don't think Xana's going to wake up. He tells his girlfriend as softly as he can. She doesn't understand, but something in his impression chills her, and she stands still, rooted to the spot. I'm going in to take their pulses, he says, knowing that it's already too late. But he goes in anyway. And after he's done that, he checks the closets for any sign of the murderer. There is none. Emily has gone downstairs. He follows and waits for the cops in the living room. Hunter says nothing to Emily or to the others who are outside. He's trying to protect those innocents from both the sight and the reality. But he already knows the horrific truth. Xana and Ethan are dead. Hunter doesn't know if Kaylee and Maddie are even in the house, but he fears the worst. The devil has been at 1122 King Road, and he has no idea why. Now we're on to part 2, Inception. How long have we been going? 2 hours? Do you think we should still go? Keep going? Or do you want to... I think we should keep going. We're on chapter 19. Hold, please. Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, we can't find the key fob. We're like pulling a T-Rev over here. We have lost the key fob. Not we. Someone lost the key fob. I'm not stopping. Okay, chapter 19. Salesburg, Pennsylvania. Now we're going to Pennsylvania. 3 teenage boys are racing through the trees, pretending they're Marines. This is the Poconos. Racing around in the woods with knives or guns is normal here. In these dense woods, the kids can play paintball all day and airsoft, and they can hunt critters. And they can lose one another for hours on end. 2 of the boys don't notice exactly where the third boy is. A tall kid with bulging eyes positions himself. They don't see if he's close to the house or even inside it. The house is invisible from the road. Its owner, Mark Bayless, a former Navy SEAL, who was the father of one of the boys, bought it for precisely that reason. He liked its remoteness, that it was surrounded by woods. Mark is a skilled hunter of animals, but also of men. But even though he's a Special Forces veteran with skills and experience, he cannot catch the person who is repeatedly stealing his knives his coins, his prescription pills, his girlfriend's jewelry. It maddens him. So we've got Mark Bayless, who is Brian Koberger's friend's dad. And he's got shit missing. He keeps calling the cops, but they're worse than useless. They show up, file a report, do nothing. So Bayless stays frustrated. Could the thief be one of the veterans he houses nearby as part of the charity he founded? That's a bad feeling. He doesn't put it together until years later that the thief must have been one of his son's friends. He doesn't see it in the moment, but he's sure later how it happened. The first time, he believes, the tall, pale kid who weirded him out waited for the others to run off into the trees, then forced the lock and entered the garage where Mark kept his collection of army knives and took one. We're now back in PA. This is Pennsylvania, 2013. You don't hold account. On the next visit, Mark thinks he took another. One by one, they vanished. Next, it was Bayless's coin collection, worth $25,000. Wow. Bayless talks to his son Jack and his nephew Brandon about the thefts. He says he's going to catch the thief if they try it again. Shoot him. Jack tells the third kid, whose name is Brian, that his dad is pissed. Brian tells Jack he reveres his father. That's what he says, or at least he puts in a text. But what he does, or what Mark thinks he does, smacks of something different than straight-up hero worship. Someone starts to stalk Mark Bayless. The stalker hides in those trees. Camouflage, munching on Reese's peanut butter cups, dropping the wrappers on the ground, waiting for Mark to leave on one of his orange motorbikes or in his pickup truck. The stalker forces the door open with a knife and heads for the bathroom, where Bayless keeps old prescription drugs. Wow. And the thief can guess where he'd keep jewelry in the bedroom. One time the thief is up in the bedroom and hears wheels in the driveway. Bayless is back. Later, much later, Bayless put the scene together in his head. He comes to believe that Brian, knowing he has the element of surprise on his side, hides, waits for the veteran to walk toward the back of the house, then sprints out the front door into the woods he knows will protect him. Through the trees and onto the road. Safe for now. Chapter 20. Broadheadsville, Pennsylvania, fall 2012. When the tall, thin man and the fat teenage boy entering his boxing gym near Big Cheese Pizza off Route 209, Jesse Harris thinks this is a familiar sight. Anxious parent bringing in a troubled child. The former pro boxer opened this gym for precisely this reason. He thinks of himself as having a dual role: physical fitness guru and mental fitness guru. Jesse set up the gym to offer local people who've given up, teens mostly, hope, purpose. Anyone who's failed in life can make it in Jesse's gym. Boys looking for brotherhood, girls looking for sisterhood or to learn self-defense, anyone who's prepared to work, to train. Jesse is proud of his results. There are regular stories in the Pocono Record about the correlation between the work done in his gym and the reduction of crime in the area. Years after they've trained with him, people stop him in the street or wave him down in his car to express their appreciation. It makes Jesse feel great. Jesse was going to testify. Jesse is proud of his results. Wait, I already read that. Sorry. Today, the lumbering kid who barely makes eye contact lets his dad do the talking. The man introduces himself as Michael Koberger and says with forced brightness, "This is my son, Brian." He says Brian wants to lose weight. He's changing his habits, his life. He's going to start a vegan diet, but he needs to build muscle, speed up his metabolism. The father's clearly a nice guy, Jesse notes, but a talker, hardly pausing to breathe. He tells Jesse he's got his own HVAC business, works in the Pleasant Valley School District. He glances around the gym and tells Jesse he'd happy to help with maintenance issues for free. Fix a refrigerator, that sort of thing. Jesse says he can help Brian, as long as Brian is prepared to help himself. He tells Brian, whose eyes stay glued to the floor, that he can use the gym daily for as long as he wants. The other guys in the gym look at the fat kid and roll their eyes. They've given up on him already. He'll never fit in, they're thinking. Jesse wonders if they're right. He, too, isn't sure about this kid. But the next day, right after school, the kid appears, swinging his backpack off his shoulders. The gym is in easy walking distance to the high school, but his dad drops him off. Jesse's regulars ignore the kid as he gets to work. No one else in the room is anywhere near that size. He must be more than 100 pounds overweight. Jesse shows Brian the gloves, and they do basic pad work. Jesse stands on one side of the face-size ring. Jesse stands on one side of a face-size ring hanging from the ceiling, and Brian stands on the other. Pow, pow, left, right. Through his bulging eyes, can't seem to stop moving. The kid looks focused. His considerable body weight goes into the punch. Jab, jab, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. Jesse can tell that the kid likes the rhythm of punching. They all do. That's why boxing is better than therapy, Jesse thinks. This kid is surprising. He's back the next day. Jesse shows him the power pad. The kid stands on it and pulls the bands up his sides. If he keeps at it, Jesse tells him, he'll be able to pull the bands over his head. And the kid comes back again and again. Every day the dad drops him off, coming in to chat with Jesse if the coach has the time. He mentions that Brian's had trouble in school. He's been bullied. Doesn't like their new house. His friend Jeremy was a bad influence, and they've had to separate them. Jesse notes that as the days pass, that Brian is getting leaner, more focused. He spends 2 to 3 hours at a time in the gym. It's almost as if he's got nothing else to do, Jesse thinks. He probably doesn't. Now, when the dad comes in, he tells Jesse he's proud of his kid. Jesse tells him he's proud of Brian, too. The kid's no bother, not to Jesse or anyone else. Keeps to himself, works out, then leaves. The regulars start to acknowledge him. Hey, Brian. He's one of them, for now. Chapter 21. Effort, Pennsylvania, April 2013. Casey Arntz is playing a video game, The Sims, on a Friday night when she gets a text from Brian Koberger. She smiles because she likes Brian. That's a bit of a controversial stance in her friend group. Brian has had his up and downs with her younger brother Tom, who says Brian likes to get physical for no reason. One of Tom's friends, Brandon Andriola, says Brian has a temper. There's also the fact that Brian hangs out with Jeremy Saba, who Casey thinks is a dick. And Saba is known to be a junkie these days. But she likes Brian. He may not say much, but Brian has always been sweet to her. He's salacious in his texts. He always asks her how she is. Most recently, been asking about her work at the glitter manufacturer in New Jersey and about her career plans. She wants to go into interior design after college. Casey knows Brian's plans. He graduated high school early in March and wants to go to college, maybe East Stroudsburg University in the fall, to study criminal justice. Tonight, though, he's texting Casey because he needs a favor. He tells her that his car broke down, and he has to get to his cousin's house near Luna Rosa, a restaurant in Broadheadsville that's a 20-minute drive up Route 209. He doesn't say why. Casey says fine. She's happy to help Brian. She feels sorry for him that he's stuck all the way up in Indian Mountain Lake in that weird gated community. It's a full mile from his new home to the security guard's booth. So she gets in her car and she drives the 3 miles up the mountain to meet Brian, who's waiting for her outside the security gate. She drives him to Luna Rosa. He pops in and out of the restaurant and then asks if she can swing by CVS because he needs to buy needles for his aunt, who is a diabetic. Casey thinks that's a bit weird, shady actually, but hard to argue with such an apparent compassion. She gives him the benefit of the doubt. When he's inside CVS, she thinks fondly of the times they've joshed together. Like when they used to play the game of things with Tom and Brandon, a party game, where players guess who wrote the anonymous answer to prompts like things you shouldn't say to your mom. She misses those happy times. A few days later, he remembers to text her happy birthday. She thanks him, as she always does. But when she next sees Brandon, he tells her it's common knowledge that Brian gets heroin at Luna Rosa. That's why he needed Casey to give him a ride there and back, and why he stopped to get needles at CVS. Casey feels sick. She realized that she most likely was carrying heroin in her car. Had she been pulled over, she could have been arrested. Now Casey is mad. I should have added up beforehand, but I thought I was doing something nice for someone. So thank you. If you would have gotten caught, I would have gotten in trouble for just driving around and not knowing why. Needles for your aunt? Wow. Real great story. Bye. A full day later, at 8:33 p.m., he responds, I'm in rehab. I know that, Casey writes back. She receives no reply. But as the weeks turn into months, she forgives Brian. How could she not? He's back from rehab, and so patently lonely. He texts her repeatedly to ask if her parents will let them hang out. And when she doesn't respond, his texts become sadder and less frequent. In early 2014, Brian tells her to be proud that she's making something of her life. I am not. Ha ha, he writes. Casey wishes that she could be nicer to him, that they all could be nicer to him. He seems to be struggling. On March 27th, 2014, nearly a year later after the car ride to Luna Rosa, he sends a text. You know I love you guys. Always will, if we stop talking one day. What is Brian talking about? What does it mean? Chapter 22. Indian Mountain Lake, Pennsylvania, 2014. Michael Koberger doesn't want to make the call he's about to. But he has no choice. His own son is a threat to the family. None of it has worked. Not the boxing, not the diet, not the trips to the gun range, or the move away from Jeremy Saba, Brian's childhood friend who has gotten into heroin too. Not even a stint in rehab. Brian can't stop using, which means he can't stop stealing. Now he's taken Melissa's cell phone and sold it at a mall kiosk for $200, half of what it's worth. Oh, sorry. Cutting out and buffering. Everything's fine on my end, y'all. You might want to leave and come back because cutting in and out. Was I too far away from the mic? I don't know what you mean. The sound is fine for me. So let me know. Give me a notification in chat, please. I don't want to read this if you can't hear it. Yeah, I don't want to keep reading if it's cutting in and out. It's fine? Okay, thanks. Where was I? Actions have consequences. Children, whatever their age, need to understand that. So he closes his eyes briefly, then dials 911. The police arrive, read Brian his rights, and cuff him. The kid is civil. Barely looks at his dad. He knows who called the cops and why. There's a time to be calm, To talk to the police politely. Brian knows that because he's only 16. There's a good idea this will get expunged from his record if he behaves. He'll go again to rehab. Thank you, Flo. Outwardly, he'll be the good, polite son everybody wants, but inside, alone in the basement, Brian lets his true feelings out on Tapatalk and SoundCloud. Writing, recording, and posting an original rap song made for other sufferers of visual snow, a neurological condition that is the visual equivalent of TV static. The rage, the loneliness, just pours out of him. The words are layered over a beat that is equally staccato and furious, a track no one in his family is likely to hear. But this is the real him. Always the same thing that disrupts my life. Wonder when I'll change. I guess when the time is right. Procrastinating my derange. To change would be a fight. So I'm a pacifist like I'm afraid to get a bloody fist. Look at this. My mind is pissed and I keep running. Why is this when I hit, it always leaves them stunning? I stuck in the future. But I'm never looking at the fucking present. Keep it up. Act like you're all that. Leave your loved ones crying like some seagulls. You are not my equal. You are evil. But I'm going regal. Don't fuck with us. Hope you learned your lesson. Chapter 23, Indian Mountain Lake, Pennsylvania, August 2016. Brian sits in the basement. He's out of drugs, out of cash, out of friends. Now his mom is on him to go to Bible study with her. She thinks it'll fix him. He's gone a couple times. A text beeps on his phone. Brian reads it. Maybe there's something to the Bible stuff after all. This is divine timing. Jeremy Saba has been arrested for a DUI and possession of drugs. He's in jail. One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. Brian calls a familiar person, Connie. He says to the woman who picks up, she trusts him wrongly. Connie? Brian, she says, and thanks him for what she assumes is a call of condolence and support. Jeremy's mom tells him that she and Jeremy's dad will visit their son tomorrow at the jail by the courthouse in Broadheadsville. As Brian hopes, the trusting woman shares the time they're planning to go. Would Brian come visit Jeremy right after? Brian says yes. But as he ends the call, he may have been forming his real plan. Connie later said that the Saba's absence from their home gave him the perfect window to get what he wanted. Yes, in just a minute we will, Kelsey. And get what he wanted. He used to live next door, and he knew the house. He knew where Connie kept her jewelry and where she left her iPad, things he could sell to get his next fix. And he knew exactly how to break in through the garage. The next day, he executes the plan perfectly. As Connie and Jerry's Saba leave the courthouse in Broadheadsville, Connie wonders where Brian is. Why hasn't he shown up? I wonder why. He sounded so concerned on the phone. Something Jeremy once said nagged at her. Brian is manipulative. When the Sabas pull up to their house in effort, she sees at once why Brian didn't come. Someone has been in their home. The door from the garage has been forced open. Her iPad is gone. She doesn't need to wonder who the thief is. She knows. Will she call the police? Her fingers hover over the phone. She thinks about Brian's mom, Mary Ann, a teacher who, like Connie, works in the local school district. Mary Ann has in the past, occasionally, and uncharacteristically shared some of Brian's struggles with her. There was his Asperger's syndrome diagnosis and later drugs. She puts the phone down away without calling anyone. She doesn't know any of the specifics, but she intuits that the Koberger family is in enough pain right now without Connie Saba adding to their problems. Thank you, Linda S. We're going to take a little break right here. We are on page 88. We are heading into chapter 24-25. Let's take about a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene in 10. What are you guys thinking so far, though? I think we're just getting like all the backstories and stuff. It's pretty interesting, though. You like it, Evelyn? Thank you for buying the book, Evelyn. I appreciate you. Can you guys still hear me over here? Yes, you can. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to get this set up so that we can take breaks and everybody will know what's going on when they come back. Oops. Thank you, BJ's CPS worker. Okay. Put this up. Short break, back in 10. Did you check in the car? Yeah, my husband said he checked everywhere, but sometimes men don't always look. So I'm going to have to head out there and look and get something to drink and everything. So I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Thank you. I love that you guys are here.
La, la, la,
Okay.
la, la. You don't hold account.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Wait, hold on. Can you hear me? Could you hear me? Oh. We didn't find the thing. We didn't find the key fob. Thank you, Shell Bell, for being here. Thank you guys for being here. Let's go through some of your super chats real quick before we get back because I missed them all. Linda S. gave a super sticker. Thank you, Linda S. Kelsey, asking for a break. Flo, thank you for your $10. Great job. Sounds good. Enjoying it. Thanks, Jay. Shell Bell, thank you for your $2. Kimber, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Shell Bell, thanks for reading. You're a gem. Amy C, thanks for reading. We're enjoying it. Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Melissa B. Love story time with Jay. Thank you. And then we have Mama T and Taco TX became members today. Thank you so much. Yes, Apple AirTag is definitely a must. It's got to be here somewhere because my husband drove somewhere last night, so it has to be somewhere. Like it's not anywhere around, not around because he was actually able to drive. Yeah, check the garbage. You might have thrown it out. All right, let's get back to the book. No rest for the wicked. Jay, you should find the YouTube to find. You should YouTube where to find the emergency key in your vehicle. There's an emergency key in my vehicle? I did not know that. Yeah, there probably is storms coming my way. No, it was probably in his pocket somewhere, and now he's probably set it somewhere, so I'm not going to stress about it right now. Hey, Gina F. We'll find it. I'm not going to stress about it right now. Let's continue. I've got my waters. Hold on. Is it stormy there in Michigan? There was a key inside my fob too. If only you could keep that key separate, but it like fits into it. So, all right, let's get back to it. Chapter 24. Effort, Pennsylvania, 2018. We are on page 88. She hasn't seen him in months. Then she turns and suddenly there he is. In her kitchen. Standing there. Unannounced. Staring at her. Give me 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. I might have to contact the dealership to see if I can't get another fob or something. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Life happens, you know, at the most unopportune times. Okay, so it looks like we are, let's see how many hours. We're 2 hours and 40 minutes in. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so Brian is standing in Connie Saba's kitchen, which is Jeremy Saba, his friend, his mom. The one that he broke into the house while she went to visit her son in jail. No, I only got one, Robat. How much are they? I don't want to know. Okay, let's get back to Connie. He's in her kitchen, standing there, unannounced. Startling her. Jeremy's mom, Connie, isn't even sure what door he came through. He's just there, tall, well over 6 feet, towering over her, eyes bugging out, and he's thin, she notices. Really, really thin. "Brian," she says, "what are you doing here?" Even as she asks the question, she knows the answer because she knows what they teach in rehab. He's come to atone, to make amends. He's come to say he's sorry from stealing from her. "I knew it was you," Connie tells him. There's so much more Brian could say. That he started working towards a psychology degree at Northampton Community College. That he's lonely. He misses Jeremy. But he doesn't say any of that. He doesn't get the chance. After he's done apologizing, Connie thanks him. And then, with as much kindness as she can muster, Connie asks Brian to leave and never come back to the Saba house. She needs to protect her son from the tall, newly thin former neighbor. Maybe, as he claims, he doesn't do drugs anymore. But somehow, she senses he is still a threat to their family. Chapter 25, Center Valley, Pennsylvania, 2018. Brian's new classmates in the psychology program at DeSales University call him the Ghost. There's something spooky about him. Every day he enters class in the same uniform, a wrinkled black long-sleeve button-down and a tan leather jacket. He's always carrying a silver laptop and a Starbucks coffee cup. After class, poof, Brian's back in his car and gone in a cloud of dust. Starting the 45-minute drive along routes 78 and 33 back to Effort for his nighttime security guard job and any other job he can get. A lab partner, Josh Ferrero, likes how organized Brian is with their biology project, testing how caffeine affects the heart rate of water fleas. But the guy's eyes seem unnaturally wide open, and they're constantly darting around while his face is completely still. It's unnerving, Josh thinks. Josh notices that Brian's become less aloof and more animated in psychology sleuthing, a class taught by Dr. Catherine Ramsland, a famous criminologist. But it's fair to say that they all love this particular class because it's fun. Dr. Ramsland takes her students into a building they call the crime scene house. It's like a theater set. The students pretend they're detectives called in to investigate a crime. They're given a scenario like this. The gun was found here. There was brain spatter on the roof. 2 bullet holes there. And a rifle was in Johnny's hands. Then they're asked to theorize as to what happened. Dr. Ramsland teaches her students that killers get tunnel vision when they are committing murder. That's why mistakes get made. Amid the high adrenaline and hyperfocus on the act itself, killers can forget things they otherwise would not. Brian takes careful notes. He will later write an essay in his finals that he's learned, quote, staging is common among killers, and that investigators must wear, quote, fiber-free clothing to avoid having their DNA contaminate the crime scene. The DeSales students also study criminal profiling. They learn what sort of person chooses what sort of murder weapon. Typically, Ramsland tells them, white men choose knives. They are taught about digital forensics, and they learn that it's almost impossible to delete one's digital footprint, rather. And they learn about procedure and law, for example, how the legal process would likely play out if one of them was charged with murder. Not that anyone thinks that would happen. Most of the students expect to go into law enforcement. Brian is no exception. He texts his friend Jack that he wants to catch high-profile offenders. Dr. Ramsland emphasizes to these future crime fighters how difficult it is to spot the killers in their midst before they strike. She's an expert on serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, and Ed Kemper. She wrote a book on her years of correspondence with Dennis Rader, the infamous BTK killer, whose moniker stood for his grisly methods: find, torture, kill. Rader, she tells the class, did not kill for 15 years while he was busy raising his own child. How to differentiate between him and us? Dr. Ramsland says there's a new theory, arguing that psychopaths aren't the product of socioeconomics and environment alone. Biology has a larger role than people previously thought. The brains of psychopaths are structurally and functionally different from other people's, which means the only way to cure a psychopath is to get him therapy at a very early age, by around age 4, and try to change his brain to change. Brian listens carefully and takes more notes. His classmates can't see what he's writing. Chapter 26, Center Valley, Pennsylvania. The image on their screens is mesmerizing. A dark-haired 22-year-old man with movie star looks sits behind the wheel of his black BMW, his head tilted to one side. His face is bathed in the reddish glare of a setting California sun. He talks slowly, thoughtfully to the camera, as to hypnotize his viewers with his words. Tomorrow, he says, is the day of retribution. You forced me to suffer all my life. Now I'll make you all suffer. His name is Elliot Rodger. He's from a wealthy family. He flies first class. His dad is a well-known movie director. He appears to be blessed in many ways. But he's still a virgin, and he's furious about it. In the video, one of his series he recorded in May of 2014, he delivers a message to all the girls that have rejected him since he hit puberty. Hours later, he embarks on a murderous rampage. In his apartment, he stabs 2 roommates, Chen Yang James Hong and George Chen, and a friend, Weihan David Wang. Outside the Alpha Pi sorority house near the campus of UC Santa Barbara, Rodger fatally shoots 2 women, Catherine Cooper and Veronica Weiss, and injures a third, Bianca DeCock. At a local deli, he shoots and kills another young man, Christopher Michaels Martinez. Then he drives his sleek black BMW through the crowded streets of nearby Isla Vista, shooting indiscriminately out the window. He injures 13 more people before crashing his car and committing suicide with a single bullet to the head. Not only did Rodger meticulously plan the mass murder and suicide, he also broadcast his scheme in a series of videos on his YouTube channel. If you hit the mute button, you'd think you were gazing at the next Tom Cruise. I don't think Elliot Rodger was attractive at all. Do you guys? Ugh. I don't think he's like a Tom. I wouldn't compare him to Tom Cruise. I don't think Tom Cruise is cute, but you know what I'm saying, like to a Hollywood movie star. But if you unmute, to all the girls that I've desired so much, they've all rejected me and looked down upon me as an inferior man. I hate all of you. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve. In fact, Kathleen Ramsland explains to her forensic psychology class, Rodger had waited. His ultimate act of vengeance was carefully thought out, the result of years of pent-up anger about his lonely life. He kept a journal outlining his sexual and social frustrations and his various coping mechanisms: video games, late-night drives, trips to the gun range, buying lottery tickets, a new life in Santa Barbara. But none of it gave him sex or girls or the friends he so craved. When he lost his only childhood male friend, he was triggered and began to plan the diabolical end. This is very similar to Brian, because Brian Brian lost Saba, right? Jeremy Saba died. His friend Ashley died. He intended his final act to be so performative that would catapult him to global fame. His last words he wrote in his journal were, "Finally, I can show the world my truth." My true worth, sorry. Roger titled the 137-page manifesto, "My Twisted World," and emailed it to his therapist, who sent it to his mother, who received it minutes before her son went on the killing spree. At the time of Roger's day of retribution, he was seeing multiple therapists. The month before, his parents had reported his troubling mental state to authorities, and the police visited his home. But as Roger was well aware, the law was narrow and precise about grounds for search warrants. He wrote in his manifesto, "If the police would have searched my room, found all my guns and weapons, I would have been thrown into jail, denied the chance to exact revenge on my enemies. That wasn't the case, but it was so close." Professor Ramsland explains that the police need better training to spot the telltale signs of a potential suicidal mass murderer. One key tool comes from the American Association of Suicidology. Each letter of the acronym is pathworm, represents a warning sign. Ideation, substance abuse, purposelessness, anxiety, trapped, hopelessness, withdrawal, anger, recklessness, and mood changes. As they learn this, the students don't realize that one of them, Brian, exhibits every single one of these symptoms. No one person has full visibility on all the parallels between Brian's life and Roger's. No one knows about the complaints Brian texts to Jack Bayless about life on, quote, broke bachelor mountain. He describes himself as a, quote, a good Catholic university student, full homo. No one knows that, like Roger, Brian is a virgin who hates women. No one knows that Brian copes with loneliness by immersing himself in video games. Like Roger, he goes for night drives. Like Roger, he visits the gun range. And like Roger, he goes to a local bar and tries to pick up women. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 2019. Instead of heading back to Effort on the highway, Brian takes the scenic route through Lehigh Valley. 15 minutes after leaving Center Valley, he's parking across the street from Seven Sirens Brewing Company, which looks more like a vast Manhattan loft space than a college town bar. The students from nearby Lehigh University come here often. Brian knows this. That's why he's here. Elliot Rodger wrote that he kept trying to place himself in settings where he could pick up women, but no one ever noticed him. Brian must think that surely he'll be noticed. Women must spot his looks, his intelligence, and they must want him. They don't. So typically after a few drinks, Brian pushes his way into the unwanted conversations with both female bartenders and female patrons. He even asks for their addresses. Women have started complaining to the brewery's owner, Jordan Searleneck, about the creepy guy with bulging eyes. So he put the kid on his watch list. Tonight, Searleneck isn't going to give Brian the chance to have more than one beer. He says, "Hey, I need you to leave the women alone. There have been some complaints." Brian feigns astonishment. He gives a heck of a performance, almost Broadway level. Searleneck will remember and demonstrate it in the future. "I don't know what you're talking about," Brian says. "You have me totally confused." Brian takes another sip of his beer and another. It's like they're playing a game of chicken. Brian finishes his beer. Casually, he saunters out. Searleneck doesn't know if his words have had any impact. But as the days tick by, he registers something that makes him happy. The kid doesn't come back. Chapter 28, Effort, Pennsylvania, 2021. Brian is immersed in studying for his master's degree, even though he's been stuck at home, working remotely thanks to COVID. He's doing so well that one of his professors, Michelle Bolger, wants to recommend him for a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. She's only ever recommended one other person. Brian is feeling elated. But soon after March 16th, his phone pings with the news that Jeremy Saba is dead. The facts are tragically similar. Saba was found upstairs in his bedroom. A lethal dose of fentanyl killed him. Extraordinary what a small pill can do. Earlier, he had been tinkering with a car in the driveway, then drove off in it to go get some oil. He'd told his mother. Minutes later, he was home, and then dead. The local police took his phone and computer, but they never found the dealer. Brian is away when Jeremy dies. His parents wanted to keep the news from him until he returned because they knew how hard it would hit. He was away. Where was he away at? Hi, the ward. Good to see you. Hey, Criminal Med. Where was he? All that's left for Brian are memories of Jeremy, as high as a kite, making them all walk the yellow brick road, the dotted painted lines on the highway. Jeremy driving his Mazda, Jeremy playing video games, Jeremy working out. The last time Brian's parents saw Jeremy, he'd been doing well, apparently. Mr. and Mrs. Koberger had run into Jeremy and his parents at the Texas Roadhouse, a steakhouse in Strasburg. It was a good meeting. Brian's dad told Jeremy he was proud of him for getting clean. Now Brian pounds the table with his fist. He doesn't phone Jeremy's parents. He won't even attend the memorial service for Jeremy or contribute to the memorial page online. He knows that the tipping point for Elliot Rodger was the loss of his best friend, James Ellis. If only he were still my friend, Rodger had written of James. Brian gets it. If only Jeremy were still alive. I know, Flo. Texas Roadhouse are gone. Chapter 29. Pullman, Washington. April 2022. Chief Gary Jenkins, head of the Pullman Police Department, looks at his list of questions and then up at the intern candidate he's Zooming with. So he Zoomed with Gary Jenkins from the Pullman Police Department. The name of the guy staring back at him on the screen is Brian Koberger. Jenkins has no idea where he's from or where he's situated for their online meeting. He certainly has no idea that just last month Koberger purchased a K-bar knife, sheath, and sharpener on Amazon for unknown purposes. What Chief Jenkins does know is that Koberger is an incoming graduate student and teaching assistant in the well-regarded criminology department at WSU. Koberger has applied for an internship with the Pullman PD. Chief Jenkins can see the guy is hyper-focused. Not much else stands out about him, good or bad. But there's something odd about him that makes Jenkins say later he didn't think the guy would be able to... He didn't think that this guy would be able to build trust in his department. There's something antisocial about him. They chit-chat for 30 minutes. Chief Jenkins winds up giving the internship to someone else. He doesn't think much about the guy after that. Barely remembers his name even. Brian picks up his gear, his new knife included, and gets his car for the long road trip to the other side of the country. WSU is in Pullman, Washington, on the border of Idaho, the Pacific Northwest. Elliot Rodger gave himself one last chance before planning the day of retribution. He moved cities. He went from LA to Santa Barbara for college. Quote, I realized that my miserable, lonely virgin life was going to continue, and my only hope was to give Santa Barbara a try, Roger wrote. Brian puts the key in the ignition. One last try. Chapter 30, Pullman, Washington, late August of 2022. It's the week before classes begin at Washington State University in the small town of Pullman. The little airstrip Pullman shares with nearby Moscow, Idaho, is just a 7-minute drive from the hilly campus. WSU is a large school, much larger than UI, with over 30,000 students. WSU territory is marked by the massive billboard bearing the logo of the Cougars, WSU's football team, who are competitors in their division, unlike Moscow's Vandals. But football is not the school's only selling point. This August, WSU's famed criminology and criminal justice graduate program has attracted an international elite bunch. A self-described cohort of 11 students, 7 women and 4 men, who will be pursuing master's or PhD degrees. One student comes from South Korea. Another, Sa, is from Bangladesh. Leon is from Taiwan. At a meet and greet with the 20-odd faculty members, the students pile their paper plates high with mounds of Panda Express and size one another up. They make small talk and learn about their differing areas of interest, ranging from cybercrime to human trafficking to police militarization, I don't know if I'm saying that right, and domestic terrorism to drug crimes and drug courts. One person says he studies maps, a subject the others can't quite fathom his interest in. At 42, Ben Roberts is the second oldest in the group. He suspects he's the only one from the West Coast. He looks at the others' serious, scholarly demeanors and thinks he's probably the only one who has ever used a chainsaw. Ben notices one of the students in particular. His name is Brian Koberger. Brian stands out because he's painfully thin. His eyes move too quickly, and the bags under them are dark and too prominent for someone his age. Ben also noticed that Brian never takes off his jacket, even in the August heat. Ben assumes, wrongly, that he needs insulation on account of his willowy frame. Ben does not know about Brian's history with heroin. He doesn't know that Brian might be keeping his forearms covered in public to hide the telltale track marks of his past addiction. Ben is flattered when Brian comes over to chat with him.
Thank you for your support.
Brian is doing a PhD, which makes him senior to Ben, who is in the master's program. Taco, thanks for the pizzas. Thank you so much. Okay, where am I? Brian asks a lot of questions about Ben's background. The conversation kicks into high gear when Ben tells Brian that he worked for the TSA. He was head of security at a small airport. Robat, they said he was in his bed. He died in his bed. And his mom was home, I guess. Brian lights up. I've worked in security too, he says. Cool, says Ben. Where? Brian becomes vague. Oh, back home. He doesn't say where home is exactly. Ben shares some experiences he thinks Brian might have himself. He tells Brian that there were times at the airport when he found it particularly inelegant to have to exercise access control. That is, having to tell people who believe they had clearance to enter a certain area that, in fact, they didn't, and then barring their path. Did you have any of that? Brian nods vigorously. Ben continues, and the worst I found is when people do have the clearance, but they haven't gotten the right paperwork on them. It's so embarrassing to have to stop them going through. I know exactly what you mean, says Brian. Ben wonders for a split second if that is, in fact, true. It felt like he may have been stretching, he later said, but at the time, Ben went with the flow. Brian seems very articulate, Ben thinks. He spits out words with fluency and confidence of someone who expects to be listened to. That's weird. So, Anne, to you, did you come in here just to say you're not into fiction? Sorry. Why even click on it? Why even click on the video if you're not into fiction? If you're not, I mean, it's clear what I was doing. I can't. Brian, okay, Ben has no idea that Brian is in fact giving a performance, playing the role of someone he's never been, namely someone who belongs in the room. The silent, awkward introvert has been replaced, for now, by a confident, articulate individual. Brian might be figuring that at WSU he can start fresh. Because the man he dreams of being. No one needs to know about his troubled past. Brian turns from Ben and makes a beeline for the group of senior faculty members. Like a Wall Street CEO, one by one, he pumps their hands and works the room. I'm Brian, he says, and I'm excited to be here. Jeremy died of a fentanyl overdose. The author said BK was out of town when his friend died. Was he visiting the campus in Washington? Good question. They didn't say. Chapter 31, Pullman, Washington, early fall 2022. The cohort is sitting in the circle in a classroom in Washington, or in Wilson's Short Hall. It's the third class in the research methodology course taught by their toughest grader, a red-headed French professor named Amélie Pednault, whose expertise is in sexually violent offenders. Brian is in the seat next to Dr. Pednault on her right. He takes this seat each time because he knows it means he'll be called on to present his assignment first as the professor makes her way around the circle. Brian appears to like going first. He appears to think it gives him an advantage over all the Beckys in the room. Becky is a term used in the manosphere chat groups Brian is familiar with. Brian knows all about incels, that is, involuntary celibates. Incels are a member of a movement of frustrated men, all virgins, that sprang up on 4chan in 2014, just hours after Elliot Rodger committed the mass murder and suicide, the act that Brian studied back in Professor Ramsland class at DeSales. The idea of the movement, started in Rodger's honor, is that one day the incels will succeed in their beta revolution and overthrow the Beckys, Stacys, and Chads that have managed to make the betas feel so small and rejected. The group is increasingly associated with violence. Brian looks around the class. These women could all be considered Beckys, defined by incels as feminists who dye their hair, post stupid opinions, and need to be the dominant ones in relationships. By contrast, Stacys are stereotypically nubile, used to male attention, prolific on social media, and date hunky, rich Chads. According to incel lore, Beckys need to be put in their place. After Brian gives his presentation, the Becky next to him starts hers. He leans in closely, paying attention. As soon as she's done, he begins his offensive. He peppers her with questions that he appears to think show how smart he is and how dumb she is. Did she think about this theory? And what about that one? And had she read that book? She's getting annoyed. He can see that. Brian looks over at Ben as if seeking affirmation, but Ben looks away. Some of the women are visibly pissed. Brian doesn't seem bothered by their discomfort. Elliot Rodger would have been proud. Chapter 32. Pullman, Washington, fall 2022. It's been a long day, Brian is tired. He's sitting in the back row in the class of Dr. Hilary Mellinger, a recent graduate herself who teaches a course on the role of cultural issues like immigration, homelessness, and criminal justice. Brian isn't particularly interested in Dr. Mellinger's course. Incels might consider her another Becky. Excuse me. She is an advocate for immigrant women and girls who are fleeing men perpetrating gender-based violence by knocking them around. Incels are reportedly at the heart of rising gender-based violence. In 2018, a Canadian self-described incel, Alec Minassian, was motivated, he said, by a hatred of women to plow a van into a crowded Toronto sidewalk, killing 11 people. He's been sentenced to prison for life, and he's become an icon in the movement. Dr. Mellinger interrupts his reverie. Brian, she says suddenly. And she asks him a question about immigration that he hasn't prepared for. Did he even hear it correctly? Shit, he doesn't know that one. The Beckys have turned around and are staring at him. So is Ben, who observed later, quote, you could kind of tell that he was trying to say something, but it just wouldn't come out. He couldn't find the words. Dr. Mellinger looked shocked. Ben said Brian looked like a dog caught in a thunderstorm. If his ears could have been pinned back, they would have been pinned back. He was stiff as a board, didn't move, didn't speak, just kind of wide-eyed. Fortunately for Brian, this happened in the last few minutes of class. He's the last to leave the room, so no one sees his face as he heads to his car. No one can see if he's red-hot angry or red-hot ashamed. Either way, the stuttering, awkward guy, the real self he'd try to leave behind in Pennsylvania, just appeared like a jack-in-the-box. He knows that you can put him back, but you can't erase the discomfort of what just happened. Chapter 33, Pullman, Washington, Fall 2022. Here we go, guys. Remember we talked about Elliot Rodger, and I said I suspected that page 118 was what Brian underlined? Listen. On page 118 of his manifesto, Elliot Rodger wrote, I had nothing to live for but revenge. I lived in a college town full of young, attractive students who partied and had sex all the time. And I didn't get to experience any of it. No one invited me to any parties. And in all the times I went out by myself to Isla Vista, none of the beautiful blonde girls showed any interest in having sex with me. Not one girl. These are crimes that cannot go unpunished. The more I thought about all these injustices that were dealt to me, the more eager I became for revenge. It's all I had left. Months later, the people physically close to Brian, the members of his cohort, look for the smallest clue as to why it all went down. There will likely be a trial at which they hope to find answers. But this, or something like this, is what they speculated happened sometime in August. Brian goes for an evening drive. He drives and drives in the dark. He drives when he can't sleep, when he needs to clear his head, and when the nightmares and visual snow reoccur, which they are doing now. Tap, tap, tap. He's back in the basement and on Tapatalk, the online message board, back when he was a teenager. I feel myself slipping away. It's as if the ringing in my ears and the fuzz in my vision is simply all of the demons in my head mocking me. I fell asleep, but I wake up quickly to bloody screams. Is any of this here? Am I brain damaged? No? Then why am I like this? Brian has no one to share his hopelessness with, even if he could find the words to do it. The others don't seem to want to hang out. He knows the cohort gathers on the weekends for a beer. No one has invited him to join. Just like Elliot Rodger, who swung between two college communities, one in Santa Barbara and the other one 11 miles away in Isla Vista. Brian has one other option to find a Stacy willing to date him. Moscow, Idaho, across the state border. He parks the car in town and heads to a place he's read about online, the Mad Greek. They serve vegan pizza. As soon as he walks inside, he notices the blonde waitress. With her long hair and sphinx-like blue eyes, she would definitely be marked as a Stacy by the incels. She's the epitome of the women who turned down Elliot Rodger. Her name is Maddie, like Elliot's childhood friend Maddie, who grew into someone who ignored Rodger. Will she notice Brian? She comes over to ask what he'd like. He knows what he'd like. Her. Chapter 34, Moscow, Idaho, August 21st, 2022. It's pitch black, but can anyone see Maddie? Wait, hold on. Is this proven? No, it's a book, right, where they did 300 plus interviews. And this is what they gathered from their research. Here we go. Chapter 34. Moscow, Idaho, August 21st, 2022. It's pitch black, but anyone can see Maddie sitting at her vanity, as clear as day through the window. She has no idea who is out there in the parking lot looking, but neighbors like Lexi Pattinson see her nightly routine. They know that she always takes her time putting on her face, foundation, then blush, eyeshadow, mascara, or fake lashes. Sometimes she uses a curling iron to style her long blonde hair. Anyone who didn't know Maddie's name would learn it in an instant, because the letters spelling it out are in the window. Anyone can see right into her room's pink interior and discover the minutiae of her life as a cutesy girl who likes order. Even her quilt is pink. A passerby who stopped and stared would know she has a boyfriend, because on weekends he sits on the bed when Maddie and the other girls model clothes for Instagram and TikTok. She tags the boyfriend on social media. His name is Jake. Recently, the boyfriend brought Maddie cookies and a bouquet of flowers that stands in a vase on her dresser. Her mom, or at least a woman who looks exactly like Maddie, often pops in. And so does an older, graceful-looking woman, Maddie's grandmother, whom she called Deedle. Anyone can see, just from watching Maddie, is close to all these family members. She's even making a little quilt for someone, a baby. Kaylee, one of her friends, often pops in from next door. These two are obviously close. They pore over their phones, comparing social media posts, taking pictures and videos of each other. They're so immersed in their phones and their coziness that they never think to look further than the sanctuary of their yard. They don't see anyone out there staring. Corporal Brett Payne of the Moscow police later alleges, based on AT&T cell phone records and the pings Brian's cell phone made off a Moscow cell tower, that was what Brian did. Payne alleges he was there at least 12 times between August 21st and November 13th. Almost always late at night, cloaked in darkness. The theory among Maddie's friends is that she rejected him. So he watched, waiting. Elliot Rodger wrote of reuniting with a childhood friend named Maddie in the months before the day of retribution. This is also on page 118 of the manifesto. She was popular, spoiled USC girl who partied with her hot, popular, blonde-haired clique of friends. My hatred for them all grew from each picture I saw of her profile. They were the kind of beautiful, popular people who lived pleasurable lives and would look down on me as an inferior scum, never accepting me as one of them. They were my enemies. They represented everything that was wrong with this world. Corporal Payne alleges that on the night of August 21st, Brian was there at King Road between 10:34 p.m. and 11:35 p.m. At 11:37 p.m. at the junction of Farm Road and Pullman Highway, on his way back to Pullman, Brian is pulled over by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke. His car doesn't have a front plate. It's registered in Pennsylvania, where front plates aren't required. He'll need to change that in Washington and Idaho, Duke tells him. Brian says okay. He's smooth with the officer. Natural. The officer has no clue as to what Brian is really doing in Moscow. Brian is asked about it, which he will be. He'll deny that he was doing anything other than going out for a drive, like he always does, under stress. He often goes out stargazing, he'll say. The police can't see into his mind. No one can. Even though the people out here in the Pacific Northwest do try. Boy, do they try. Chapter 35, Pullman, Washington, Fall 2022. Casey Hanziak is a WSU freshman, majoring in psychology and minoring in criminology. Her largest class is the undergraduate criminal justice course with Professor John Snyder. With white hair and a mustache, Dr. Snyder is one of the most popular professors in the department. He's the reason Cassie wanted to come to WSU. She's excited. But as she sits attentively during Snyder's first class, Cassie encounters something off-putting. Rather, someone off-putting. The professor talks and talks for 40 long minutes, often calling on class members in a fun, benign way. A tall, thin guy with bulging eyes stands in front of the class, facing them the entire time. He has a coffee in his hand. He fiddles with it. Cassie wonders who the heck he is and why he's staring. The way he holds himself exudes not confidence, exactly, but self-importance, perhaps. Finally, Professor Snyder introduces him. This is your new TA, Brian Koberger. Couple of slides of a nice-looking family come onto the projector screen. Hi, I'm Brian, he tells the class. I'm here to continue my degree from Pennsylvania. I've got a master's in psychology. Here's my family. They look normal, Cassie thinks. Brian tells them he'll be here with Professor Snyder regularly, and he'll be grading their papers. Then he sits down. Her neighbor wonders, or what? Wait. I got out of sorts here. Why didn't Brian just sit at a desk in the front row until he was introduced? Cassie wondered. Her neighbor whispers to her that this guy's weird. Cassie smirks. Cassie sees Brian twice a week, every time she has class with Professor Snyder. There are two TAs, both guys. One often has his laptop in front of him. Brian just sits there staring at the class, fiddling with his coffee cup. He doesn't say anything. It's strange. Where's his communicative? Cassie notices in his grading. She can tell he puts a lot of thought into marking her papers. He gives her A's and writes a lot of commentary. She assumes that's because she's good at writing essays. She doesn't think she's a standout student, though. Until, that is, she hears from some of her female classmates that he's not so generous with their grades. And when he thinks they've gotten something wrong, he writes pages and pages explaining why. He is tough, they say. They think it's because they're women. Walking to class one time, a couple of classmates tell Cassie they've emailed Professor Snyder about it. Wow, Cassie thinks, that's a step. Chapter 36, Pullman, Washington, October 2022. The weather hovers between fall and winter. It's bitterly cold, but the first snow has yet to arrive. After class at around 5 p.m., Ben Roberts is milling around Wilson Short Hall when he bumps into Brian, who offers to give him a lift home. Ben hesitates. He lives only a few minutes away, but he does need a ride, and he's curious. Ben wants to understand what underlies Brian's antagonistic behavior towards the women in class, so he makes the decision. He accepts. Ben gets into Brian's white Hyundai Elantra. Brian keeps the car interior clean and tidy, he noticed. The conversation begins straightforwardly enough, at least in Ben's mind. They talk about some of the negative impacts of social media. Ben says he believes the social media encourages people to stay within bubbles of like-minded people. Dating app searches, for example, Ben points out, are designed algorithmically to keep men and women in certain groups. Brian gets personal. Are you seeing someone? He asks. No, says Ben, and I'm fine with that. Ben doesn't add something he doesn't think Brian knows, and that is none of his business anyway. He's not straight. He wants to change the topic, but Brian wants to talk about women, what he thinks of them. He tells Ben that he believes in traditional gender roles, the implication being that their female colleagues are wasting their time in class and have no business pursuing master's degrees. Essentially, Brian believes that men should make all the money and women should be homemakers. Ben thinks the sentiment is tasteless and odd for someone who's chosen to attend WSU, a progressive academic community where women outnumber the men on faculty. The department head is a woman, Dr. Melanie Angela Newilly, who is interested in feminist theories, no less, in researching comparative homicides, specifically violent homicides. She also has a wider interest in criminology theories, including feminist theorizations of crime. But Ben is more horrified by what Brian says next. Quote, I can walk into any social gathering and get any girl I want. Did you hear the mustache? Telling you. It's an extraordinary thing to say, and in Ben's mind, it puts Brian at creep level. And not just because Ben doubts, given Brian's weird physical appearance, that there's any truth to the boast. Ben doesn't rate himself highly as a specimen of physical attractiveness, but this guy, he looks more like Gollum than George Clooney, Ben thinks. He doesn't know that Brian has in fact seen a girl. He doesn't know that Brian has in fact seen a girl he wants and cannot get. A beautiful girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes. Brian continues talking, seemingly looking for a sign of agreement from Ben. When they arrive at Ben's place, he gets out of the car, hoping they're done. They're not. Brian asks to use the bathroom. He lingers in Ben's tiny sardine can studio apartment until 7:45 p.m. Both men remain standing for the conversation because Ben only has 2 chairs and one of them is piled high with stuff. Ben does not consider these hours well spent. As for Brian, he probably realized that Ben wasn't the kindred spirit he'd hoped he was. Chapter 37, Pullman, Washington, September 23rd, 2022. The way the cohort hears it, this is what goes down in Professor Snyder's office. Dr. Snyder calls Brian in to talk about all the complaints. Women have emailed him saying the TA is grading the female students unfairly, and some of his cohorts say interruptions in the class are misogynistic. I don't know how to say that word. How do you say that? Misogynistic? Is that right? Professor Snyder informs Brian of what's being said and suggests he change his ways. Stop interrupting the women, he tells the strange young man, or he says something along those lines. They're complaining. Stop writing them essays on their essays. It's offensive. Be generous and brief. A rumor goes around that Snyder makes the point that the undergraduates cannot be expected to have the same level of knowledge as Brian. Snyder is trying to be helpful, but apparently, or so they hear later, none of them was in the room, obviously. Brian's anger spills out on him. Fuck it. No more point pretending. Something sends him out of control. Brian says to his professor, they deserve what they get. The professor sees that Brian might be smart, but his Achilles heel is a big ego and a high opinion of himself. And there's something deeper that sets Brian off, something ugly. Professor Snyder thinks he hears Brian mutter, they don't belong in this classroom. But he can't be sure. So in his report on the altercation, to the higher-ups in the facility, he focuses on what he cannot ignore, the young man's anger. A week or so later, on October 3rd, Department Chair Melanie Angela Newilly and Graduate Director Dale Wiltz call Brian in to discuss his lack of norms of professional behavior. Professor Willits is there as a witness, so there's a record of what happens in the meeting, which it turned out will be needed. Brian listens, but he doesn't hear them. He's angry, defiant. He says he wants to meet his critics head on, have a discussion in class, explain his grading. He graded his students poorly because they didn't know the topic well. After he leaves, the faculty members are concerned. There's no way Brian's discussion with his students is likely to go the way he thinks it will. Chapter 38, Pullman, Washington, November 2022. Ben Roberts is still in shock about the delusional self-regard Brian expressed in the conversation that revealed his offensive view of gender roles. But increasingly, Brian's appearance becomes even more startling. Ben assumes that Brian is as stressed as they all are with finals coming. The workload is almost intolerable, and none of the students appear to be in perfect health. In class, Brian looks positively ill, like he's physically deteriorating. He looked like the Walking Dead, Ben said later. I mean, we're talking his eyes were completely dark most of the time. He just looked gone. This wasn't just sleep deprivation, it was more serious, ongoing. He heard the rumors that Brian got reprimanded by Professor Snyder, but Brian doesn't offer any information. Ben goes to WSU's Student Care Network and fills out a form indicating his concern. He wants to send it to the administration. The school's website states that these reports can be made anonymously. But before pressing submit, Ben looks for the anonymous reporting function. He can't see that his anonymity will be protected for sure. Ben wants to help his exhausted classmate, but he doesn't want Brian searching out and finding the person who submitted the form. He doesn't want this coming back to him. There's something about this guy that is just too weird. So Ben deletes what he typed, never imagining that the act of pushing the backspace button on his keyboard will come back to haunt him. Chapter 39, Pullman, Washington, October 14th, 2022. Brian is driving his white 2015 Hyundai Elantra when he hears the siren. Damn, again! He pulls over and sits there as WS police officer Isabel Luguenas gets out of her cruiser and approaches him. Brian rolls down his window. Hello, officer. Officer Luengas politely greets Brian. Wearing a body camera, she starts telling him that the stop is being audio and video recorded. Then she says, I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light. What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection, Brian answers, so I was forced to turn left. Yeah, I was behind you the whole time. She explains that she watched Brian enter the intersection illegally. She asks for his license, registration, and insurance. Brian hands them over. He's cooperative. He apologizes profusely. Laguinas seems receptive, so Brian plows on, getting in deep. All that practice being verbal in class is paying off. He tells the cop that he's from a rural part of Pennsylvania, as his registration shows, and when it comes to pulling into an intersection like he just did, it, quote, never even occurred to me that was actually something wrong. Back home, you could drive like that with impunity. His performance works. He gets away with it, just like he did back in August. The officer lets him go with a warning. For Brian, it's likely an empowering moment. Back at DeSales, in Professor Ramsland's class, he learned that a month before the day of retribution, Elliot Roger was paid a visit by police officers. They left with no clue that he was planning a mass murder. It's possible that Brian, too, can get away with anything he wants. Chapter 40, Pullman, Washington, Fall 2022. She asked Brian, her neighbor, to install a home surveillance system. She's noticed that her home and the Steptoe Village apartments have been broken into. Various items were moved around, but nothing was stolen. Brian is always floating around the place. It's where a lot of the graduate students live, and they've gotten friendly. And she knows he's into tech because he's always talking about how good he is with computers. She can see him on his computer at his window late into the night. So instead of going to the police, she goes to Brian, who agrees to place cameras around her home. He could not be more helpful. And the new cameras work really well. She's grateful. Until she looks at the cameras at what she can see from her phone. There's been a rumor that Brian followed a woman out to her car. This technology is smart, but so simple. Anyone with the password can log in and see inside her apartment. Anyone. But there's one person other than her who knows the password. Brian. Her mind races. He's seemed off lately. Strange. He asked her to go out for coffee and seemed mad when she said no. Really mad. She changes her password. She has no idea that just 2 months after this, her brief encounters with Brian will become a newspaper story that goes viral. She has no idea that she will need to shield her identity, hide from the media and the public. No idea that her experience will make her a potential witness in a murder trial. That Chief Jenkins will say that investigators believe there was likely a connection between Brian's work on her security and what happened at 1122 King Road. She has no idea of who the weird guy with the bulging eyes really is or what is about to happen. Chapter 41. Pullman, Washington, November 2nd, 2022. Less than a month after their previous meeting with Brian, so the cohort hears, Graduate Director David Wiltis and Department Chair Melanie Angela Newilly are once again confronting Brian about his behavior. There are no friendly suggestions this time. Doctors Willits and Newilly tell Brian what he already knows. Short of a miracle, he'll be fired. The cohort hears that the discussion about grading had not gone well. Women had later complained to Dr. Snyder and said Brian had stared at them, that he'd positioned himself by the door, and that they'd have to get uncomfortably close to him to exit the room. One suggested he followed her to her car, as if Brian is so pissed they'd be lucky to get close to him. He has stopped showing up to teach. This is November 2nd. So 2 weeks ago, John Snyder had formally notified Brian that he had failed to meet expectations as a TA. The students assume that Professor Newilly wanted to give students the benefit of the doubt, and that's why she and Professor Willits are giving Brian a chance. Today, Doctors Newilly and Willits suggest an improvement plan for Brian, a way for him to show them he can lose the misogyny and genuinely behave professionally at an institution that expects that of both teachers and students. This improvement plan, they agree, will be emailed to Brian, and they will meet again in a month to see how it's going. Brian listens. Brian's career as a graduate student is over. In this room now, they're just going through the motions. His bubble is bursting. His dream of a new life, a new persona, is being cut short. Professor Snyder emails the plan to him the next day. It contains words like courtesy and respect. The kind of thing he considers politically correct bullshit. So they want change. On page 118 of his manifesto, Elliot Rodger wrote that he planned to carry out his Day of Retribution scheme in November. At first, he'd planned to do it on Halloween because, he said, it was the ultimate party night. There would be literally thousands of people crowded together who I could kill with ease, and the goal was kill everyone in Isla Vista, to utterly destroy their wretched town. But then, I saw there were too many cops walking around. The Day of Retribution would have to be on a normal party weekend. So I set it for some time during November 2013. But in the early hours of November 13th, 2022, police allege Brian leaves his home in Pullman. At 2:47 a.m., his phone shows he's moving southeast of his Pullman home. 1 minute later, his phone stops reporting to the network or any network and doesn't come on again until 4:47 a.m. Between those times, Corporal Brett Payne alleges a masked intruder fitting Koberger's description enters 1122 King Road as they are sleeping or relaxing in what they assume is the safety of their own home. Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin are fatally stabbed. What no one knows is why. So now we are on to part 3. Are you guys still with me? Part 3, the first 6 weeks. I'm going to take a little brief break, a little potty break. I'm going to get a new water. And I'll be back momentarily and we will continue reading. All right, so give me I'll do about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. I'm back. Thank you for sticking around, guys. Let's go through some of our super chats and memberships that we got during this last read through. Mississippi Missy, sorry. Mississippi Missy, listening while working. Thanks, Jay, for reading this. Thank you for your super chat. Robat, author said BK was, oh, we already read that one. Thank you, Robat, for your $4.99. And I wonder if we can find out where BK was when his friend died. Thank you for your $4.99. And Wine, Crime, and Mayhem, a member for 30 months. Thank you so much. Linda S., thank you for your super sticker. And that's it. Thank you, guys. I hope you're enjoying the read through. I'm making the workday go better. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Robat. All right, let's get back into it, guys. Let's get back to reading. Part 3, the first 6 weeks. Chapter 42, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. As soon as she wakes up and sees the half light shining through the slit of a window in Bethany's bedroom, Dylan remembers him. The firefighter. His bulging blue eyes that caught hers. His thick, dark eyebrows. And the mask. Her dreamlike memory of the night before begins coming back to her in hazy snippets. She remembers falling into a half sleep, half stupor. At around 2 a.m., she heard everyone come home. Kaylee and Maddie had chatted on the couch in the living room. Late last night, she heard the girls say the name of Kaylee's ex. Jack. Dylan now thinks Maddie and Kaylee stayed up for a while. She heard them stomp up the stairs to the top floor, and then she thought she'd heard that cry. Was it Kaylee? There's someone here. Given her sporific haze, Dylan can't be sure of the timing. But she thought it sounded like Kaylee had said those words just moments after going up the stairs. Then Dylan had opened her door and peered out. Nothing. She thought she could still hear Xana moving around. Doubtless getting a food delivery like she always did after a big night out. It wasn't unusual for people to pop in and out of King Road. Even at 4 a.m. It was a party house, and people knew to come in through the sliding doors by the kitchen. Everyone in their circle, even their parents, knew that the lock was broken. You just had to lift the mechanism up and the door released. So Dylan went back to bed, but as she lay down, she thought she heard Xana crying. She opened her door again, and she thought she heard an unmistakable male voice say, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Then there was a thud, a whimper, and Murphy began barking and barking. Murphy never did that in the middle of the night. Dylan shut her door, freaked out. Her heart thudding. She waited some more. She opened the door a third time, and then she saw him. The firefighter. Or that's what she thought he must be, since he wore a mask and was clad head to toe in black. He had something in his hands. A vacuum, maybe? Was there a fire? Where was the smoke? She was confused. He was walking towards the black sliding doors. Their gazes locked for a split second. Dylan was momentarily frozen, but she quickly closed her door and locked it, heart pounding, waiting for further sounds. She remembered being scared and looking around her room for her taser. The battery was dead. She listened and listened at the door, but after that, there was just silence. Whoever he was, whatever he'd been doing, he was gone. Dylan wondered in that moment if she'd gone crazy. How wasted was she? That was when she reached out to Bethany and the others. And eventually, after getting no reply for 10 minutes and seeing that her phone was dying, she'd gulped, opened her door again, and raced down to Bethany's room, where she'd locked the door and climbed into bed with her best friend. Her other housemates must be sleeping, she told herself, and she fell into an uneasy slumber. When she woke up around 8 a.m., early for a Sunday, Bethany was already awake. She'd spoken to her parents and told them about Dylan's panic, paranoia most likely, the night before. Dylan has had crazy thoughts before, when completely drunk. So at first she thinks it must have been a nightmare, which now is past, just like the dark. She and Bethany lie in bed, both on their phones. Dylan tools around on Instagram and then on Indeed. At 10:23 a.m., she texts Maddie to see if she's up. No biggie, she thinks, when there's no answer. But the clock ticks on. And as Dylan sends messages on Instagram and Snapchat, there's still no noise from upstairs. At 11:29 a.m., she texts Kaylee. Still nothing. Now the panic from last night sets in again. Dylan turns to Bethany. What if whatever Dylan saw was real? Bethany calls Jenna McClure, one of their besties. She said she'll come over. And Dylan decides to phone Emily, her big, the person she trusts the most on campus. Surely Emily will fix this. She has to. Chapter 43, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. Emily Allant is at her apartment in the building next door, having breakfast with Hunter Johnson, Josie, and Lyndon when she answers Dylan's call. Can you come over? Dylan asks her big sister. I don't really know if I was dreaming or not, but I think there was a man here, and I'm really scared. Can you come check out the house? Emily is amused. It's not the first time Dylan has said crazy stuff after she's had a few drinks. Ha ha. Should I bring my pepper spray? She teases. Emily takes the time to find a sweatshirt before trotting towards the King Road house. But Hunter, driven perhaps by some sixth sense, is ahead of her. He enters the house and passes Dylan and Bethany, who are barefoot, hands over their mouths, crying. They wait while he goes up the stairs and heads to the passage that will take him to Xana's room. The first sign that something is very wrong is that Xana's door is cracked open a few inches. Xana never sleeps with her door open. But Hunter sees that Xana isn't in bed asleep. She's lying on the floor, as if she'd fallen backwards into the room. Ethan is motionless in the bed behind her. There are rivers of blood. Adrenaline takes over, as does a strong protective instinct. He goes back down to Dylan and Bethany. Call 911, he says, and stay outside. He says as calmly as he can. He turns and heads back upstairs, where he goes into the kitchen and gets a kitchen knife. Is the person that did this still here? He heads across the hall, back to Xana's bedroom. When he's at her doorway, he hears someone coming up the stairs. He turns around and sees Emily coming towards him. He stops her, putting a hand on her shoulders and talking as softly as he can. You cannot go in there, he tells her. Emily doesn't understand. He tries again. Emily, I don't think Xana's going to wake up, he said firmly. And Emily stops moving. She stops speaking. She's rooted in shock. I'm going in to take their pulses, he says. Eventually, she turns and heads back down the stairs. Hunter goes into Xana's bedroom. He takes Xana's pulse, knowing that he won't feel a beat. He doesn't. And then Hunter goes over to the bed, to his best friend, Ethan, laying there, facing the wall, peacefully but lifelessly. Again, there is no pulse. He now walks around the room, checking the closets. There's no one there. In a trance, he walks out of the bedroom, knife in hand, and stands in the living room. Meanwhile, the others are outside on the phone with the emergency responder. The operator is asking them to stop passing the phone around, but they're in their panic. It's all they can think to do. Bethany and Dylan are too upset to be intelligible, so Josie tries to give the address as clearly as she can, explaining that one of the roommates is unconscious. One of the roommates is passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. Oh, and they saw a man in their house last night. Dylan takes the phone back and tries to start in about what she saw at 4 a.m., but the operator cuts her off. She wants to know what is happening right now. Is someone passed out right now? There's a pause as they call for Hunter inside the house, who hollers back to them. She's not waking up, Dylan tells the operator. Hunter comes out and takes the phone from Dylan. Is she breathing? The operator asks. No, Hunter says, with all the calm he could muster. Then he hands the phone back to Dylan and goes to wait inside. The operator tells Dylan that she summoned help and to stay on the line. She asks Dylan if they can find a defibrillator. Dylan asks the others. None of them knows where a defibrillator is. None of them, other than Hunter, knows anything. But wordlessly, they are each screaming the same questions. Why is Xana not waking up? Where is Ethan? Why is Hunter Johnson telling them to stay outside? And what about Kaylee and Maddie? Huddled on the sidewalk, dressed in their nightwear, the friends have no idea whether Kaylee and Maddie are inside the house. They do know from their location sharing apps that the girls' phones are inside. But they also know that neither is answering. Chapter 44. Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. They are still on the phone with the 911 operator when the first patrol car arrives. The man gets out. Patrol Officer Mitch Nunez is 22, the same age as Hunter Johnson. Nunez joined the Moscow PD only a year ago. The kids look at him, slightly stunned to see someone their age in an officer's uniform. Nunez is expecting a routine situation. He asks Hunter Johnson, who is standing just inside, still holding the kitchen knife, to come with him to show him the unconscious person. He's ready to administer CPR. But right from the get-go, something tells him that this is not the usual case of a student who is over-imbibed. Hunter Johnson doesn't let go of the knife. He takes Nunez up to Xana's room. He shows him Xana and Ethan. Nunez takes their pulses. They are dead, clearly victims of a brutal stabbing. Nunez can see that in addition to other wounds, Xana's fingers are almost severed. It looks like she put up a fight against someone advancing into the room. Ethan looks as if he died while sleeping. He's still on his side in the bed, facing the wall, stabbed in the buttocks and the neck. Nunez takes out his gun. He might be the department baby, but he knows how to follow protocols from his time in the Army and his police training. He knows that while he waits for backup, he needs to look around for a perpetrator. His first priority is to clear the residence of any threat. His second is to get medical aid to anyone who needs it. Nunez casts his eyes around. There is no sign of a perpetrator, and it's clear that Xana and Ethan are beyond requiring medical assistance. He calls for backup. He takes Hunter down to the living room. Then he makes his way up to the top of the house, his body cam recording every second of his movements and the horrific visuals of what he sees. Upstairs on the top floor, Nunez finds a dog, a golden doodle, in the room on the left. He enters the room on the right, Maddie's room, and sees two young women, Kaylee and Maddie, lying in Maddie's bed, also stabbed to death. Even before he takes their pulses, he knows they're dead. Nunez hasn't seen anything as horrific as this in his short time at the Moscow PD. The last murder in town that happened was long before he joined the force. 2 other patrol officers, Corbin Smith and Eric Warner, are on their way. But Nunez knows he needs to go up the chain of command fast. This is way serious. Chapter 45. Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. It's 12:30 p.m. on what ought to be a lazy Sunday, but someone is shaking Hunter Chapin awake. "Cooper?" he says groggily to the guy who climbed up the ladder to his sleeping loft and is prodding him. Cooper Atkinson, an older Sig Chi brother who recruited him and Ethan, is standing there, visibly agitated. "Hunter, wake up. The cops are on King Road." "Huh?" Hunter doesn't see what the big deal is. The King Road house is a notorious party house because of the big deck in the back. The cops are always being called by a neighbor, angered by the house. Hunter sees that the university has sent out a campus-wide alert about an unconscious person, but he still isn't worried. Maybe Xana or one of the other roommates over-imbibed on game day. It wouldn't be the first time someone passed out from drinking. But Cooper drags Hunter out of bed, and the two make the short walk across the lower field to the house. As they get near, Hunter can see the usual gang sitting on the sidewalk. Emily, Hunter Johnson, Josie, Lyndon, Dylan, Bethany. Where's Ethan? He wonders. Oh, he answers his own question. Ethan is probably helping the cops inside. He'll be helping whoever is in difficulty. That would be typical of Ethan. Xana's not on the sidewalk either, so maybe the person who needs help is Ethan's own girlfriend. Hunter scarcely notices that Cooper leaves his side once he catches up to his group of friends on the sidewalk, because there's something in his friends' faces that tells him the world has just ended. They don't speak, they just hug him. Hunter is afraid to say anything, but then Hunter Johnson gently motions for him to follow him to a nearby dumpster, when they are alone. Hunter Chapin plucks up the courage to ask, "What's going on? Like, where's Ethan? Is he helping who's ever inside?" Hunter Johnson speaks softly. "Ethan's not here anymore." Hunter Chapin doesn't comprehend the words. "What do you mean Ethan's not here anymore? Like, where did he go?" "Your brother's dead." "Dead?" Hunter Chapin can't feel anything. How can this be happening? How on earth can Ethan, whom he just last saw at the early morning hours, be dead? Hunter Johnson continues. I don't know. We think Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie were all murdered last night." Murdered? Ethan? Xana? Kaylee? Maddie? Hunter Chapin is so dizzy he has to sit down. Ordinarily, he'd tell the other Hunter he's out of his mind to stop with such a cruel joke. But ordinarily, there isn't yellow police tape around the house, and a swarm of cops moving in and out and not speaking to the little circle of sobbing kids. For maybe 15 minutes, Hunter Chapin is mute. They all are. No one knows what to say. He can't process this. He can't deal. He has spent almost every minute of his entire life with his triplet brother. Ethan has been his leader, his role model. His brother has entered every room, every game, every contest, one step ahead of him, but also with his hand stretched out towards him. Ethan is Hunter's entire world. Now he's gone? Murdered? He has no idea what to do. What to say to his sister, his mom, his dad. He doesn't want to speak to the cops. And it seems they don't want to speak to the kids. The police avert their gaze as they go in and out of the house. Eventually, Hunter speaks. For the first time in his life, he has to dig deep and find Ethan's spirit within him. Chapter 46, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. I need a phone, Hunter Chapin says. Mine isn't working. Hunter Johnson hands him his. He calls his sister, no answer. It will emerge that Maisie is showering, and when she comes out and sees a missed call from Hunter Johnson, She doesn't assume that it's anything urgent. Why should she? But then he calls again. Weird. She answers, "What do you want, Hunter?" But it wasn't the Hunter she was expecting. It's her brother. And he sounds strange. "Maisie, you need to come to Xana's." Maisie thinks this is also weird. Why? "You just need to come." Maisie is kind of pissed. "I don't have a car." "Find one." Maisie wakes up Reagan, one of her roommates, and asks her to drive to Xana's. But they can only get as far as the bottom of the hilly slope on which 1122 King Road sits. The whole block is cordoned off. Police are everywhere. Maisie gets out and walks towards her brother Hunter and the usual friend group. They are all crying. Her brother appears to be on the phone. Maisie thinks her stomach might fall out of her. What the hell happened? Someone? Anyone? Silence. Maisie is filled with rage, with good reason. Why are they all just shaking their heads and not speaking? "Someone tell me! Jesus Christ!" she yells. Her brother hangs up the phone and approaches her. Ethan and Xana didn't wake up. Maisie snorts. "What do you mean they didn't wake up? Someone drugged them? Poisoned them? It doesn't make sense." Maisie still doesn't think it sounds that bad. But her friend's reactions nag at her. Bethany is crying so loudly that it feels like her life depends on it. Dylan is positively screaming and shouting something like, "I can't believe someone would do this." Maisie has never much liked Dylan. She's histrionic, in Maisie's view, and Maisie is irritated by it. "Shut the fuck up," Maisie says to Dylan. "It's really annoying." Why do they all want to hug her? Maisie sits down with them. She sees Ava Wood, a blonde AFI, who lives in an apartment building next to the house, putting a blanket over Emily's shoulders and comforting her. Jack DeCour, who Maisie knows is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, is also with him. He seems confused, dazed. When he says he's Kaylee's ex, the cops seem to want to talk to him. They stick him in the cop car, but only for a few minutes. Maisie hasn't thought about Kaylee and Maddie. Xana's roommates, she doesn't even know them, really. She's focused on Ethan and Xana. What's happened to them? The group just sits there, watching the cops, waiting, hoping for an answer that is better than the one they fear. Suddenly, it's 1:04 p.m., and all their phones ping. It's another campus-wide alert, much worse than the first. Moscow PD investigating a homicide on King Road, near campus. Suspect is not known at this time. Stay away from the area and shelter in place. Oh my God. The group collectively bursts into fresh tears. Maisie is struggling to grasp the reality of the words on the screen, but Emily loses it. The young cop has come out of the house and she lets him have it. "How dare you send out a vandal alert before we knew where our friends are?" she screams at him. The officer replies with a stony calm that he does not feel as he delivers the grim, official, life-changing news. All 4 of your friends are inside the house, and they're all dead. Chapter 47, Mount Vernon, Washington, November 13th, 2022. Stacy Chapin is filling her cart in the produce aisle at Hagen when she sees her friend Barb. It's a lazy Sunday. Her husband Jim is on his way back to the tiny condo in nearby La Conner they bought after they sold their big house in Mount Vernon. He's been at his workshop at a sawmill outside of Coeur d'Alene, a mammoth 6-hour-plus drive away. Jim left at 8 a.m., so Stacy has plenty of time for a catch-up. She puts her basket down to exchange news with Barb when her phone rings and sees it's Maisie calling. She figures no big deal. She'll call her back when she's finished talking. Although, as she thinks about it, it is unusual for Maisie to call. Normally, she texts her mother, and they arrange a time to talk. Of all her kids, the quickest to communicate is Ethan. from whom she's yet to hear from this morning. Which is odd. She texted Ethan a few hours ago, asking him for photos from Maisie's formal last night, but he hasn't responded. Ordinarily, he's the first of her kids to reach out in the mornings, no matter how heavy the night before. And usually when she texts him, he answers right away, no matter the hour. It's like there's a psychic bond between them. Anyhow, no big deal. Stacy carries on talking. When she's finished, she sees that Maisie has called her multiple times. Now she's trying her again. This time Stacy picks up. Maisie? She says. But it isn't Maisie. It's Hunter calling from his sister's phone. He's on speaker. Stacy can hear wailing in the background. Ethan's not here anymore, Hunter said. Stacy doesn't understand. We'll go get him. Hunter tries again. No, you don't understand. He and Xana aren't here. Stacy is growing impatient. Like Maisie, she doesn't suffer fools. So get in the car and go find them. What is that crying? Hunter says, Mom, you don't understand. They're not on this earth anymore. Stacy doesn't believe what her son is telling her. She abandons her cart in the aisle, walks out of the store, and calls Jim from her car. He's just dropping into the Skagit Valley. He's almost home. I think something's happened to Ethan and he's been killed, she says. Jim doesn't understand. He can't process. But he knows one thing, and so does his wife. Whatever's happened, they have to get to Hunter and Maisie. Right now, they have to get to their kids. Chapter 48. LaConner, Washington, November 13th, 2022. Stacy and Jim Chapin meet at their condo in LaConner, Washington, and get into Jim's black Chevy Tahoe. They have a 6-hour drive ahead of them, and the Sunday afternoon traffic sucks. Hunter and Maisie call and tell them they're being asked to go to the police station and that they'll be handing over their phones to the cops, which means that for most of the drive, Stacy and Jim cannot reach their kids. Stacy feels as if she'll burst. Why aren't they hearing anything from police? From the university? From anyone? She phones the emergency cell number for the university that parents of all incoming students are given. She chews out the person who answers, asking why no one from the school is communicating with her about her son. The voice on the other end says that because there's a protocol with emergencies, and the police are the ones in charge of situations like this. Okay, and perhaps the only time in the aftermath after her son's death, Stacy momentarily loses her cool. That's not good enough, she yells. She has no idea to whom she's talking. In that moment, she's not interested, but being Stacy Chapin, soon she wants to find him and apologize. For now, she just wants the snarled traffic to move. All she wants is to go to Hunter and Maisie and tell them that no matter what has happened to Ethan, they are still a family and they're going to be fine. Stacy, the mother hen, is going to make sure of this. She is going to be there for Maisie and Hunter. She is going to be there for Ethan. Whatever has happened, she is going to be there for Jim. She doesn't have a clue as to how they're going to get through this, but she is going to do her damnedest to protect her brood. Family first. All the plans she and Jim made ahead of traveling, retiring, those belong in the past. They are quite gone. Hunter and Maisie need to hear one message from her. Whatever happened to Ethan, they are alive and they are going to be fine. She will make sure of it. That is what Ethan would want. Chapter 49, Clarkson, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. What a beautiful Sunday. Blaine Eccles, the UI Dean of Students, is nearing the Costco in Clarkston, near Lewiston, a 40-minute drive from Moscow. He's admiring the morning. He and his wife Shelley are doing their grocery run. They normally do every 6 weeks. He's seen a vandal alert about an unconscious person, and he hopes whoever needed first aid received it and is okay. More than likely, an alcohol-related mishap after game day. Not unusual. But as they are about to pull into the Costco parking lot, his phone rings. It's Tyson Barrett. Blaine, says the police captain, we've got 4 dead bodies, and we think they may be students. What? Eckel gestures to his wife to go on into Costco. He sits in the car and speaks with the captain. We don't have it confirmed yet, but given the proximity of where they are to campus, at King Road, and their ages, it's a good chance they are. Call me back as soon as you know anything, says Eccles. Just like the police, Eccles has a checklist of what to do and what not to do. And whom to call. Or a checklist of what to do and whom to call, sorry. His first call is to UI President Scott Green. His line was busy, so Eccles suspects someone else, Tyson probably, is giving him the news. Then he calls the provost, Tory Lawrence, and informs him. Jake Nichols, the director of campus safety, is temporarily unreachable because, it will emerge, he's on a boat on the river. Eccles leaves a voicemail asking Greg Lambeth, the director of the counseling center, to phone him as soon as possible. Lambeth, it turns out, is hiking in the woods. But the small group of people he can reach have an impromptu conference call, then decide to convene ASAP on campus. Eccles goes into Costco and retrieves Shelley. He asks her to drive him so he can set about putting things in order. Eccles is trying to stay one step ahead of what to do, what to set in motion. Barrett mentioned that the manner of the deaths was suspicious, but Eccles had no clue as how the 4 students, if indeed they are students, died. He wonders if it's drug-related. Most likely he thinks they were shot. So when a bewildered, irate Stacy Chapin reaches him, he genuinely has nothing new to tell her. He doesn't know what happened, but even if he did, it's up to the police, not him, to talk to her. He notes that she doesn't even ask his name, that in her panic, she may not be aware that it's him. Eccles does not know Stacy Chapin, but he knows who she is. When you're the dean, you notice when triplets enroll. It doesn't happen every day. Nor does a mass murder. Eccles started at UI in 2015, so he wasn't here for the previous horrible campus tragedy in 2011, when Katie Benoit was murdered by her professor, who then holed up in the Best Western, and when the cops tried to bash down the door, turned the gun on himself. Now, as the administrators huddle in a conference room, they have a whole host of questions to think about, like security and how to beef them up, whether to cancel classes, and if so, how long. For Eccles, the priority is student care. He needs to find out where the kids lived, whether they were members of a Greek house, so he can reach out. Tyson Barrett continues phoning him intermittently, and Eccles tells the captain that he will cooperate the best he can with any investigation. I don't. Sorry, I lost my spot. I was rudely interrupted. Sorry, guys. But what no one in that room of university leaders is something that will become a problem for Chief Fry and his officers. By deciding to cancel classes, they are effectively sending home thousands of possible witnesses, key people the police need to speak to. Fry later shakes his head in exasperation at this, wishing the school had asked him first. But part of being a cop is knowing that you can control only so much. The university is not answerable to him, and they need to make decisions for their reasons, not his. Fortunately, There is another law enforcement agency that has branches all over the country and can get to out-of-towners easily. Fry knows he'll be calling it soon. The Federal Bureau of Investigations. We are on chapter 50 of the book. So it looks like we're about maybe not halfway through yet. But I think we're doing pretty good. This is actually really interesting. Chapter 50 is pretty long. I'm going to take a short break, just a couple minutes, and I will be back in 5, probably less. So just give me about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back to read more. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I've got this whole key fob thing going on. We're trying to figure out we haven't found the key fob. So just a mess. But we're continuing on chapter 50. We are on page 132. And let's keep going. Chapter 50. Pullman, Washington, November 13th, 2022. It's lunchtime, and Evan Ellis, the news director of Pullman Radio, has just finished up in the studio. He's prepping for his Monday morning show when local photographer Jeff Crimmins calls him. You listening to the scanner? Crimmins is at his in-laws' house, and they keep their scanners set to the police frequency. Stopped when I left the studio, Ellis replies. Why? You're not going to believe this. We got 4 bodies over in Moscow. 1122 King. I'm listening to it right now. The cops just walked in. The volunteers, fire, and EMT are saying there's blood everywhere. Meet you there, says Ellis. With decades of experience between them, there's no need to have a conversation about the seriousness of the situation. Ellis and Crimmins got to the King Road residence within 15 minutes. A patrol car is barricading the entrance to the block, and tape is around the perimeter. Ellis can see a group of 4 or 5 kids sitting on the sidewalk. Ellis can see a group of 4 or 5 kids sitting on the sidewalk in a circle, all sobbing uncontrollably. He's never heard wailing like this. There is terror and tragedy in those cries. Ellis has been to and reported from every major crime scene in the area over the past 20 years. In 2007, he even arrived at an active shooting in Moscow. Outside the sheriff's office, Lee Newbill, a police officer, was killed, and 2 others, including Sheriff's Deputy Sergeant Brannon Jordan, were injured. As a journalist, Ellis practices old-style reporting. He has values that, in the coming days and weeks, prove vanishingly rare. He believes that off the record means off the record, and that sources are to be protected. He also believes that some people have a right to privacy, to not have cameras shoved in their faces, and these kids, in this moment, should not be interviewed. He deliberately turns his phone away from them and even tries to block the noise of the bawling as he begins live streaming from the scene on Facebook. All right, I'm going to go fast here. We've got a sketchy signal where I'm at. Homicide investigation in Moscow. He tells his listeners where he is. Moscow police on scene. University of Idaho has issued a vandal alert saying that the Moscow PD has a homicide investigation here at one of these apartments. Suspect is not known at this time. University of Idaho alert states that people need to stay away from this area and shelter in place. That is the alert from the University of Idaho, is to shelter in place. That's what the vandal alert said. With this homicide investigation here near campus, suspect not known at this time, this is Evan Ellis. He stops screaming when he sees a cop come out of 1122 King Road. He stops streaming when he sees a cop come out of 1122 King Road. He recognizes the officer. It's Captain Tyson Barrett. Unlike the kids, Barrett is not off limits, so Ellis approaches. Barrett lets him because he knows that Ellis is knows the Moscow cops. They trust him. He's never betrayed their confidence, and when they've told him stuff that is for background only, it's stayed that way. So Barrett is happy to answer Ellis's questions honestly when the journalist asks, "Is there a shooter at large?" Barrett shakes his head. "No threat to the public." The captain says, "We're going to put that out there." But Ellis is skeptical. Sure, he doesn't see anyone walking around looking like they want to attack anyone. But still, really, Tyson? Are you sure? Barrett says he is. Ellis points to the house. So is everybody in there? His question is implicit. Is the murderer in there dead too? But at that, Barrett shuts down. I'm not going to say anything else. After years of dealing with these guys, Ellis knows better than to push. But questions ran through his mind. Are we talking murder? Are we talking guns? What are we talking about? Holy hell, he thinks as he walks away. He calls Chief Fry. Chief, Tyson's going with no threat to the public. Are you sure? The university is saying shelter in place. Fry is quick to answer. We're going with no threat. That's what we've got right now. There's a pause. Hey, Evan, Fry says, speaking to his friend as much as a journalist. Tamp this down. Fry doesn't want chaos on campus. That isn't helpful to anyone. The police are going to need calm and order so they can get to witnesses and proceed with their investigation. Fry knows that people are just as safe now as they were 24 hours before the murders. Common sense, not just his years of training and experience, tells him that when someone comes for you in your bed with a knife in the middle of the night, it's personal. Whoever did this is not likely to strike again randomly. What Fry can't explain right now is why 4 victims were knifed and why 2 other roommates were not. But he knows that there will be an answer and they will find it. They always do. He hasn't had an unsolved case in his years of being a cop. Ellis knows that Fry and Barrett are as good at their jobs as any cops you'll find anywhere. Better, probably, because there's a pride and sense of ownership that comes with policing a small town. Something that likely doesn't happen in the big cities. But Ellis knows that the police are going to have another problem while they're hunting for whoever stabbed 4 students to death in their bedrooms. And he's worried that these cops, as good as they are, aren't prepared for this aspect, namely publicity. Everything about this crime, the age of the victims, the proximity of the house to the school, the fact that there were 4 of them, the fact that they were in the safety of their own beds, the fact that there appear to be survivors in the house, the fact that this is Moscow, safe little Moscow. All of this means that this story is going to be big, way bigger than the town's mass homicide in 2015 when John Lee, the troubled son of a beloved local couple, shot and killed his adoptive mother, his landlord, and a restaurant manager and injured one other person. Way bigger than the sordid saga of Katie Benoit and her professor. Bigger than the 2 Wells brothers gunning down a member of the Vandals football team. And bigger than Charles Capone strangling his wife and dumping her body in the river. The Moscow cops are going to face questions from journalists who don't know them. Journalists who will ask, not reasonably, how the police can be certain the public is safe if they don't have a suspect in custody. That's why he's pushing here. But in all his years of reporting, he's never gotten in the way of an investigation, and he's not going to start now. So he taps the live stream button again on his phone. All right, Evan Ellis with you. Back again at the crime scene of a homicide investigation in Moscow. We're near campus, and you can see the unit where the investigation is taking place. 1122 King Road. And we've got the police tape here around the scene. He tells his audience that Captain Tyson Barrett of the Moscow Police Department specifically said that there was no threat to the public right now, although the University of Idaho had sent out a campus-wide alert telling people to stay away from the area and shelter in place. The key here, he goes on, it's Moscow Police Department investigating. They do not believe this case represents a threat to the public at this time. And again, that's different from what we've heard from the University of Idaho on their alert. It's possible, he says, that the university is being overly cautious and reiterates that the police are saying there's no threat to the public at this time. What exactly that means, you can speculate, he says. We're not going to necessarily do that. Homicide investigation here again in Moscow, King Road. Here is the new Greek row, right back here. University of Idaho campus, here. Ellis's hand is shaking, so is his voice. In this moment, he and Jeff Crimmins are the only members of the media there. But he knows that within hours, that will change. And he worries that the police narrative has been repeated several times, that there is no threat to the public will change as well. Hold on one second. Okay. Chapter 51, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. Jeff Kernodle is headed on the long journey back to his home in Arizona after family weekend. He's feeling justifiably elated. It hasn't been a straightforward path. Parenting his two daughters, Jasmine and Xana. Their mom, Kara, has been in and out of jail for years. When Jasmine and Xana were little, Jeff got full custody. It was not easy being a single dad, juggling children and a job, and more recently, a move from Post Falls, Idaho, to Arizona. But he and his daughters are as tight as can be, and his daughters are tight with each other. He smiles when he thinks about the fact that they are just 15 miles apart. Jasmine at WSU, Xana at UI. Two beautiful young women full of life, laughter, hope, and love for each other. Jasmine is a rising senior, studying business marketing and digital technology. Xana has mentioned wanting a career in digital marketing, or maybe sales, but she's always been the more carefree of the two. The one who laughingly has always said she has no plans for the future. But Jeff noticed this past weekend that she's changing. She wanted him to meet her boyfriend's parents, Jim and Stacy. Nice people. She's never had a serious boyfriend before, and Jeff can tell she's nuts about Ethan. So nuts, she's thinking about a future with him. Why, though, did she not phone earlier? He thought they might have had brunch today, but he didn't hear from her, so he hit the road. His phone rings. It's Jasmine. She's crying. Dad, you need to turn around. His heart drops. Meet me at Xana's house, is all she says. When he gets there, it's cordoned off and swarming with police officers. Jeff tells them he's Xana's dad, and an officer asks if he and Jasmine can please follow him to the station. When they get there, they are ushered into a room where an officer gently tells them that there has been 4 victims of a homicide, and then Xana is one. Jeff is speechless. What can you say to such a thing? There aren't words, just tears and agony. Chapter 52, Rathdrum, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. It's lunchtime, and Steve Gonsalves is exactly where he likes to be on football Sundays. In his living room, in front of the TV, watching the Seahawks game, surrounded by his noisy family. He moved to Rathdrum, Idaho, because he wanted to make life easier for his wife, Christy. The cost of living was cheaper. The state was safer than California. He wanted her to quit her job as an accountant at Chevron and be a full-time mom if she wanted to. She didn't, because that's Christy for you. Independent, strong, a great role model. She decided to become a teacher. Steve's a proud girl dad. 4 of his 5 kids are daughters, but they all love football. Their cousin Bryce is hoping to get recruited by a college team. An extra bonus today is that his eldest daughter, Olivia, will soon be home for Thanksgiving. She lives in LA, where her husband, Robbie Stevenson, works in post-production on the series Ted Lasso. But that morning, there was a scare. Steve just discovered he has Ramsay Hunt syndrome, an inflammation of the facial nerve caused by chickenpox virus. Olivia is 22 weeks pregnant with her 3rd child, and Steve is worried about possibly being contagious. So he and Christy are on and off the phone to Olivia, figuring out if it's safe for her to visit. So when they call Olivia yet again, she doesn't sound surprised to hear from them. But then Christy says, I think something's happened to Kaylee. They were not expecting Kaylee back from Moscow until Tuesday. She had gone to show Maddie her new Range Rover, hang out with her friends. But Kaylee's younger sisters, Autumn and Aubrey, had been getting strange calls from Kaylee's friends about police being at King Road. Something weird is happening there. An unconscious person. And there's a vandal alert for a homicide. They try Kaylee. It goes to voicemail. They try Maddie. It rings, no answer. They try Jack, no answer. But they start to see photographs of the King Road house coming online. It's surrounded by police tape. The Gonsalves are flummoxed. Where are the police? Why hasn't anyone said anything to them? Olivia phones Maddie's mom, Karen, to ask if she's heard anything. Karen says she's already on her way to Moscow. She too has received alarming messages, but nothing from the police. She promises she's going to bring both girls home. But Karen doesn't get to the King Road house. The police reach her when she's almost to Moscow and tell her to go to the police station. The Gonsalveses, meanwhile, are sitting, waiting, hoping, praying that Kaylee and Maddie are okay. It's another few hours between 4 and 5 before the police show up on their doorstep to deliver the shocking news that Kaylee is dead, and so is Maddie and the two others. When Steve and Christy ask how and why, the officers have no answer. After they leave, Steve heads upstairs to the bedroom he shares with Christy. He shuts the door and weeps. Tears of shame as well as grief. He's the family protector. He moved here to Idaho to keep his family safe, and he couldn't protect Kaylee and Maddie. When Christy tells her the news, Olivia goes numb. And then she takes control of the things she can. She tells Robbie they need to get in the car with their 2 kids and drive through the night 20 hours to get to Rathdrum and her parents. She doesn't want to fly because she doesn't want to be trapped with strangers in an airport. She wants to work while Robbie drives. She wants to talk to whoever Kaylee talked to in her last hours alive. In the passenger seat, she goes into detective mode. Kaylee is on her mother's cell phone plan, and Olivia knows how to pull up her sister's phone log online to see who Kaylee called and who called Kaylee. She phones the people her sister spoke to, and she follows every lead she can find. By the time she and Robbie pull up in Rathdrum, late afternoon the next day, Olivia already knows a few things. Kaylee was at the corner club just after 1 in the morning. Kaylee called a rideshare driver from the grub truck at 1:50, and she got into the car with a friend. Olivia knows this because she reached the rideshare driver via text message. She knows that the friend was Maddie because she was told by the driver that the grub truck had a camera on the roof and was live streaming. So she pulled up the video on Twitch and saw Maddie and Kaylee waiting in line. She knows the two arrived home safely at 1:57 because she tracked down a neighbor's Ring camera footage. And she knows that Kaylee's last call that night was to Jack. Olivia tells her parents she's certain that Kaylee's murderer wasn't someone known to her. Olivia never met Xana and Ethan, but from Kaylee, she knew enough about them, their life, and their friends. She's certain no one in their friend group would have done this. She tells her father that she feels in her gut whoever did this was a stranger. The mystery is why. When he looks back on Olivia's quick thinking, Steve can't help but be impressed by his eldest daughter. He's always been sad that, with her smarts, she didn't go to law school after college. She'd chosen instead to go to Los Angeles with Robbie so he could pursue a career in film and entertainment. Olivia is fiercely intelligent. She scored 1,300 on the SAT. And like her parents, she never takes no for an answer. Not from anyone. Kaylee was the same way. Here she is, pregnant, having driven with her husband through the night, 2 little ones in the back seat on a mission to find answers. Steve makes himself a promise. He will not rest until whoever did this is brought to justice. That is what Kaylee would want. That is what Kaylee would expect. And Steve would not let the Gonsalves women down. Chapter 53, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. This is the worst crime scene yet. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson pulls up close to the King Road house and makes his way towards the police tape. He braces himself, knowing what lies in its perimeter. He's never had to deal with a crime this violent and of this magnitude, and Thompson has led the country prosecutorial office for 3 decades. The previous week was his 30-year anniversary. Some anniversary gift. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds. He ducks under the police tape and tells the officer outside he's going to do a tour of the inside of the house. The officers are deferential, making way for him, trying to be helpful. They revere Thompson. He might look like Santa Claus with his long white beard and spectacles, but appearances can be deceptive. To cops, Thompson is the epitome of the adage, iron fist, velvet glove. At this point, he's a legend. If, in 30 years of being Latah's lead prosecutor, an elected position, Thompson has lost a case, no one can remember it. He has no intention of letting this one blot his record. Whoever did this will pay for it. Thompson makes his way up to the main level, where he sees Xana and Ethan, and then to the upper level, where he sees Maddie and Kaylee. He also sees the knife sheath beside the bed that Corporal Payne and the others had noticed earlier. That's going to be a critical piece of evidence if there's DNA on it. Whoever did this made a mistake. Thanks to the popularity of the public genealogical websites like Ancestry and 23andMe, forensics can now take the smallest piece of DNA and construct an entire family tree around it in a method called investigative genetic genealogy, IgG for short. It's a game-changing scientific development for investigators. Leaving the knife sheath might have been the murderer's only mistake. Time will tell. There's no sign right now of a murder weapon or prints. But they are just starting. Thompson is confident they will find the perpetrator. They will find a motive. What he doesn't know is how long it will take. But Thompson is patient. He prides himself on his patience. His most famous case was that of Moscow automotive repairman Charles Capone. In April 2010, Capone's estranged wife, Rachel Anderson, vanished. Her body was never found. But Thompson was nonetheless able to convict Capone of her murder because he waited and waited for 2 whole years until an accomplice who helped Capone strangle his wife and throw her body wrapped in a tarp into the Snake River started talking. Ultimately, he became Thompson's star witness and testified as to exactly what happened. Capone was sentenced to life in prison. Another famous case was the murder of UI football player Eric McMillan, who was gunned down on campus by 2 brothers from Seattle, James and Matthew Wells. There was no obvious connection between McMillan and the Wells brothers, but again, Thompson was patient. He wound up indicting not just the 2 brothers, but multiple family members who'd committed perjury to cover up what had happened. So no one who has worked closely with Bill Thompson, and that includes all 36 members of the Moscow PD, considers him soft. True, he votes Democrat, which makes him unusual in a Republican state. True, he has advocated for the community to create more resources to treat mental illness, saying it would prevent crime. He'd pushed for this publicly in 2007, after a local janitor, Jason Hamilton, who was known to be mentally unstable, went out drinking and shot his wife Crystal in the head, and went on a shooting spree at the local sheriff's office, killing a total of 4 people, including beloved Moscow police officer Lee Newbill, and wounded another deputy, Brandon Jordan, before turning the gun on himself. And true, he didn't press for a trial in the case of John Lee, a schizophrenic kid who was known to many, many people in Moscow. In 2015, Lee shot his adoptive daughter, Terry Gabilski, a popular nurse practitioner, his landlord, and 2 other people at a local Arby's. He then sped off to Pullman. Cops made the arrest. Everyone in Moscow knew and loved Terry. Everyone had watched John Lee grow up. They witnessed his mental struggle. So yes, Thompson had accepted a plea agreement whereby Lee was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. You could argue that that was soft, or you could argue that it was pragmatic. No one believed John Lee was in his right mind when he went on this killing spree. But this case, 4 bodies in a student house, stab wounds, rivers of blood, murders committed in the middle of the night in a densely populated area, with 2 survivors who, for whatever reason, waited 8 hours to call 911. Thompson knew that the chief would likely agree that the attack was targeted. The 2 meet every morning at 8. The 2 meet every morning at 8. They know each other's patterns inside and out. It may take weeks to go through all the stuff on these kids' phones to find the link they need, but they will find it. There's always a clue. He and Fry know from experience. Back in 2009, a local man, Silas Parks, claimed his pregnant wife, Sarah, had died in a tragic house fire. In fact, he'd strangle her first, then set the fire himself. James Fry had been the lead investigator in the case, Bill Thompson the prosecutor, and in the end, it was the autopsy of the mother and fetus that gave Silas away. Sarah did not have any smoke in her lungs, and the fetus had petechial hemorrhage in her eyes, an indication of trauma. Thompson had told Sarah's family to hang tough and let justice unfold, as it surely would. Now he watches as the state police forensics team arrive with a trailer full of equipment. When they've gathered all the evidence they need, fingernails, skin scrapings, everything and anything, the police will call the county coroner, Kathy Mabbutt. Mabbutt. She probably already had been told to cancel her dinner plans. Thompson considers if he might go down to the police station where the roommates and the immediate circle of friends are being questioned. He needs to learn what happened in the house the hours before and after the murders. The timeline is essential. He also wants to ensure that whatever he learns is kept secret. Leaks can kill investigations. They can literally obstruct justice. He never talks publicly about a case till the very end, until sentencing, and even then, he's brief. Beyond the evidence truck, a crowd is gathering with microphones and cameras. This one is going to attract more press than usual. Oh well, they can gather, but they are all going to have to wait. It's business as usual. Chapter 54. 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. It's cold. Even with the blanket Ava has placed over her shoulders, Emily is cold. She's in shorts. So are Dylan and Bethany. None of them is wearing shoes. They've been sitting here for hours now, crying, freezing, numb. Captain Barrett gently asks them to go to the police station for interviews. Emily feels for the captain. She can tell how sad Barrett is to see her and Ava crying like this. They are like daughters to him. Emily just wants to do something. She just lost her best friend. She has no idea or why or who did this. Her world is in a free fall. She wants to be able to control something. She looks around. She can look after Dylan, her little, and Bethany, who has lost her big, Maddie. She can give them clothes, protect them as best she can, like a mother hen. So before driving to the police station, Emily pops in her apartment to get clothes for all of them and bottles of water and snacks. When they get to the station, it feels as though the officer on duty isn't sure what to do. It dawns on Emily that it isn't just her world that's been rocked. None of them, not even the police, are ready for a tornado like this. The friends sit together mostly in silence. Random people enter and leave. John Henrik, the director of student care and case management, appears, along with a woman counselor, who asks if they want to talk about their feelings. The group says no. They aren't ready to talk about anything with anyone. They just want to be left alone. Henrik assures them that before he leaves, the last thing they'll need to worry about is classes. He'll be in touch with all their professors. Emily peers downstairs at one point. With a pang, sees Jeff and Jasmine Kernodle being led into a room on the first floor. She intuits that the story is overtaking them, that the news of what's happened is likely to reach their nearest and dearest before they can get to them, thanks to social media. So she phones her mom, Karen. Mom, I'm at the police station. I'm safe. I don't really want to talk about it, but I'm not going to have my phone for a while. Karen is in disbelief. She hasn't seen or heard anything, and Emily wants to protect her from the details for as long as possible. All you need to know is that they're just all gone, and we can talk about it later. One by one, the friends are peeled off and taken into interview rooms, like you see on crime dramas. A room where the tape recorder is going and the window is a one-way mirror. They never learn who is watching their interviews. They just know they're being watched. They don't know if the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, is there or not. They later wonder if he might have been. He's going to need the answers to the questions they're asked. Like, why? The police want to know. Were Emily, Hunter, Josie, and Lyndon awake so late the night before? Why would Emily have texted Xana at that hour? Who exactly did Dylan see? Why did she think he was a firefighter? Did he see her when she saw him? Was he in the house already when everybody got home? Why does she think the masked man in black walked away from her? Thank God, Emily thinks. The man in black did walk away from her. Is this person now coming for them? After their interviews, the friends determine that they are not going to separate. No one wants to go home. For Bethany and Dylan, that's not even possible. They swear to look out for one another, to protect one another at all costs from whoever attacked their friends. It's the only positive step they can take when everything else has gone so irretrievably backward. Oh, man. Chapter 55, guys. We are on page 170. We're about halfway-ish. And we've been going for about 5 hours. But I got more in me, so I'm going to keep going. Chapter 55, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. Daniel Ramirez, a journalist for the Argonaut, the University of Idaho student newspaper, is getting coffee at the drive-thru with the Argonaut's editor, Hadiya Tariq, when their phones ping simultaneously with a vandal alert warning students to shelter in place. Ordinarily, this sort of vandal alert is issued when there's a moose on campus. This time, it says there's been a homicide. The alert tells them to stay away from the King Road area. You know what I've noticed is that they haven't mentioned the knife threat on Paradise Path. Hi, Potato. They haven't, you know what I mean? That was in September. They didn't mention that. Because that was a vandal alert that went out in September. The alert says to stay away from the King Road area. So they do what every good journalist would. They head straight for 1122 King Road. They see the multitude of police cars and tape. Standing in front of the house, directing the others, is Tyson Barrett, whom they recognize because he's the campus police commandant. They ask Barrett for a statement, but he only repeats that the vandal alert with no further details. So Hadiya and Daniel head to the Argonaut newsroom on the top floor of the Bruce M. Pittman Center to see what they can learn online. The students are conversing on the college chat app Yik Yak. A kind of anonymous, closed version of Twitter. And there is huge confusion because at 3 p.m., another vandal alert is posted. This one saying that there is no threat to the community. What does this mean? Daniel and Hadiya can see that the students are confused and scared. Can they really walk around safely? The student journalists want to be able to report on this. But what can they say that is accurate? Conspiracy theories are already flying on Yik Yak. So too are the names Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee, but not in such a way that Daniel and Hadiya feel they're reportable. So we did have, you guys remember the warrant for Yik Yak was one of the warrants they took out. So maybe we'll be able to see the communications that we're going through on Yik Yak. Conspiracy theories are already flying in on Yik Yak. I already read that. On Yik Yak, the consensus seems to be that 1122 King Road is a party house. So a lot of students are suggesting that fentanyl must have been involved. So that's where that came from. Early on the Yik Yak app, they were speculating that it was a fentanyl overdose. Didn't Brian also have Yik Yak? Diana, do you remember? I might have to take a break in a minute. Like a 15-minute break. After this chapter. Because I got to figure out. We found someone that can get us a new fob for $150, I guess. So after chapter 55, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 4 o'clock after that. Maybe it's even posited that the homicide has something to do with Emma Bailey, who was seen in the whites, the apartment building next door to the house the weekend before. The following spring, Emma will be charged with the delivery of a controlled substance in connection with the death of another UI student. Prosecutors will dismiss this case. Could she have been at the King Road house that night? At around 5 p.m., a friend of Daniel's in a Catholic students group forwards something that Daniel deems the most reliable source so far to the victims' identities. The students have been urged to pray for the 4 victims whose names are given. Even so, Daniel and Hidea wait to publish anything until they get confirmation from the police. And they know from bitter experience it's going to be tough to get much from the Moscow police. Hidea is still waiting for the public information officer, or PIO, to get back to her about someone she refers to as Knife Guy. A man dressed in black. Oh, here it is. Here's the knife thing. Right here. She was still waiting for them to get back to her about the Knife Guy. A man dressed in black, riding a bicycle and holding a knife, had harassed a couple people on Paradise Street back in September. Hidea had written that up and done a follow-up piece because the police had issued a report saying he was no longer a threat to anyone, but didn't explain why. Just like she's waiting for answers about the 2 other campus deaths that have occurred while she's been at the Argonaut. One student died of an overdose, a suspected suicide in the spring. The Argonaut never wrote about it because the police never got back with her about it. Another student, Hudson Lindo, was found dead in the creek in May. Sources said it was a direct result of hazing. He'd been made to drink out of a 5-gallon bucket and was then abandoned by the people who'd made him do it. Hidea wanted to report what her sources told her, but with no confirmation from police, she couldn't. She felt that would be irresponsible. So now she and Daniel have nothing official to go on regarding what happened at King Road. Yik Yak, meanwhile, is exploding with all kinds of speculative storylines. One is that a group of men dressed in black entered the house. Another is that they were killed by members of a Colombian drug cartel who had known Xana's mother in prison and wanted payback. Another is that one of the 4 victims had been about to expose the Greek houses for sex trafficking, the idea being that new sorority members were being coerced into dating fraternity members. Yet another is that they were killed to cover up some kind of hazing sexual assault. Another is about a love triangle involving Ethan Xana and either Maddie or Kaylee. Every minute, there's a new invented plot line. This is like no story the duo has ever covered before. They aren't sure of protocol. Surely it isn't right to start reaching out to victims' families so soon. Hidea feels that would not be respectful. She assumes incorrectly, as it turns out, that other journalists felt the same way. That evening, Daniel sees that PBS appears to have a lead no one else does. A segment on the 4 homicides of Moscow comes on the news. According to the PBS report, the students were shot. Daniel and Hidea look at each other. How on earth can PBS know that? Did the police tell PBS something they're not willing to tell other news organizations? Surely PBS couldn't have gotten it wrong, can they? The two are confused, but also beginning to feel an emotion that will become all too familiar in the coming weeks as members of the national media descend on their town and report a barrage of nonsense in the absence of facts. What they feel is disappointment. So we're going to take a short break there at chapter 56. And I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Hopefully you guys will stick around. I had no idea about the PBS thing. I want to know why PBS was reporting them as shot. I know. Where did they see that, Autumn? I don't know. But please, you guys, stick around or come back in 10 minutes and we will continue reading. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys a lot, a lot. Here we go. Hello, hello. I don't want to scare you guys. I'm back. I have good news. We're getting a new fob. We found some. Oh, wait. Am I muted? No, I'm not. We're getting a new fob. We found someone to do it for $150. I'm so geeked about that. Thank you guys for waiting. Yeah. Thank you guys for waiting. I know we lost a couple hundred viewers taking a break, but we're going to keep going. Put a 1 in chat if you're still here and you're still listening and you're still awake. Because we're on chapter 56. Yeah, I'm very, very lucky. The same guy has helped us before when Georgia Dog locked himself out of the car. So we've used him before. So it actually worked out really good. Whew. Okay. I see lots of ones. Thanks, you guys. All right. Chapter 56, rather. Troy, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. It's dark by the time the police chief gets close to the crime scene. First, Fry goes home, showers, dresses in his uniform, and puts on his gun, a Sig Sauer P320. A murderer is out there after all. Then he drives to 1122 King Road, Moscow. He doesn't imagine for a second that any of these actions will come back to haunt him. He doesn't yet realize that every move he makes will be fodder for criticism from a press skeptical that a little department in a little town can find whoever killed Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. He doesn't yet grasp the snobbery of the coastal elites who consider Moscow the middle of nowhere and assume the police chief there must be inexperienced and inept. He doesn't yet comprehend that the media is going to hound him so much he will have to cover his office windows with butcher paper. He doesn't yet realize that the job of a police chief in the modern era has little to do with training and experience he's gotten in 30 years on the job, including 10 weeks spent at the National FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, a program for only the country's very best police officers are selected. He doesn't yet understand that he will need over the next 6 weeks is a PhD in communications, and that is something he is not equipped with. Fry is thinking about process, the well-being of his team, and protecting the investigation the way he knows how. And the way Bill Thompson wants it, with silence. The good thing about having a small department is that Fry trusts his men implicitly. He knows there will be no leaks, whatever they find. What he doesn't know yet is that in the absence of a real story, people invent fictitious ones. And that is where the real harm lies. Chapter 57, Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. At around 7 p.m., the Sigma Chi fraternity house gets a visit from Blaine Eccles, the dean of students. So this is 7 p.m. on the night of the murders. Mind you, the Chapins didn't even get to town, according to the documentary, until 9 o'clock at night. 61 young men gather in the lodge, their ashen faces tear-stained. If ever they needed to feel the comfort of leadership, it's now. Dean Eccles rises to the occasion. He has no children of his own, and these young men right here, they are his family. First things first, the dean tells them. He's aware they are the only Greek house on campus that doesn't have a chef, and he knows today most of them will not have the thought about buying groceries, so he's got them covered. Food, water, milk, all are on the way. Second, he's opened the counseling center 24/7, so its team is available for anyone who needs it. Third, the Idaho State Police is going to provide round-the-clock security for the house. And fourth, everyone can just get the hell out of town. No need to email professors. No need to turn in assignments. Go, he tells them. Be with the people you love. Fifth, He's going to let the fraternity president, Reed Opslin, deal with the press however he wants. He advises the group to stay off social media, chiefly to be sensitive to the victim's family. The release of tension is palpable. Some of the fraternity members cry openly. These are tough young athletes, but they have never experienced anything like this. Ethan's frat brothers feel his loss, but they also feel like participants in whatever terrible trauma he suffered. The back of the frat house has a new view of 1122 King Road. So after waking to what most had assumed would be a lazy Sunday and learning the news, one by one, the whole chapter had gathered there, staring grimly across the lower 40 at the mass of police cars and emergency vehicles, listening to wailing sirens, fearing the worst, as their phones blew up with surreal texts about their frat brother Ethan and about Xana, whom they loved like a sister. Only last night, they'd all been joshing together at the post-game party, and now their worlds were upended. Most of them watched Hunter Chapin leave the house that morning with Cooper Atkinson. They watched Jaden Shepard receive a call, after which he turned to them and said simply, "Ethan's dead." They received texts about a gruesome killing, blood everywhere. They watched as hours later, against the backdrop of a swarm of police officers, the forlorn figures of Hunter Chapin and Hunter Johnson walked back to the fraternity house, packed up some stuff, and headed to the police station. The fraternity brothers had hugged Ethan Chapin, told them they loved him. They weren't sure he could even hear. He was so grief-stricken. Once Dean Eccles leaves, they head to their rooms. Many of them phone their parents and ask them to come get them right now. Others start to load up their cars. None of them knows what exactly happened to Ethan, their brother. One of them, David Barachoa, walked across the lower 40 at 3:59 a.m. and felt a strange chill as he did so. It's a chill they all feel now. Their instinct tells them to run, get the hell out of Moscow, get as far away as possible. Run, run. Chapter 58. Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. It's 9:30 p.m. when Jim and Stacy Chapin pull into Moscow. When she sees Maisie and Hunter, Stacy hugs them tightly. Then Jim does. Stacy has one message for her surviving children. "I don't know what the hell just happened, but this won't sink us as a family. We'll figure it out together." They head to the police station for the so-called debrief, but the police don't have any information for them that they don't already know. Chief Fry is now on the premises, back from King Road. He and Tyson Barrett sit with the family in a conference room. The chief is instantly struck by the strength and grace of both Stacy, a statuesque woman with long blonde hair, and Jim, her quieter, kind-eyed husband, who is dependently by her side. Not in front, not behind, but right there next to her. The worst part of this job is having to deliver news like this to families. And yet, Fry is often impressed by the dignity and resilience of parents and siblings he's gotten to know, some of whom he has forged close relationships with. Stacy Chapin is special. He can see that. Even now, she's expressing concern about his team, about what they're going through, and offering her support. He tells her that they will find whoever did this. He's appointed Captain Tyson Barrett to be the Chapin's point person. They should call him whenever they want, and he will call them every day. But now, strangely, there's nothing for the Chapins to do except go home and wait. But they aren't going to drive home tonight. Jim has already been at the wheel for almost 20 hours straight. So the family heads to the Best Western Hotel, where the university has booked a block of rooms. In the lobby, they encounter Emily, Hunter Johnson, Dylan, Bethany, Josie, Lyndon, and Ava, all huddled together, exhausted. Stacy hugs all of them, noticing immediately that Hunter Johnson and Emily are clearly in shock. Hunter Johnson can scarcely speak. "Are you guys all right?" she asks, knowing that they're not. She asks if she can bring them food, water, blankets. She knows Emily and Hunter Johnson well. In the absence of their own parents, she steps in. Her years as a school principal have taught her a thing or two about mental health, and she can see that Hunter has been especially traumatized and will need counseling. She's going to make sure he gets it. She offers up there and then the same team in Moscow that the police have provided to help Maisie and her own son Hunter, a gesture that strikes everyone as remarkable, given what she must be going through. In the coming days, weeks, and months, many people will marvel at Stacy Chapin's bandwidth and compassion for others in the face of personal tragedy. Stacy herself will later say that of course she checked on the kids and their families. What else could she have done? Deep inside, she's lost, but she knows that now more than ever, she's needed as a mom. She's always been everyone's backbone, and she's not going to stop now. In Emily's room, the friends huddle together. They are terrified, but reassured when they hear sirens going on and off all through the night, the police cars circling. Bethany is withdrawn and quiet, but the rest of them take turns talking. Dylan, especially, is in full flow, reliving what she saw the night before. She realizes that the man she thought was a firefighter must have been the murderer. So why did he walk away from her? They made eye contact. If he was after Maddie or Kaylee, why did he kill Xana and Ethan? Had he been upstairs all along? Dylan thinks maybe he was, but how did he get in? The lock on the back sliding door is broken. Until now, that was quite useful. But their parents and friends knew how to get in that house if they didn't have the code to the front door. But how did he know that? Emily asks what Dylan did after she saw the killer. Dylan explains that she raced into Bethany's room and slept there. She says she was scared, yes, but she hadn't wanted to trust her own instincts. Emily doesn't blame Dylan for telling herself at the time she was drunk, tired, crazy, hallucinating. But she can see that Dylan, Bethany too, is likely headed into a shitstorm of pointed fingers for not calling the cops sooner. Emily doesn't blame her little for bolting herself in with Bethany and falling asleep. She too would have likely second-guessed herself in the same situation. Her maternal protective instincts kicking in yet again, she decides she's going to do her best to defend Dylan in the coming days. People come and go at all hours at 1122 King Road, she later explains. Your first reaction if you see someone at 4 a.m. just isn't going to be, oh, here's a guy who has come to murder us. Common sense tells you, oh, it's just someone visiting. But common sense is an approach this group has now dispensed with. Over the next days and months, all they would feel at night in the dark is fear bordering on terror, wondering who is out there and if he's coming for them next. Chapter 59, Moscow, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. It's around 4 or 5 a.m., pitch black outside, but the Chapins don't even try to sleep. They just lie on the bed and watch as Hunter and Maisie finally pass out from exhaustion. Eventually, Stacy gets up. She wants to go for a walk. She wants to do something. Jim immediately says he'll come with her. He wouldn't dream of leaving his wife alone in this moment. It's freezing, and they're both bundled up. For once, this couple doesn't speak. There's no need. Simply stride. They exit their hotel and head north, towards the water tower and the Kibbe Dome, past the golf course that Ethan so loved, and the arboretum where he went for runs. Arboretum where he went for runs. They go to the Sig Chai house, like they often do, expecting to turn the doorknob and go in, walk through the house, and go back across the lower 40. But the door is now locked, so they walk around the place. And somehow Stacy doesn't remember, but they end up standing outside the King Road house. All the cars and law enforcement officers, they're gone. There's just one cop standing in front. It's eerily silent. Were it not for that yellow tape, one wouldn't know anything had happened here. My son is still inside the house, Stacy says to the officer, who isn't sure how to react. In fact, the bodies are no longer there. They've been taken to Spokane to be autopsied, but Stacy doesn't know this. I just wanted to see it. I don't know. There, with the first light streaking the sky, as Stacy holds Jim's hand, she realizes this is it. This is a goodbye to her beloved elder boy, a prince of a young man. Chapter 60, Rathdrum, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. It's completely dark when Jack DeCoeur arrives at the Gonsalves ranch house at around 9 p.m. Jack knocks on the door, crying, and when Steve opens it, he's business first. Jack, I gotta ask you to roll up your sleeves. I hate to do this, but I've got to do it. The kid shows him his arms, wrists, and hands. Nothing. No scratches. Nothing that would indicate that 24 hours earlier, he was wielding the huge knife that killed Kaylee. They hug. Jack walks the family through everything he knows at this point. He shows them his phone and all the missed calls in the early hours of Sunday morning. He thinks he might burst. He was asleep. Asleep! If he'd only woken up. If he'd only answered, Kaylee and Maddie might still be. He breaks down. Steve tells him not to go there. There was nothing more anyone could have done. Kaylee and Maddie had done everything right. They'd gotten a sober person to drive him home. Then they'd gone upstairs asleep. No one could have done a damn thing against someone with a knife in the bedroom. Steve doesn't want to think about what terror his daughter or Maddie might have experienced. He will later say that the pain is like a splinter that's wedged deep beneath the surface of the skin. It hurts all the more because he feels as if someone should help remove it. But so far, there's no one out there helping him or his family. At least no one official. What option does that leave him other than taking matters into his own hands? Chapter 61, Moscow, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. Jim and Stacy Chapin continue their walk in the new cold dawn. They pass by the Sig Chai house again. At the gate on Nez Pierce Drive, they stop, shocked by what they see in the parking lot. The brothers are leaving the house en masse, flocking like birds, caught in the winter snow, rushing to head south. When they spot the Chapins, they put down the belongings they're clutching. One by one, the brothers hug them as if their life depended on it. Everyone here knows Stacy and Jim because Ethan and Hunter were the lifeblood of the house. Even when Ethan was barred from living on the premises, he'd made a point of showing up to help with recruitment during rush week, working harder, putting in longer hours than any of them. For the worst reasons, the dean has cleared the campus. Though Thanksgiving break, to which they have all been looking forward, is coming early, none of them has any idea what the future holds, or if they'll ever return to this house, to this school. Their moms had called them home, Stacy later learned. They were broken, all of them. This moment of togetherness, of solidarity, in the face of fear and shock, is a foreshadowing of the way Stacy Chapin will handle the loss of her son in the weeks and months to come. She will fight to unite the living when she cannot bring back the dead. That morning early, it isn't just the Sig Chai members who are packing up. There is a mass exodus out of Moscow, despite the snowstorm that is descending. The kids who were hunkered down in the Best Western all go home. Classes are canceled. Anyone who can leave does. Stacy and Jim go back to the hotel. They, Maisie, and Hunter pile into the Chevy Tahoe and begin the winding 2.5-hour drive up the hills to their second home in Priest Lake. Thanksgiving is always their last visit of the year to this house. The weather makes it too dangerous to get here in the freezing months. Even now it's hairy. Snow is blanketing the roads, and it's not clear what's streaming more, the white flakes outside or the tears rolling down the faces of the car's passengers. Jim later can only remember that his mind was anywhere but on the road. Just outside of Coeur d'Alene, before the steep climb up into the mountains, they hear sirens. Of all things, they're being pulled over. Jim rolls down the window, and when the state patrolman approaches, "It was our son that was one of the kids that was killed," he says. The officer blinks. "I'm so sorry," he says. There's no mention of whatever driving infraction Jim might have committed. "Just get there safely," he tells Jim. Stacy is taken aback. "It was a profound moment for all of us," she later said. "A reminder that there was good in the world and that they needed us to focus on the living." Jim grips the steering wheel and starts the engine. They head on up into the mountains to be alone with their grief. Chapter 62, Moscow, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. Canceling classes for the rest of the week doesn't prove to be straightforward. Provost Tory Lawrence canvasses his senior administrators, including Dean of Students Blaine Eccles and the head of the Faculty Senate, Kelly Quinnett, before making the decision that classes will be offered remotely, but also optionally all the way through Thanksgiving. Quinnett is the outspoken head of the drama department, and her husband, Brian, has already started a new routine of walking her down the 10-foot garden path from her office to her car. Quinnett doesn't hesitate before rendering her opinion. Of course, students shouldn't have to show up to class in the wake of a trauma like this. A number of the parents agree. They want the school to cancel classes all the way to Christmas. But Eccles is worried that a large number of students, who have already paid for their housing, don't have the ability to go anywhere else. He's concerned for those students, especially the ones who never met Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. Might blame the university for depriving them of the education they already paid for. I don't think anybody would complain about that, do you? 4 people are murdered on the campus and you're going to complain that you're not getting the education you paid for? I think everybody kind of would understand, don't you? I mean, I would think so. One of those unlucky students is Alex Salvador, a recruited tennis star from Spain. When not attending classes, Alex divides his time between practicing on the UI courts and traveling to intercollegiate matches. The serious athletes at UI don't have the time or desire to join Greek life, effectively separating their campus experiences from that of the party kids. But now, Alex and 3 tennis teammates, all on scholarships, all from Europe, are holed up in their shared apartment just 3 minutes from the King Road house. They'd once or twice fleetingly dropped in parties there, but now they can think of little else but the gruesome fate of the 4 victims. "Then it really hit me," Alex said. As the town empties of the students who can easily drive home, Alex and his roommates find themselves confined indoors once the sun goes down at around 4 p.m. They each buy handguns, lock their door, and spend sleepless nights mostly peering out of their windows into the darkness, seeing just the blue lights of police cars endlessly circling the streets. No one wants to venture onto the streets where a murderer might be lurking. "We're not safe there," Alex said, then refined his words. "We thought we were not safe." Fear isn't the only emotion they feel. They are confused by seemingly conflicted directions from the administration. They can take their classes remotely, but in some cases, people don't have to take them at all. As Alex reflected, it was a mess. A stone's throw from Alex and his roommates, Ben DeWitt, who had been in Xana's high school class, is also staying put. As a features writer for the Argonaut, DeWitt has work to do. Like many University of Idaho kids his age, he packs heat. He knows that it's legal to conceal and carry in Idaho, not on campus. Even though he has a gun, DeWitt pushes his couch against his apartment door at night, an extra precaution. I can't even imagine how scary this must have been, right? Over in Pullman, Evan Ellis is in his studio by himself during a commercial break from his broadcasting. A hard-bitten journalist, he still locks the studio door. "I've never done that before," he said. "That's how uneasy it was. I had this weird gut feeling, and I came to this realization. What if this animal is still here?" Doug Wilson, the gray-bearded pastor of Christ Church, a conservative evangelical congregation of around 3,000, goes to get his car keys fixed and learns that the local locksmith is overwhelmed. The guy told me that people who never locked their doors were coming in and ordering locks installed. Wilson is used to being treated with some hostility by his neighbors, but even he has never experienced a mass panic like this. Dr. Rand Walker, a trusted local therapist whom Chief Fry has put on standby to treat his traumatized officers and their families, is observing rare and frightening instances of 6 degrees of separation connections among the town's residents. The fact that everyone in Moscow knew everyone else has morphed overnight from a source of comfort to something deeply unsettling. Neighbors suddenly mistrusting neighbors. Friends mistrust friends. Customer mistrusts vendor. People are shutting themselves in, hiding from one another. Walker is hearing from his patients, the townspeople, from members of his own family, that suddenly the connectivity between them all feels toxic. Walker's son, Christian, a former UI student, knew the victims. His girlfriend is the daughter of the owner of the Mad Greek, where Xana and Maddie worked. Now the restaurant's closed with a handwritten place card in the window. We are closed temporarily to mourn the loss of 2 staff members. We will update Facebook on status of store soon. Please keep all family and friends of yesterday's victims in your thoughts. The Mad Greek family. It's all too close to feel comfortable, because who knows who's among them is the murderer. For Jeff Smitty Smith, the owner of Moscow Bagel and Deli, the sudden emptiness has an immediate economic consequence. His customer base is almost entirely wiped out days earlier than he budgeted for. His girlfriend, Sarah Wicks, the owner of Vine Wine Bar, has a slightly different problem, one she shares with Mark Trivelpiece, her close friend and the owner of the Corner Club. They don't think it's fair to ask employees to work alone behind a bar at night. Who knows who might show up or approach them outside in the dark while they walk to their cars. Travelpiece solves this by taking on all shifts himself. He tells his remaining student workers, a dozen or so have already gone home, to stay away. He's got their backs. Local lawyer Mike Pattinson's chief concern to his 22-year-old daughter Lexi, who lives in an apartment at the Bricks, barely 50 yards from 1122 King Road. She lives so close that some of her neighbors reported to police that at around 4 a.m., they heard a scream. They were interviewed at the police station. Wow. The Bricks would be the brick buildings next door. Lexi had been an AFI, and found Kaylee to be generous, thoughtful sister, a bright personality. Lexi liked so much that the two roomed together during their second semester. They wound up becoming neighbors in their senior year. Whenever Murphy the Pooch wandered into Lexi's apartment, she returned the golden doodle to Kaylee. Most evenings, Lexi walked past the back of King Road home to get in her car in the parking lot and saw Maddie through her window, putting on her makeup at her vanity. And just a few days before the murders, Lexi played beer pong with Xana, who dressed in a yellow jumpsuit and was dancing and hugging every person who walked in the room. So Lexi is badly shaken. Her boyfriend puts his hunting rifle under the bed. Her father tells her to get out of that apartment and come home immediately. Pattinson has faith in Chief Fry's ability to catch whoever did this. He bets that when the cops get the perp, they'll find a fraternity rivalry or some equally simple motive behind the murders. But he's worried that the timing of this, right before Thanksgiving, and the brutality of the murders are going to take the cops into a media storm they've never seen before. He's not all sure that the chief is ready for that part. And he's worried about Bill Thompson, who is in the twilight of his career and doesn't get a homicide every day. Certainly not a mass homicide. He may have to trim that beard a bit for prime time, Pattinson thinks cynically. Meanwhile, though, he's generally scared of who's out there just like everyone else. For the first time in his 20-plus years of marriage, he does not tease his wife, Marcella, when she bolts the door for the night. He's always told her to relax. She's not living in her native Colombia. Honey, this is not South America. It's Moscow, he's often said. He doesn't say it anymore. Whoever did this is the sick person who skinned the dog. Here we go. Claire Qualls, a 20-year-old student and first responder, was driving back to Moscow from Spokane when she got the alert. No big deal. She thought about the 911 alert that all the EMT volunteers get until the news started ricocheting around about the 4 murders. Today she's haunted by them. Her cousin was close friends with Ethan. And 1122 King Road is just 2 blocks from her basement apartment, which is at the bottom of a dark set of covered stairs. What is generally considered the shittiest neighborhood in all of Moscow. Every time Claire comes home, her thoughts turn dark. She'll walk down those steps and he'll attack her, and she'll hit her head on the concrete and no one will see her lying there dying. Claire has never wanted a gun. She doesn't even know how to use one. And as a trained first responder, she knows statistics. The majority of firearm deaths are caused by accidents in the home. Now, though, she's going to buy a handgun. And she'll ask Katie, her roommate, to teach her how to use it. And her dad is going to come and replace her cheap window that can be easily opened from the outside with a better one. He and her mom want her to move home, but Claire doesn't want to. She's not sure their home is any safer. She's certain that whoever committed the murders is the same sick fuck who skinned her parents' neighbor's dog. 2 nights before the murders, the animal, a pet of close family friends, had been running around in the backyard as usual, but then it had not appeared indoors to eat. Unusual. The next morning it was found, skinned. In a hunting community, skinning wild beasts is not uncommon. But a dog? A pet dog? Claire shivers. She's going to get a personal safety alarm and clip it to her backpack and keep it next to her at night. To activate it, you don't need to press a button. You just simply pull it apart and it goes off, and its piercing sound rings out until it's put back together. That way, Claire figures she'll have a fighting chance if someone attacks her on the stairs or on her bed. Without an alarm, she thinks, poor Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan didn't stand a chance. We are now on page 196. Yeah, I don't think BK was in there to get Murphy. I think that, and it does make sense, Austin, because most serial killers start out on animals. They start out on animals. They, might want to use their knife, see how sharp it is, practice with the knife or whatever. But they do, a lot of the times, kill animals. Just because Murphy was left untouched doesn't mean that he didn't do the dog. I also think that was him on Paradise Path threatening students with a knife. But that's just me. We have no proof of that, right? Because you have September, you have the knife attack on Paradise Path. Then 2 weeks before the murders, you have the dog skint. It just all kind of makes sense. All right. Chapter 63. What time is it? 4:15? I think we'll stop at 5 and then we'll finish it tomorrow. What do you think? We'll go for another 45 minutes and see how far we get. And then we will pick it up again tomorrow morning and do this again tomorrow. Chapter 63, Moscow, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. It's 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Not quite 24 hours since that first ominous 911 call. The police chief is sitting in his corner office at the station on Southview Avenue talking to Tyson Barrett, getting up to speed on where things stand. Barrett says he's spoken to Blake Eccles and asked him to pass on anything that could be useful. Thus begins a pattern. Twice a day, Eccles passes on details about the 4 victims, their clubs, classes, professor, to the University General Counsel, who passes them on to Barrett. Thank you, Flo. I will. I'm going to get a damn air tag for, trust me, the biggest keychain you can find for G-Dog. I'm going to get like a log. Christ's sakes. There has to be a wall between them for all sorts of reasons, including protecting students' privacy. Both Chief Fry and Captain Barrett know that they must not tell Eccles, or anyone who doesn't need to know, how the victims died. It's imperative that no one has any inkling of that until after the knife sheath has been properly photographed, analyzed, and sent off to labs to check for trace DNA. Privately, the chief grouses when he hears that the university has released the kids to go home. Inadvertently, they've made the cops' lives so much harder. So from the cop point of view, they want to talk to these kids, right? They want to be able to interview them, and if they go home, they're not there. Officer Danny Vargas is known to be one heck of an interviewer. And yesterday, she, Lawrence Mowry, Mitch Nunes, and John Lawrence got the best they could out of those poor, shocked kids and the friends of the victims before they checked out of the Best Western. But there's not much point in having a great interviewer in Moscow if the students you need to question are en route to, say, Florida or Texas. Fry and his team are still trying to get their arms around what they've got at the crime scene. The Idaho police has a crack team of forensic lab rats, and they're heading over now from Meridian, a 5-hour drive away. Their mandate is to go over all the evidence for a second time before it's scooped up and shipped off for processing. No one wants any fuck-ups. It will take serious manpower and a vast network to sift through it all. People assume that technology makes a cop's life easier. In some ways, it does. But it might take a whole day just to download the contents of the kids' phones. Simply deciphering the data is going to take hours, days, maybe weeks. Fry looks down at his laptop and sees the sticky note reminder from the receptionist. Call back the FBI. Fry knows he needs to call the feds in. In fact, he'll be screwed if he doesn't, given the mass exodus from Moscow already underway. He needs the FBI's extra manpower and nationwide reach, and who knows what else. The nearest Bureau field office is up in Coeur d'Alene, near the homes of Maddie and Kaylee's families. Fry prides himself on having built up great relationships with both the ISP and the local federal agents. That doesn't always happen, especially not in big cities like LA and Chicago, where infamously pride and testosterone can help unhelpful friction between local and federal arms of law enforcement. One of Fry's federal contacts, Lance Hart, out of ATF, had found him an accelerant detection dog to help solve the Silas Parks case. 5 years later, in the immediate aftermath of the John Lee shootings, Hart was ready to help. I hear the water down there is tainted again, the guy joshed. What do you need? What Fry needed was a ballistics analyst. Send us the stuff, Hart said. And up it went, so the deadly bullets could be analyzed and submitted into evidence. It's a pity, the chief thinks, that Hart is now retired. Yesterday, Fry saw a guy in an FBI jacket at the King Road crime scene. Probably there at the invitation of the ISP, he assumed. It wasn't one of the guys he knew well. As it happens, the same agent is now standing in the briefing room of the police station, with the lead from the state, ready for the 8 a.m. meeting. We've been trying to get a hold of you, the agent says. So, what was Fry doing that he was so fucking busy that that the FBI couldn't get a hold of his ass? That's kind of weird, right? Because he said he wasn't even, really investigating. That he put detectives in the place. So that's kind of freaking weird. I know, says Fry. I've been a little busy. Need us to come in? Both men understand the protocol. The FBI cannot officially assist on a case unless the local police chief explicitly asks them to. Yes, says Fry, and fast. If you wanted him in there fast, why the fuck weren't you calling him back? And with that, the FBI special agent in charge calls his boss, the regional special agent in charge, and the government machinery clicks into gear. The scale and speed of it deserves respect. In Salt Lake City, Utah, and elsewhere around the country, an operation begins to unfold. Fry imagines dozens of agents leaping into planes that will bring them to Moscow, Idaho. In the station briefing room, Fry and Bill Thompson are technically the bosses, but right now they're staying out of the way as 3 law enforcement representatives, one from Moscow, one from ISP, and one from the FBI, stand at a whiteboard. With the FBI, the task force is now composed of approximately 45 law enforcement officers from local, state, and federal agencies. It's a tight squeeze, with a few folks standing at the back, but all eyes are forward as the leads divide them into 2 teams. Victimology. The officers on this team will assemble a profile of each victim by reaching out to family, friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, teachers, anyone who can tell them who Xana, Kaylee, Maddie, and Ethan were over the past 2 years. As the adage goes, in order to know how a person died, you need to know how they lived. Interviewers. Detective Vargas, Lawrence, Maury, Payne, and others on this team will reach out and interview anyone who was near the scene for any possible witnesses. Forensics. Fry still doesn't know how the guys on the team do what they do, but he knows what they're capable of doing. Sifting through cell phone data, putting together DNA profiles, analyzing prints and blood. Video and local CCTV. Some camera somewhere must have caught something. The analysts on this team know what they're looking for. Except they did not know the year of the car off the rip. Tip management. This team will handle all the calls that are starting to come in on the phone number listed in yesterday's presser, all of which need to be answered and documented. Note taking. This team will keep a record of assignments, progress, and to-do lists. No one complains about where they are assigned, setting a tenor that Fry will later point to with pride. The absence of agency infighting is extraordinary in an investigation of this complexity. Brett Payne is the Moscow PD leader in front of the whiteboard. He scribbles down names from his department. Payne, whose hair is tightly cropped. Isn't he bald? It is a lot to read. But we'll do it in parts. That's why we're going to end in about a half an hour here. Reminding the room of his former military career is short, just over 5 feet, wiry and tattooed. Payne may be young. He's just over 5 feet. Wow. I didn't realize he was that little. Payne may be young, but he's whip smart. Fry hired him in 2020 because he has the talent to be an extraordinary investigator. He's good with details and very good at getting information out of people. Every good detective possesses the gift of the gab, as Fry refers to this key skill. But more than that, a good detective needs to be wily like a fox. Payne will do very well, the chief thinks as he watches him dole out responsibilities. Even so, this job is going to be the challenge of his career, of all careers. Braggadocio is not Fry's style, but there's no disputing what the chief himself is a damned good investigator. One time he got a written confession out of a pedophile because he suggested convincingly that the guy might feel better if he wrote an apology letter to his teenage victims. Before the first full meeting wraps up, Payne lays out the structure of the investigation. At 8 a.m., daily assignments will be made. Then at 5 or 6, they'll regroup. The team leaders want to hear status reports from everyone in the room. No detail is to be held back. After the briefing ends and they all head off, Fry calls in one of his captains. Anthony Dollinger is an experienced officer and the likeliest to succeed Fry as a chief. When Fry double checks on whether Dollinger is comfortable taking on the role of public information officer, the captain says, of course, even though this is not an area he's had training in. As busy as he's been, Fry would have had to been blind not to notice the hordes of press assembling in Moscow. They cram into the area around the King Road house like bees around a hive. His inbox is blowing up with media requests. Fry ignores them all for now. He is well aware that anything the police put out in the media, they are putting out to the suspect as well, and to a potential jury pool. The biggest mistake a police chief or sheriff can make, Fry believes, is to overshare. Yet it happens all the time. In 2017, the state police superintendent spoke during his press conferences directly to whoever killed 2 teenage girls in Delphi, Indiana. Fry found this tactic inappropriate and possibly damaging to the case and vows to do things differently. Fry shakes his head and goes back to work. He'll get to the press when he's ready. They want a story, but they'll have to wait. He's got an investigation to run. Chapter 64. Moscow, Idaho, November 14th, 2022. Someone in a uniform needs to get in front of a mic now. Art Betke, Moscow's mayor of just 11 months and 2 weeks, can scarcely believe he's having this conversation, this fight with city supervisors. And with Bill Thompson, who was his neighbor for 20 years, and with James Fry. How the heck is a former USDA biochemist with experience in local agriculture found himself arguing about the need for law enforcement to handle the swarm of press in Moscow? He has never thought much about the business of the Moscow Police Department beyond looking at its budgets. This is not what he's trained for or what he anticipated when he ran for mayor. He was elected on 2 main civic concerns: repairing Moscow's roads and infrastructure in the face of state legislative budget cuts, and locating a new water source for the town before its aquifer runs dry. If I can talk your ear off about wheat, Betke later said, but I'm not good at standing up in front of the press. But now he's found himself in the middle of complete public chaos. There are helicopters hovering overhead, sniffer dogs on the college campus. Even a biochemist can see this situation could be ruinous to his beloved town. We look ridiculous, he says to Thompson. He points out that all the police have said publicly is that there's no threat, yet the place appears to be overrun with cartoon security. Oh, the mayor. The mayor. And they totally threw him under the bus. Remember, like, he was forced to deal with the media because they wouldn't. And he said it was a crime of passion. And then that came to bite him in the ass. Oh, excuse me. The public is getting impatient, as are some of the victims' families, and the press is taking notice. The lack of information about the case, wrote reporter Katie Kloppenberg for Boise State Public Radio on November 15th, has frustrated people who say the community needs more specific answers. The mayor doesn't doubt that the chief and county prosecutor will bring whoever did this to justice. He knows how good they are at their jobs. But right now, Moscow has a public perception problem and a safety problem. Crazy rumors, including one about a Colombian drug cartel being involved in the murders, are running rampant. As Moscow's #1 public official, Betke cannot just ignore this. It's a great irony that last week he signed off on the wording for a recruitment ad for a crisis communications advisor, but it hasn't been posted. So he keeps phoning, pestering people, barging into meetings of city supervisors and yelling, and he keeps demanding the same thing. He wants a guy in uniform to say something that sounds clarifying or at least slightly reassuring into a mic. But Bill Thompson and Chief Fry won't budge. Thompson even warns, "Don't say anything, Art. You'll misspeak and mess everything up. You aren't trained for this." Damn. The city supervisors are telling Becky the same thing, ordering him even not to speak. And yet everyone, including the New York Times, is reaching out to him for comment, and Becky is the mayor. He needs to make a call. He needs to say something. He needs to assure people that they can walk around safely, albeit cautiously, which is what Fry and Thompson seem to think. But they want to take their time saying it. Time is what they don't have. The New York Times, he thinks, is surely a safe place to give an interview, and so he does it. He's careful. He gives context. But in the article, the context has disappeared, and there's just one startling takeaway. Moscow, Idaho. 4 students at the University of Idaho were found dead near campus in what a local official described on Monday as a crime of passion. Thank you, Melissa B. Moscow, Idaho. 4 students at the University of Idaho were found dead near campus in what local officials described on Monday as a crime of passion. Art Betke, the mayor of Moscow, Idaho, said in an interview that the authorities were still investigating what had transpired, but that the case was being treated as a homicide. He said the authorities did not believe that there was a perceivable danger to the broader public, but he declined to say how the victims had been killed or whether a suspect was at large. With a crime of this magnitude, it's very difficult to work through. Mr. Betke said, adding that the police needed time to piece together what had transpired. The overall assessment is that it's a crime of passion, he said. Oh, God, Betke thinks when he reads it. A crime of passion? He knows immediately that, far from soothing people, this could fan the flames of rumor bonfire. He's achieved the exact opposite of his objective. I developed a great dislike for national media very rapidly, he said of that experience. I tend to talk in paragraphs, and they lift bits out of the middle of paragraphs. These sons of bitches. Art Betke correctly guessed the reaction of Bill Thompson and James Fry would be. The police chief calls up the city supervisor and tells him, "Could you please tell the mayor not to talk, or I will? And it would be better coming from you." Chapter 65, Pullman, Washington, November 14th, 2022. They've got to say something. They've got to say something. They're looking incompetent. Evan Ellis isn't just working his sources, he's watching the coverage of them. It's not good. A TV segment on the evening of November 14th from reporter Raina Kerr on Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, KXLY Channel 4 is typical. At the home where the students were killed, a bouquet of flowers rests on a rock right in front. Joanna Perez was among the students who dropped off a bouquet and teddy bear at one of the memorials, Kerr said. Perez said that Ethan was in the same college program as she was. It was kind of like in some of my classes, and some of my friends knew him, so it just hit kind of close. As Moscow police continue their investigation, Kerr said, Perez is grappling with what happened. It's just like scary and frustrating, the student said, because we want answers to what happened, but they're holding back a lot of information from us. Ellis dials Thompson for the umpteenth time. For once, the prosecutor picks up. Bill, you got to get ahead of this. You've got to say something. You've got to give a press conference. It's coming down hard. Thompson is calm. I know. We're working on it. That in itself is shocking to the reporter. In 30 years, Bill Thompson has never made any public remarks about an investigation until it was over. Ellis pushes on, asking the pertinent question that everyone's asking. Can you please explain to me how we're supposed to say there's no threat to the public when obviously you haven't arrested anyone? Thompson is still calm. I can't explain that right now, but there isn't. The prosecutor pauses. You just have to trust me. The reporter is frustrated. Bill, you can understand how this doesn't seem to make sense. I understand your frustration, but I can't explain it to you either off the record or on the record. Ellis knows the prosecutor well enough not to push this any further. He understands that Thompson has his reasonings for what he does. But all the other journalists racing into Moscow from New York and everywhere else, spilling out of the Best Western, the Monarch, and the Hattabaugh hotels, they don't know these people the way Ellis does. They don't know a damn thing about this place. It would be easy for an outsider to underestimate Bill Thompson just by his appearance. At first glance, he has the look of an old-fashioned gold prospector. Ellis is worrying about more than simply getting the story. He starts to wonder about whether the story has potential to destroy the very people who ought to be driving it. If the prosecutor or police chief doesn't speak quickly, other people who know nothing, will create an alternate narrative. What happens if the public starts to believe the wrong narrative? If they start to feel the prosecutor and the chief don't know what they are doing? Ellis shakes his head. That would be a very bad outcome indeed. Chapter 66. Olivia Rathdrum, Idaho, November 15th, 2022. Olivia Gonsalves is sitting in the home office after the family calls the Yellow Room at her parents' ranch house in Rathdrum, Idaho. Hunched over her laptop, the shelves are piled higgly-biggly with boxes. She keeps looking impatiently at the clock. What's the holdup? It's now the afternoon after she got to her parents' house, and 2 days after the police knocked on the door and delivered chilling news of Kaylee's murder, but absolutely no details. She had walked in feeling like she was already behind. Jack DeCour is sitting with her parents, clearly in shock. She feels terrible for him, and not because of the shock. She knows he'd never hurt Kaylee, but there's nasty speculation about him flying around on social media. Some people are suggesting that drugs were involved and that Kaylee and her friends deserve to be murdered. Olivia wants to do whatever she can to put an end to this narrative. She wants to tell the world that they were good kids, that they'd done everything right, and that she can feel in her gut that whoever did this was unknown to them. Her parents still don't have a contact at Moscow Police Department. So at around noon, Olivia had gotten hold of a detective, Lawrence Mowry. He'd asked her to put all her findings from Kaylee's call log into a secure electronic file and send it, which she did. Olivia expected the police to take a little time to verify it all, but she can't understand why it's now hours later, and not only are the police saying nothing about the information she gave them, but they are still putting out the wrong time that Kaylee and Maddie returned to King Road House. It diminished us, she later said. Time, Olivia knows, is of the essence in a murder investigation. It'd be good for the public to know the details of Kaylee's last hours so they can start phoning in tips. It would also be good if the police shared anything they knew about what happened to Kaylee and with the family, but the Gonsalveses are just as much in the dark now as they were 2 days ago. It's beginning to feel as if the family is being iced out, and it's also starting to feel like the only person bringing in information is Olivia. Olivia particularly hoped that the police would publish the video she found on Twitch of Kaylee and Maddie ordering food at the grub truck. The video shows her sister standing on the sidewalk at around 1:30 a.m., Maddie beside her, speaking slowly and haltingly. Kaylee orders, I think I would like the carbonara. On the video, Olivia noticed a group of guys standing behind the girls, chatting, and another group off to the side. Maddie recognizes one of the latter, wanders over, and embraces him affectionately. But in the group behind them, one of the guys, whose face is obscured by the light gray hoodie he's wearing, seems to be watching the two girls quietly. And when Maddie and Kaylee walk off to get in their ride share, he breaks away from his friends and goes after them. It's not clear from the video footage why. Olivia has already discovered who Hoodie Guy is. He's called Jack Showalter, and he is in the same fraternity as Jack DeCour. He told the police this, and she's hoping they will post it to get answers from anyone who saw the girls and the group they were with that night. So again, she looks at the time. Afternoon is turning into evening. Why isn't the video up on the Moscow PD Facebook page yet? She hits refresh again. Still nothing. She knows that the police need to protect the investigation. Of course she does. She understands how police investigations are run and how the media works. But the more people out there looking for this murderer, the quicker she feels like it's a he, can be found and brought to justice. So she's frustrated. And then someone, it takes her a while to learn, it's the mayor of Moscow, gives an interview calling what happened a crime of passion. For Olivia, this is the tipping point. It presents a completely misleading picture of Kaylee and her friends. She is not going to sit idly by while all this misinformation gets out there and while the police continue to tell her family nothing. By early evening, Olivia makes a decision. It's time to take control of the narrative. It's time to tell the public who Kaylee really was, and it's time to spur information into action to find the killer. She's going to start talking to the press. The first interview she does is with Haley Gunther, a local TV reporter for an NBC affiliate station in Spokane. Seated in her parents' living room on their black leather sofa, her face white with tiredness, Robbie by her side, Olivia makes a direct plea to the public for help. I would say if you know anything, if you can think of anything, if you heard anything, if you saw anything, just call it in. I know it's important to protect family. It's important to protect friends. And I know that those ties of loyalty are strong, but you should be scared. And this isn't someone that should be protected. So if you noticed odd behavior, if you noticed something in the shared bathroom trash can, if you noticed a weird smudge on the fridge after your roommate come home late, call it in. I don't have it. It's out there. Any inquiries, anything at all, because worst case scenario, the police talk to them and they get to go home. If they have nothing to hide, then you just did your job. Call it in anonymously. She feels better afterwards. She's doing her part. She's upset that the police don't seem to be doing theirs. It feels too slow. Too little, too late. If I can't sleep at night, how can you, Chief Fry? She asks herself rhetorically. She wants people to know how frustrated she and her family are. So she speaks to Stephen Fabian of Inside Edition, airing her vexation with the police. We're not getting any answers, and we're not going to settle for that. And I think we're going to wrap it up right there on chapter 67. We are on page 211. Oh, that was a lot of reading today, you guys. We're more than halfway through, though. I'm pretty proud of that. So we will finish this up tomorrow. I got my key fob guy here. Thank you so much, Flo, for your super chat, and Proud Mimi. Thank you for being here and rewinding. JCC, thank you so much. Hazel Eyes, thank you so much for your super chat. And Be Nice Try It, thank you for being a member for 5 months. So we'll pick it up tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining. I'll see you guys in the AM. And we'll finish this tomorrow. We'll get it done in 2 days. And that'll give people, a chance to catch up too. So if you haven't hit that like button, please do. If you're new, please consider subscribing. And I will see you guys in the morning. I hope you had a great day. And everybody stay safe. And let's run our credits and get on out of here. Go have your dinners. I'll see you guys in the morning, 10 o'clock. Bye, guys. And thank you again, Evelyn, for buying the book. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.